Oh, wait. Can you guys hear me? There. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, type 1. And if you can't hear me, type 2. Oh, sorry guys. I fucked up again. Yes, 1, 1. Is there echo? Echo? No? Well, okay. And if you see my visage and you're screaming now, press F. Okay, so I'm so sorry. I fucked up again. The fucking tech is just fucking beyond me because I'm a boomer and fuck you very much. Let me see to the other. There are like 112 people waiting. Shit, in the other place. Can you guys just go over to the other. Oh, wait. Yeah, to the other thing and just tell them to hop onto the correct stream, the I Can't Do Fucking Tech Sunday stream. You're going to have to be so kind and to go over there to the other one and tell them that we are all here. I hope we are all here. Wait. Let me just put it in the chat over on that one. I don't know what the fuck happened. I'm just, I'm just a boomer. I'm just an old man. I'm 50. I remember when I was a young man and they brought electricity to our home. I remember when they brought running water. I remember when I was like 12, 13 and having to spend hours to learn this thing they call the toilet. You know, it's new to me. New technology. What the fuck? Don't expect that much from me. Okay? So, listen, you little shits. There is a Discord server, my Discord server. Let me figure out a way to create an invite for everybody. Copy. Let me just check the chat. Chat, all good? See, calling out the keys. Echo to his voice. I'm adding an echo to my voice. I don't know how to stop that. Yes, I did see Godwinson's reply. Fix the echo boomer. Shit. Okay. Do I have an echo? Press 1 if no. Press no if 1 if no echo. There's still an echo. Give it a minute for the chat to catch up. Mute the stream. Yeah, I did mute the stream. Did I mute the stream? Yes, I did mute the stream. Okay. 1, I assume no echo. Okay. No more echo. Good. Okay. So we're going to have some guests on. I'm going to send them the invite now so that they... well, the thing is, see, okay. Sorry, I'm a little frazzled. What can I say? I'm a little frazzled, and I'll explain why. Because I get into the studio at like a fucking ungodly hour. I get in here at like 5:30 in the morning, right? And that's okay. I wake up normally between 4:30 and 5. It doesn't matter what time I go to sleep. I just wake up between 4:30 and 5. And it's not the kids. It's just a thing. Okay, so anyway. I wake up between 4:30 and 5. I find out that Godwinson did a video about me. I made him visibly sweat on the video. That was kind of funny. I checked that out as I'm showering, right? And then walking to my studio. And then I get to the studio and the fucking internet isn't working, right? Fuck, right? And so it was a minor thing. I just had to reset the router and shit. But, I'm fucking panicky. And then I'm doing the OBS and I can't get the fucking right fucking stream key and shit. I'm freaking the fuck out. I'm old. So anyway, finally figured out the OBS, but I wound up having 2 fucking streams going on simultaneously. One is announcing it, and the other is like actually happening, which is the one here. And so anyway, how many people are showing up to this? I have 400 fucking people, 383 people so far. bless your hearts, and clearly you must go out there and get a life for yourselves. I'm telling you, just go out and get a life for yourselves. If you're watching me, this is sad. It'd be, come on. There's so much promise in your life. Don't throw it away. So anyway, I'm going to take questions because this is my thinking on the stream issue. The stream issue is, it is supposed to be an interaction between you, the audience, and myself as a content creator, okay? And the Discord server, let me put it in the chat. I have a Discord server that you are all welcome to join up to, and I'm dropping it in the chat right now. There we go, and I'll drop it a couple of more times so that you guys. By the time you guys catch up, the chat catches up. It won't be so bizarre that I'm dropping that in. But the point is, I want you to hop on the Discord if you're on Discord, because I'm interested in getting your live questions. Okay, live questions. Ask me anything, because remember, there is no such thing as an indiscreet question. There are only indiscreet answers. Okay, words to live by. Words to live by. So I'm dropping the Discord one last time, and now I'm going to go to Discord. Oh, and before that, I'm going to send off to Daisy Cousins, this lovely Australian girl who's going to be joining us, and Ethan Ralph of Late of the Ralph Retort. He's also a lovely, lovely person. And now I'm going to the green room. I'm going to the Discord, and I'm doing this thing where I pull in somebody. And hello, Mongoose. How's it going?
Oh. I need to meet you for a second on your screen.
Okay, let me see here if this is happening properly.
Hello. Good. How are you?
Pretty good, Daisy. How's it going? You looking
really good.
Very, very nice.
Thank you.
Mongoose, do you hear Daisy and myself?
Yes.
Daisy, do you hear Mongoose? Mongoose, say something.
I do. I hear everyone.
Great. It's tech issues. As I was explaining to chat, I'm like a boomer, and this whole tech thing, the advent of electricity has thrown me for a loop, and now this computer shit is just beyond me. So anyway, Mongoose, what's your question? Question, comment, critique, whatever.
I'm curious as to, a lot of your videos, you talked about your life, but I don't necessarily know what you work in to the point where you were able to travel around as much as you have. What field are you in exactly?
Oh, okay, Mongoose. That's a very good question. I'm going to put you out. I'm going to put you back in the green room. The field I started in originally, I was a writer. This is my life story if you want to be bored by it. I was living in Chile, and I went to college when I was 17 to study business administration and economics, kind of like one of those 5-year Wharton-type programs. And I went twice, and I got kicked out twice because I was basically chasing girls and just partying and just not being a very good student. And so after that, I was like 19, 20, and I started bumming around Latin America and working as an English teacher, English as a second language. And that's when I realized that I had to get a real job and like a real career and grow up, Teaching English was one of the best experiences of my life because it just taught me just to be an adult, And after that, I went to college in the U.S. I was, 23? When I went to college, and I graduated in 95 with degrees in history and philosophy. Russian history specifically, and in philosophy I specialized in epistemology and Hegel. Hegel's philosophy of right was like a big thing for me at the time. And then I went to Hollywood. I went to Hollywood to make it as a screenwriter. I was marginally successful as a screenwriter, but I got into novel writing, and I made a lot of money as a thriller writer. And from there, I just sort of graduated into film production in Chile and film directing. And then from there, I sort of migrated over into venture capital and just doing different things. And in 2008, I started worrying about the financial crisis And I was heavily invested at that time in the financial crisis, and I started writing thoughts about it in a blog, and that blog got really popular. And I did that for a bit, like publicly, like doing the blog. But privately, I was just doing investments, like I said, venture capital, basically putting money into things that might become good businesses. And then I dropped out of the online world for a few years because I focused on one very big project. It was a solar energy project. It was basically to acquire, fuck you money. And after that was all settled, I started just getting into YouTube as a hobby. As a hobby, and also because, I have small children. And my daughter is 5 and my son is 3, and I'm 50. And so I wanted to put down on video like things that I think would be useful, especially to my son, because girls are easier, girls are smarter, guys are stupider, okay? We're really, really smart in like tech problems, right? We're very autistic, we're able to focus very carefully on tech things, right? But insofar as life, and thinking about my own situation and my own life experience, I realized that I wish I'd known when I was 20 the things I know now. And had I even heard, but not really paid attention, but just heard some of the things that I know now, I might have made better decisions. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I started doing the videos. Yeah. So anyway, Daisy, sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Oh, and I see that Ralph Retort is here. Ethan, how's it going?
Going pretty good, Coach. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. How's life treating you at Stream Me?
Pretty good so far, man. Making do, trying to turn lemons into lemonade here. I'm not allowed to own a channel on YouTube anymore, but you know how it goes.
Yeah, Daisy and Ethan, I don't think you guys know each other.
I don't believe so, no.
No, Daisy.
Oh, don't know each other.
Yeah, Daisy is this lovely woman. She runs a channel, and she's from our neck of the woods. She's like a typical, like one of us, kind of like she started out as a lefty and migrated and is now like a crypto fascist like all of us.
I know how it goes.
Here's the thing, though. I was never a lefty, technically. I used to have fights with my very left-wing friends on Facebook all the time when I was promoting the Conservative Party in Australia, but I had a few very kind of misguided, shall we say, feminist beliefs that were pushed upon me by the fashy feminists in the mass media, and I had no other information to sort of disprove it. But then I discovered the lovely Mila Yiannopoulos, who completely red-pilled me, and I thought, well, feminism is stupid. They've done nothing but lie to me, and they're making me unhappy because they're making me angry and resentful. So F you to them. And so now I'm with you all as an anti-feminist crypto-fascist, I guess, if you want to call it that.
Yeah. Oh, to the chat, after the live stream, we're all going to go march with tiki torches down Constitution Avenue. So you're cordially invited. Anyway. Ethan is like, he was the biggest live streamer. What would you call yourself?
The tagline that we had was the biggest late night show on YouTube. So
wow.
Which was factually correct until a few weeks ago when they rudely sunsetted us from the service. So we're making do over at streaming now. So.
Yeah, it was a violent sunsetting. It was nasty. And Daisy doesn't know the lore that we're basically in the middle of an internet war between the Sargonistas and everybody else, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about it. You mentioned it to me briefly the other day, but I don't know any of the kind of gory details.
Ooh, they're gory.
I'm interested. I'm interested to find out what's going on.
Ethan, I leave that in your capable hands.
So which part should I start with here?
Talk about V and Vor. That's a great place to start.
Well, we've been making fun of Sargon and V and all of them for many months. And actually, I did a charity stream. September the 29th was the heel stream. And it was partially to raise money for St. Jude and partially to troll Sargon. And it went pretty good for a month or so. Didn't hear much about it, and then all of a sudden, the Wall Street Journal, mysteriously, I don't know who put them up to that, but wrote a hit piece about me, and that's why I got kicked off.
That's terrible.
It is terrible.
So frustrating. It's awful.
Yeah, well, it wasn't my fondest day, but we've gotten a lot of support, and people have been following us over. Stream.me/the Ralph Retort. I'll do my cheap plug there. So
No. As much as you want. I mean, it's well, the thing that's so frustrating is that because YouTube is essentially a monopoly, if you get kicked off of this platform, you're screwed, and it really, really hurts the possibility of bringing in new audience members. You know, when Ethan was doing the Ralph Retort on YouTube, he was peaking out at 8,000 live viewers, and it was only growing. Yeah, and he was on the trending page of YouTube and the whole bit, and that trending page just takes on a life of its own, and more people show up and stuff, and so it's no fucking fair, and I think it's grossly unfair because Ethan's show was just. I'm not like trying to curry favor with you or anything like that, but your show is always very careful to toe the line and never act in ways that would be considered untoward or talk in ways or refer to anything that would break the YouTube TOS. I think it's incredibly unfair, and it's the goddamn Wall Street Journal. Yeah.
Well, yeah, fuck the Wall Street Journal. I'll say that. I mean, it is harder to get new audience members. A lot of people followed us over, but when you're not, so it's also YouTube is just, I think it's like the number 1 or number 2 biggest website in the world.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people they're on YouTube all day long. You know what I mean? So getting them to come to a new service, some people just aren't going to come. I mean, that's just how it works. They're not. You probably won't see them again. But the majority of our core audience has followed us over. So it's been going good. It is a little disconcerting, but you just have to keep rolling. We're also getting a lot more podcast downloads now. I've noticed those have pretty much tripled.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll keep it moving.
Well, anyway, the point of this stream was to do an AMA and asking me anything. So before we sort of move on, let me do the quick super chats because why not? Hang on. Victor Dresna, hello Victor, says, "Hey coach, what's it like in Ukraine right now? Do you hear them test sirens? Were you awake when the catch trait incident happened? I don't know what that is. Good luck." Well, yeah, supposedly something horrible is happening between Ukraine and Russia, and I'm in East Ukraine, but to tell you the truth, nothing much is going on, but oddly through my window, there's some explosion and I'm kidding. No, nothing much is happening. No, look, this is a very big country, okay? It's bigger than France. It's, frankly, the largest country in Europe. And so, the things that are happening in one part of the country or the other don't affect really where I'm living. So it's not that big of a deal. Thoughts? Rawhide76, thank you, Rawhide, says, thoughts on IRS thought patrolling, ban Snapchat. Yeah, what do you guys think of that whole IRS thought patrol, the whole thought gate?
I'll just go ahead and give my take real quick. I just think it's funny. Personally, I try to avoid any unneeded, unwanted contact with the authorities, so I'm not going to be turning anybody in. I don't really like interacting with them much, given my history. But I mean, I'm just sitting back laughing at it, kind of. So. Yeah,
I mean, Daisy, do you know what's going on there?
I vaguely know it's something to do with women who post suggestive photos of themselves on Instagram are getting paid money for it, are getting reported to the IRS because they haven't paid their taxes. That's
the gist of it. Yeah.
That's the big. Oh God. Well,
it's goddamn funny.
I hate to laugh at it because I feel really, really sorry for them. And as small government conservative, I believe in low taxes. But at the end of the day, if you do the wrong thing, you do the wrong thing. But I just think, who has that much time on their hands that they will sit there and report random Instagram accounts of girls taking their clothes off to the IRS for not paying their taxes? I mean, you mustn't have much of a life if you're doing that. But I feel really sorry for them, but the irony is not lost on me, and I'm trying very hard not to laugh.
No, I personally
but
find
it's tricky. It's tricky.
I find it funny. My thinking is, nobody likes getting I'm gonna flip it up on chat insofar as my screen. I think it's funny. I think that also Daisy and Ethan, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think a few of these women were sort of like bragging about the fact that they were getting away with this, that they weren't.
Yes.
Oh, that's just dumb.
Wow.
Why would you do that? I know it's this generation. I'm guessing they were all like kind of young in their 20s. It's this generation of people who think that everything in their lives needs to go on social media because they've grown up with it.
Including that they're ripping off the IRS?
Yeah, like even that they're so obsessed with it, and it's so sort of important. I mean, remember when David Hogg, who I hate, was posting stuff about not getting into colleges, and Laura Ingraham made fun of him for it. Well, that was perfectly justified because it's so stupid. Like, why would you do that? So, just the idea of putting anything about the IRS or taxes on the internet, particularly Instagram, well, that's just dumb. Like, they're just dumb for doing that, and it makes it a bit funnier, actually.
It is probably best to keep your blatant criminality under wraps.
It's like that Chipotle Dash and Diners. The whole Chipotle thing. Daisy, you probably haven't been on top of that. It's like an American cultural thing.
No.
Okay, well,
enlighten me. Tell me.
Yeah, it's very simple. What happened was that this manager at Chipotle decided that these diners who had come in, she knew that they were Dash and Diners. Or diners and dashers, or whatever it's called, right? Where they would eat and then leave before paying the bill. And so she demanded that they pay up front, which is perfectly, in the United States at least, it's perfectly within the rights of the manager to do so. And these kids filmed the whole interaction. And they said it was racism.
I know this story. It was the black kids, wasn't it?
Right. It was racism.
Oh, yeah.
That's racist.
I saw all of that unfolding on Twitter, and I just thought you could tell that the manager was kind of permanently frustrated by these kids. It had nothing to do with the fact that they were black. It had to do with the fact that they, as she said, well, you never have the money, you never pay for the meal. And as you say, it's perfectly within the rights of a manager to do that. But it's just so typical of them to take it and turn it into like a race war issue, and for everyone to kind of pick up on it and perpetuate there's this white supremacy, this huge uprising going on in America, and businesses are suffering for it. This kind of stupid social justice push from the left that gets fanned the flames of social media. And people are, businesses capitulate to it as well because I guess they think they have no choice. But I just looked at it. I thought, are you anyone with a scrap of critical thinking skills would look at that situation, look at all the videos, and think, okay, I can see exactly what happened here, and it has nothing to do with the fact that they're black. But no one seems to kind of go that. They go for this sort of knee-jerk emotional reaction, and next minute she's fired for doing her job, and the center's having to go sort of cultural sensitivity training. That was the last I heard of it.
Yeah, that's basically it. And the thing is, see, that these morons had posted on social media of previous times that they'd dined and dashed. And so it was sort of like the Thought Patrol issue, that if you do a crime, don't tell anybody. I once committed a crime when I was 16, okay? I'm not going to say what it was, but it was a fairly serious crime that I realized retrospectively could have put me into, juvenile detention or whatever. I mean, possibly, I mean, had I been over 18, I would have gone to jail for it, right? Nobody was hurt or anything like that. I just want to make that very clear. I never told a soul about it, the specifics about it. Because if you tell one person a secret, it's no longer a secret. Everybody knows it. Splashing it on social media, you're just cruising for a bruising as far as I'm concerned. So, Daisy, I want to ask you something. I sort of came on your channel recently, right? And I'm kind of curious as to how you got to be where you are, because Ethan, you might know it, but Daisy's like a big wheel. She writes and shit, whole sentences, things that you and I struggle on a daily basis.
I did a little research. I saw her channel and saw some of her writings and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome.
I fell into it. I'm an example of someone who has literally fallen into this whole thing. I mean, like in Australia, I write articles for a number of different publications, and at the beginning of last year, I got picked up just from things I was writing by the producers of a show called Q&A. And I don't know if any of you know British Question Time, but it's basically like 8 people on a panel who get asked questions by the audience. And the ABC, like the ABC in America, is like full of raging leftists, like the absolute like worst regressive kinds of. No one in Australia on the conservative commentary landscape wants to go on Q&A because you will just they stack the panel against you and then claim that they're not biased, and it's really stupid. But it was my first ever television gig, and it was just after Trump had won the election, and it was hosted in Melbourne, which is the most left-wing city in Australia. Like it's in the state of Victoria, and I call it the Socialist Republic of Victoria. Like they're so stupid. And I remember looking out at the audience, and they were all kind of in their 20s. And they were literally, when I was talking about Trump, I said, I like Trump. And I thought, oh my God, my life is never going to be the same now. Like I've done it. I've said, I like Trump on national television on the most left-wing show in Australia. And they were just staring at me like they wanted to kill me. It was scared. They were close to the stage. I thought someone's going to throw something.
Daisy, sorry. But come on. Fess up. Don't you feel more alive when you have a room full of people who would like to kill you?
Look, you're not wrong there. And I was really pleased because I said something about the Trump ban and the audience booed me. And I was like, oh, this is great. I'm doing the right thing. They're booing me. So I just turned around and told them to settle down, which they really didn't like, but it felt good in the moment. But yeah, from that, I got asked on more and more TV shows, mainly Sky News. I'm which is basically like Fox News, but in Australia. So I'm a regular contributor there. But the YouTube thing, I was advised by some very sensible people that I should get into it. They're like, look, you already have a platform. There are people who follow you. Cable TV, it's not the way to go because it just doesn't have the audience, whereas YouTube has basically an infinite amount of, well, not, an infinite, but it has millions and millions and billions and billions of people they're like that you could be projecting to. They're like, they said, look, you have the camera experience, you have the writing experience, you just need the equipment. And, why don't you just give it a shot and put, because print media and like written media, they don't get as much of an audience as visual video media does. Yeah. So they just like put your articles into YouTube videos. So I did. And I'm so glad that I took their advice because it's so much fun because I get to combine all of the things that I love to do. I write down all my transcripts verbatim, like out like a script. Because that doesn't work for some YouTubers, but I'm quite, single-minded like that. I have to sort of have everything written out. So I get to combine my writing skills and my camera skills, and I've had a bit of theater training, so the kind of theatricality, and then I get to like edit and create a video, and then I get to interact with, tens of thousands of people. I mean, what's not to love about that? And it is such a great platform. And I'm trying really hard to sort of fly under the radar of the YouTube lefty gods for as long as I can. Because I say what has happened to people like Ethan, which is atrocious. And I'm like, please just let me somehow manage to cruise along for now. But it was literally sort of a really happy domino effect with me. I'm so glad that I decided to do it. It's so much fun.
I love YouTube. I think that it's the idea of freeform videos for me. I find it really interesting, and the experimentation I'm able to do on it is just because here's the thing. See, the technology that is of the current year, 2018, is incredible. 20 years ago, this was inconceivable. The notion that you could shoot at this kind of resolution, casually shoot at 4K, when 20 years ago shooting at 2K was cutting edge. And here, 4K, oh yeah, sure, you can go down to the store and buy a camera for $1,000 and you're set and shooting in 4K. It's incomprehensible. I mean, keep in mind, I come from a producing background, a film production background. And so the kind of technology that is available now in order to do videos, and you can do whatever you want. And some of the times you do things that are really stupid and silly, but sometimes you do things that look extraordinary, and it's something, for me, as a hobby, it's terrific. And what I like is the kind of audience that I'm trying to get are sort of like, look, I mean, not to get too high a horse on it, but it seems to me that so many young men don't have a father figure in their lives, and they're raised by women, and so they wind up not knowing how to interact with women, which is the paradox, because, see, they're taught by women to act a certain way, but it's a way that most women do not like. Women don't like the nice guy. I mean, let me ask you, Daisy, why is that? Why is it that women, single mothers, and the society in general raises men to act in ways that turn off women? What's that about?
It's hard. I find that women who don't like the nice guys, which is a lot of women, are generally kind of unhappy in themselves. Like I'm the exception to the rule. I've never liked the bad boys. I've always liked the nice guys. And a lot of women are like that, but they're generally kind of happy, confident women. So women who raise their sons to behave in ways that most women are not going to like, I think it's a power trip. I think they do not like men intrinsically or resent them somehow, and so try to project what is essentially femaleness on their young men, and the boys just end up unhappy and dateless, but the women get to kind of have some sort of, I guess, validation that they're somehow in control. But it's a really weird complex. I've never quite understood it, but that's maybe the best explanation I can give.
Ethan, what do you think? Or are you silent because you've got Nora there?
No. Wait, what? So what do I think about what exactly? What, like, which part?
No, you zoned out. Don't tell me. What were you paying attention to?
I was reading the chat at the same time. So
what,
I mean,
what's the chat saying? What's chat saying? I can't do all these things at the same time. What's chat saying?
Well, some people are asking for more Ralph. I don't know if that's maybe just the ego talking.
Okay. Daisy, you and I are just gonna have to take a back seat. Let Ethan run the show. Yeah, clearly.
No, but which specific aspect? Which part?
I don't know. Tell us whatever.
You're talking about how great YouTube is. I mean, that's not really. I have to be honest with you. I'm not too high on YouTube. At the moment,
no. My thinking is that the ban hammer is coming for all of us. We're all gonna get banned. Okay, because YouTube is so hell-bent for leather on becoming like TV, So CRP should sunset himself. Ouch, that hurt my feelings. So this is what
maybe you should.
That hurt my feelings. Yeah, I should sunset myself. Damn. Okay, so this is what I'll do. We'll do super chats right now because there have been several, and then we're going to go to questions, comments, critiques from the Discord. Okay. So it's going to take me about a few minutes, just 3 minutes or so, to read the super chats, and then we'll go to questions. Guys in Discord, get ready. Okay, so Ken Weiler says, hi, Coach. After catching sexual assault accusations at Yale, did you end up going back or go straight into the workforce? Okay, I didn't go to Yale. I went to Dartmouth. And, I was accused in my first term at Dartmouth of sexual assault, which is very serious. And it was a lot like the Christine Blasey Ford situation. He said, she said. And the exact allegation was that I had tried to forcibly kiss somebody, which I don't quite know how exactly that is even an assault if you try but presumably fail to do something. But anyway, I was suspended for 3 terms. And the evidence was, all the evidence that could be proven was in my favor. And all the evidence that couldn't be, that everything that she said that could be shown to be a lie turned out to be a lie. And yet I was suspended for 3 terms. This is back in '91. So this regime of believing women at all costs, this isn't a thing of like the Me Too movement. It's been going on since forever. And it has to do, I think, with the whole issue of, frankly, Victorianism. So like the woman is always right, and why would she lie? And of course, and we all know that women are people, and they have interests and jealousies and angers and stuff like that too. Because the girl in question who made these accusations was a girl that I had hooked up with and then sort of like unceremoniously dumped. And that's a lesson. If you're going to dump somebody, do it very carefully, because you never know what's going to happen. Real Reasons says, thoughts got guy fired from his job. He then reported to the IRS. Oh, I didn't know that. So these Snapchat girls got him fired from his job, and then he reported it to the IRS. That's interesting. Rando Numba says, repeal the 19th immediately. Interesting thought. Psychotic Cognition 100 says, what's up, everybody? Hey, Coach, do you still watch Diversity in Comics? And if you do, what do you think about Comicsgate as it stands now? Diversity in Comics is a channel that does like 2-3 videos per day on the comic book industry or reviewing comic books and what have you. I don't follow him religiously. I just sort of like keep him on my feed, sort of like to see what's going on. And yeah, I understand that there's like a big suit going on. between Mark Wade and Ethan Van Sciver. Rekieta Law, Nick Rekieta is following that. He's really the guy you should follow to follow that particular case. And it seems like Diversity in Comics, Zach, he's launched his comic book series. It seems to be doing gangbusters. Good on him. I mean, congratulations. I wish him nothing but the best. The comics book gate thing is sort of like Gamergate, and it's sort of like something like a shockwave going through all of media, which is basically that you have people who are social justice warriors who have an agenda, trying to impose that agenda on an art form and just ruining that art form. We've seen it in comic books, we've seen it in games, we're seeing it in films. You know, the last Star Wars was a complete fucking disaster, right? And I came from publishing. I saw the thing in publishing back in the 90s, how SJWs just rolled up publishing and eviscerated serious literature. So, you know, it's the way of the future. So anyway, let me quickly go over to the Discord and just bring some people on. And I'm just going to go at random here. Let me see, Kool-Aid Man. I'm going to bring in Kool-Aid Man and... Hello, Kool-Aid Man. Unmute yourself. Hello, Kool-Aid Man.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? What's up?
Hey.
What's your hot...
Kool-Aid Man?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up? Tell us what your comment, question, what have you.
I want to see what Coach thought about MGTOW and how is that different from Red Pill?
Okay, good question. Thanks, Kool-Aid Man. Guys, what do you think of MGTOW versus Red Pill? Ethan, I'll throw that question to you first.
Well, I mean, I'm married, obviously, so I guess I kind of rejected the MGTOW thing. But I mean, if that's what people, if that's what people want to do, I do see the merits of the argument, not getting trapped in a marriage or, having a kid with somebody who ends up dumping you and forcing you to pay them money for the rest of your life or whatever, 20 years. Mm-hmm. So I can see the merits of it, but personally, I didn't go that way. I went another way, to use the MGTOW phrase.
Yeah, you cucked out. You cucked out. Daisy, what do you think of the whole MGTOW movement?
Look, I don't have much to say about it, other than I understand it totally. Mm-hmm. How men could feel like that. I think it's a shame that a lot of men seem to feel like that, and obviously something's gone quite wrong in society to push men in that direction. But look, if that's what you want to do, then that's what you want to do, and good luck to you. And I hope it makes you happy. That's really probably all I can say on MGTOW.
Yeah, I pretty much agree that the fact that MGTOW exists, because there's no question that a lot of men have been seriously abused by the system, and this bias towards women in a lot of divorces and family custody situations where, again, there's sort of like this Victorian notion that women can do no wrong, which we all know is not true, because women are people, and there are good people, decent people, and there are awful people, irrespective of their sex. So I feel saddened for the fact of MGTOW to be so organized as it is and to exist. I think personally that there are times in your life, in a guy's life, when it's smart to be MGTOW. To especially in your like 20s and 30s when you're building your career, sometimes it's just smarter to just be like a monk and focus on your career and focus on building resources and your place in the world. That's understandable. If you haven't found a woman who can be your partner, your helpmeet on that journey, on that adventure, sure, no question. But the idea of being MGTOW forever, I question that, because I think that as a man of 50, I can say that the greatest satisfactions I've gotten are now with children, the children of my own. It's just enormously satisfying. Everything from the big moments, like when they were born and all the rest of it, to the little moments. I mean, there's nothing lovelier than coming home. And I got these two little goblins running up to me and saying, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, you're home." It's terrific. It gives you such a sense of happiness, right? Because they are truly happy to see me. It's not like oh God, here he comes. Oh, but we have to be happy to see him. Okay, let's get all the hi. You know, it's not like that at all. They are genuinely happy. They live second to second, moment to moment, and their emotions are genuine and real and true. If you go MGTOW, you deprive yourself of that possibility. Okay, and that's just, it seems to me kind of tragic. You know. Also, I think that a lot of guys who go MGTOW, who have been burned by women, sort of like went into their relationships with women on a very naive basis. Again, that Victorian notion that women can do no wrong and they're these perfect princesses, instead of taking them as people. I think that is a little bit of the source of the problem. To think that women are these perfect princesses on a pedestal. I think it's a mistake, but yeah. So, sorry about that. I hope that answered your question, Kool-Aid Man. Let me do another. Kravyada. Hey, Kravyada, how's it going? Hello. Hello, Kravyada. What's up? Kravyada? Well, I'll catch you later because it doesn't seem to be working. Peter, Mexico. Peter, Mexico, how's it going? Hello? Oh, man.
I'm starting to feel my pain, Coach.
Oh, yeah. This is not working. Yeah, 2 for 2. Okay, let's try the third one. Come on, Spacebird. I'm bringing you in. Spacebird. Are you there? Hello, Spacebird.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey,
second.
How's it going?
It's going pretty okay. I just wanted to comment. The thoughts should be audited if they want to be.
Is it went from audit the Fed to audit the thoughts? Is that what we're...
Mexico, and also where should young men go? Young men in the United States go for industry purposes nowadays?
Oh, the industry. Let's go backwards. The industry question of where to go for industry, I don't know. I mean, I'm personally a fly by my seat over the pants kind of guy. I just go wherever the things are interesting, you know. So I wouldn't know. That I can't answer. What do you guys think of the caravan situation?
I mean, I think it's basically a foreign invasion on our southern border, and they should be repelled. That's what I think.
Pretty much the same.
Yeah, I agree. I think I can't believe how the media is actually defending them and acting like they're sort of a bunch of angels, you know, coming in with the best of intentions. No, they're not. They're illegal immigrants. We don't know what they want. A lot of them are, you know, have shown that they're aggressive and willing to do anything. So I think they need to be held off at all costs and not given any leniency.
Yeah. Hey, you know, the Braving Ruin's here. I'm going to ask him if he wants to join.
All right, that'd be good.
Yeah, because Braving Ruin is a YouTube figure from our neck of the woods who sort of like went underground. He left the internet, all of the internet, but he's sort of like hanging around in the background, and I'm seeing if he wants to get back on. Now, about the migrant caravan, I think yeah, it's an invasion, and yeah, whatever the fuck. I don't quite understand it, and oh, hang on a second, he doesn't even know. Sorry about this. I'm telling him to hop on. How do I know I'm? Okay, so anyway, sorry about that. I'm so disorganized with this thing, and this is a live stream. This is the second live stream I've done in a long time, and the first one where I'm deliberately trying to interact with people, with audience members. And it's incredibly difficult. How the hell, Ethan, did you manage to do it? I mean, how? I can't do it.
It's just something you kind of get the hang of. And even then, I mean, a lot of times there's tech issues or somebody's muted. Now, I mean, I understand, too, because a lot of times, you know, you might be waiting for 30 minutes or longer by the time I get to you because there's a lot of people calling in and we're trying to cover other stuff, too. And when we finally bring you in, you're doing something or you didn't know you're supposed to be unmuted. And I don't know. That stuff's always going to pop. I mean, that shit happens on radio, too, like if you listen to talk radio a lot. So it's just part of the ball game. You kind of have to get used to it, I guess.
Yeah, because I find it extraordinary because at first, you know, as a guest, I just show up and talk a little bit. And, you know, you guys are running the show with Zidane and Gator. And so I'm like, oh, you know, I don't have to worry about anything except making a little bit of sense while I'm on the topic of whatever is being discussed, right?
But this is just fucking hard. But anyway, something else I wanted to talk to you about. Godwinson made a video about me. Did you see it?
I did not see it. Well, I saw about 2 or 3 minutes of it.
Yeah, 50-minute video.
Yeah, it's 50 minutes. Like, look, a 50-minute video. I'll probably skim through it. I mean, if it's 50 minutes, I'm probably going to be watching like Man in the High Castle or something. That's what I've been trying to get through lately. But yeah, I did see part of it. What did you think of it? Have you seen the whole thing?
Yeah, I did see the whole thing this morning, as a matter of fact.
Well, it was about you, so I figured you'd probably already see the whole thing. What did you think?
because well, it's important to see everything because whenever anything is about me, I have to see it. It's the most important thing. But no, what happened was that Daisy doesn't know. See, I have a second channel, the shit stream, which is basically a stream where I just talk about the scene, the YouTube scene. Because on my main channel, I try to stick to just the topics that I think are interesting to me and to the audience, right? But in the shit stream, I just, bullshit and talk about the different players and what have you. And what happened was that I talked about Godwinson. I did a little video about him because he went away. Now, Godwinson is this very interesting figure. He's this young man, Brit, smart, educated. You can pretty much tell by the accent that he's kind of like upper class, right? And he is a very astute observer of the scene, and he does these delightful little videos that are very funny, sometimes very creepy. Like, Ethan, remember the one about NEETs? That was seriously disturbing video. Remember that one?
I do remember that. And the one he did, the last one I saw of his, what was that guy's name? Something 666. I forgot the guy's name, but he was a pretty strange character,
Yeah, a little bit too much for me, to tell you the truth. I couldn't quite take that video. It just sort of like crossed that line of just beyond a little weird, right? But anyway, Godwinson is this very smart guy, but he sort of like, he's on the scene and then he shuts down his channel and just disappears for a few weeks or a couple of months even. And then he comes back and he doesn't plant both feet on one side or the other. I just invited Braving Ruin to join us, right? And Braving was like, nah, I'm happy to listen to your live stream, but I'm not going to join. Because, he made up his mind that he's going to be an observer of the scene, but he's not going to participate. He's not going to plant both feet into the scene. He's just going to watch, which is fine, which is a perfectly respectable position. But Godwinson is sort of like, he's like a moth to a flame. He wants to be on stage, and yet he doesn't, He wants to go in and be like at the center of attention and be like, but at the same time, he's sort of like, no, and he runs away. And I think that what it is that he's scared that, there are the peaks and troughs of every YouTuber's career, trajectory, what have you. And I think that he's scared of the troughs. And so I did a video calling him out and saying that he should be a little, he should just grow up and just shit or get off the pot. You know what I'm saying? And he did, and my video was about 5 minutes long, and he did a 50-minute video response to it. I hope he took it to heart, and I hope he's watching now or watches it at some point later, because to Godwinson, and sorry to do this right now on you guys, but to Godwinson, my notion is you could be anything you want to be. Okay, it's not just you made your video just about YouTube, and it's not just YouTube. It's everything in your life. You could be anything you want to. But you just have to make up your fucking mind. Just decide that you're going to be something and then be that thing or do that thing. But don't dither so much, because my suspicion is it's not just in YouTube. I think it's in all of his life. And I think that's why the video was 50 minutes long, his response video, was because I think that I think some of the things that I speculated about hit a little bit closer to home than he anticipated, or I anticipated, quite frankly. So, I think that he could be a great guy. I mean, a very successful man in anything he does, but he's just got to, shit or get off the pot, Sorry about that. That was... To Daisy, Daisy has this beautiful look of complete confusion. So, sorry about that. That's like in our lore. What were you saying? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, I'm interested in it because I've only been on YouTube for like the past 5 months, and it's only in the last couple of months that I've been getting some traction. So I'm grasshopper. I'm interested. I didn't even know there was a YouTube scene. So I'm fascinated. I don't apologize at all. I'm very interested.
Well, it's really interesting that you hadn't noticed that there's a scene or how could I play it? It's
quite bizarre because there are some YouTubers who stay away from the scene altogether, and very big ones and very successful ones, like Black Pigeon Speaks, like Shoe on Head and Armored Skeptic. They're sort of like marginal to the whole scene. They exist and they do very well, but they don't socialize. They don't really interact with other players on the scene. Whereas Ethan and myself and Godwinson and Jim, you know Jim, Mr. Metokur, right?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
You've heard of him. You don't know him.
No. Tell me who he is.
Oh, Ethan, you gotta help me out here. She's a babe in the woods here, you know.
Mr. Metokur, well, I mean, how could I describe him succinctly, Coach? I don't know. He's been around for a long time. I guess almost 10 years now.
Well, he's a MGTOW. He's a MGTOW. Diehard mentor.
No, I
don't. Total woman hater, you know. But he's the sex slave of this little Asian woman, you know, and awful things happen to her. I'm kidding.
Jim, he just makes funny videos, and I've always enjoyed his content since I first came in contact with it, probably about 2014, with a little event called Gamergate. That's where. Now he's been around a lot longer than that, but I first came into contact with him back then. So.
Oh, okay.
Well, Jim, Mr. Metokur, before it was called the Internet Aristocrat, and he was the one who really sort of like made some videos that set out what was going on insofar as Gamergate, and was instrumental in creating the dividing lines, the battle lines, as to what was actually going on. Because there was like a lot of confusion, a lot of interaction going on, and people not quite clear as to what was the overall narrative, what was the shape of the battlefield, if you will. And in the middle of Gamergate, Jim, who was then called the Internet Aristocrat, he made a series of videos called The Quinspiracy, or Conspiracy Theory.
Not even the middle, basically the beginning of Gamergate. So
yeah.
But
he was instrumental in being that defining that figure who defined everything so that everybody knew what was going on. And those videos are actually very, very good. I mean, they hold up today very well. Because you get a very clear sense of what was going on at the time, and sort of like stepping back and having like a macro perspective on the situation. It's really interesting. And
he was also ahead of the game and saying that all this is gay, and he left. I see him in the chat as well. He says, "My AI bot given to me by Monday Matt has alerted me to my name being said." So there.
Oh, he's in chat. Tell him to hop on.
Yes. Oh, well, I mean, I don't. I mean, if he wants to hop on, sure.
Yeah, tell Jim to hop on. I'd love to have him. I haven't interacted with him in like the longest time.
I think the last time you did was actually on my program.
When I said that he wasn't artistic enough?
Yes.
Yeah, because I said that Jim wasn't artistic enough in his videos, and that he had to do more art in his videos, and he took offense to that.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, being artistic in videos is fun, you know. But then some people aren't. You know, everyone's got their own unique style. So yeah. No, it's interesting hearing about all the different YouTubers. Like I'm still really learning the whole, because it is a whole nother world. This online world. You've got the tangible world, and then what goes on in the online sphere, which is getting more and more pronounced. The more social media continues to explode. So I'm listening here, going, what? I'm fascinated by it. It's really, really interesting.
Yeah, because on the one hand, it seems to me that the online world is trivial and ephemeral and not important. But on the other hand, the things that you're doing online, on the one hand, do have an impact on what people think, and they also have a very severe detrimental impact on your reputation going forward. You know, it's actually a double-edged sword. I mean, one little tweet can destroy your life. Remember that woman who went to South Africa and did that silly joke about AIDS in Africa, and her career was ruined?
Yeah. I was thinking of exactly that incident as you were talking about that. It was literally a one tweet, a couple of characters. She got off the plane and her life was in ruins. And that's scary that can happen. And it's got progressively worse because people are putting so much stock now in social media. So, you know, I used to think that the online world was, it's just like, it's sort of irrelevant, but it's kind of not nowadays, because Like, employers can just Google your tweets from 5 years ago, and if you've said something remotely edgy, well, then you're fired or you don't get a job. It's little things like that to large-scale things like making a joke about AIDS and not having a job or friends or anything anymore. You know, I used to think that, oh, Facebook, you know, whatever, it's like, you know, it's for teenagers. No, it's not. Neither is Twitter. You got to be really, really careful of what you say, because the information spreads so fast, aside from anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, too, is that humor especially is lost or can be easily twisted around to be used against you as a cudgel. And like the AIDS joke, it was a bad joke, big fucking deal. I mean, how many times have we made a bad joke? I've made 20, you know, in just the space of this stupid stream, right? So I don't get it. Or let me rephrase that, I do get it. And I think it's a nasty habit. And I think it's how can I put this? I don't want to sound like an us and them kind of guy, but it seems to me that a lot of the leftists are especially prone to twisting jokes around to hurt people, as opposed to the conservatives who are, is it me or are we more forgiving in that? Or am I talking out of my ass?
No, I think conservatives are much more forgiving, and it's part of the fact that we don't kind of operate in a pack mentality, because conservatism is about the individual and individual potential, whereas being a leftist is all about towing the party line to the point where they will ditch friends of 20 years for expressing one wrong political view. And I would hate to live in that world. I think it would be awful. You'd just be unhappy and anxious all the time. But because conservatives believe in the individual, we know that individuals make mistakes. You know, we know that individuals make bad jokes. We know that individuals, you know, say things that can be misinterpreted. So we're more likely to kind of stand back and go, okay, you know, no, it's fine, we'll give you one. But the left will sometimes, in fact, a lot of the time, quite deliberately misinterpret things that their opponents say in order to damage them as much as possible, because they never attack the argument, they always attack the person. You know, the left's only argument is character assassination. Well, so I would totally agree with you.
Yeah, because the left doesn't have the arguments to win the debate.
No,
exactly.
That's the issue. You know? Exactly.
Yeah, but you know, I don't know.
I would say I'm probably a little more forgiving, but I'm also a fan of you know, playing by the same tactics the other side plays by. So a scalp for a scalp. Sometimes I do understand that as well.
That's an interesting point. I'm sorry, Daisy. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. It's kind of got to that point. I mean, I've started really mudslinging on social media much more than I used to. Like, before I was in, like, when I do. I've said some things on Twitter to people I don't like, but only if they go for me first. Like, that's my principle. I don't punch down unless someone is being awful. I always punch sideways or I punch up, and I only punch sideways if they said something about me first, because, you know, I think, you know what, you're a little bitch. I'm not going to let you get away with that. But I do that with a lot of feminists. Like, they're just awful people. But I used to not be like that. I came into this thinking, no, we're conservatives. We take the high ground. We don't do that. But I've realized these leftists are not innocent parties. They go out there and they deliberately try to ruin people. And if we kind of just sit back and let them do it, then we'll, you know, we just end up in the mud. So I've kind of softening my stance on that, I think.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, and by the way, the gentleman, Mr. Howell, has arrived, and it's a pleasure to see you, Mr. Howell. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. This is Jim, by the way. He's the MGTOW who's a sex slave to this Asian woman, and he lives in her basement, and he's been fortunate enough to join us now. Have you been?
Well, I couldn't go my own way if I was a sex slave, though.
No, clearly not. You can't.
I'd have to be masturbating angrily on a Sunday night to be a MGTOW. What are you talking about?
How have you been, man?
I've been doing good. How about yourself?
Well, trying to master the tech of this OBS shit and failing miserably at it. And
I see you walking around like you're on Adderall, just back and forth like an old man at a fucking nursing.
Yeah, totally. No, but what about you? What's happened with the fun streams?
I've kind of taken the week off. I got punished on Twitter for making a joke about suicide that they didn't like, so I was like, whatever.
Okay,
I went and played video games. I don't fucking care.
No, but well, no, you do care. I mean, if you didn't care, you wouldn't be on Twitter, now would you?
No, you're asking about the streams.
Oh yeah. Well, the streams. What happened with the streams? Yeah, just
yeah. No, I'll eventually hop over to Stream Me. I mean, that's where I said I'm gonna go do stuff.
Yeah, because you figure that your days are numbered on YouTube, or what?
Well, no. I mean, I just figured it. What does it matter? I mean, I read off like an hour and a half's worth of aborted baby jokes for super chat, so I think I'm fine on YouTube. But Stream Me's kind of grown on me. I've been watching more and more of it. Mm-hmm. It's mostly really really small channels, but I kind of like it. I mean, they were better than DLive. I mean, they seem to be willing to put shit up and let people kind of do what they want, and I can watch Murdoch there, so that already makes it a better platform in my eyes.
Yeah, I love Murdoch, and I can't believe that. Well, I can believe that they'd never be allowed anywhere else except Stream Me, and where else are they allowed on? Apart from their own video, their own website, rather.
Yeah, I mean, they've got their own site to host it and stuff. But I mean, if people don't mirror it on YouTube, it's kind of either BitChute, if they can get it up there, or streaming service like Stream Me, is what I've seen.
Yeah. So anyway, I got to ask. So is the war with Sargon, is it still on, or are we on a hiatus, or a ceasefire? What is this? Is this North Korea, or is this like?
Is there a DMZ? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's a DMZ full of deviant fucking Romanians just lined up in between us.
Okay, what the hell happened
as everybody
there?
looks at their F list of fetishes? That's
what's
separating us.
Oh,
I missed out on the V lore. What happened there? Because I was away from it.
The dude likes fucking orcas. What can I say? I don't know. You gotta ask him about that.
Like fucking, like, what do you mean orcas? Like
I'm talking,
women?
let's go to SeaWorld and jump in the tank, and I'm going to fuck a blowhole until somebody arrests me, kind of banging orcas.
Okay,
yeah, I'll have to send you the link, Coach.
I don't know if you're being euphemistic or if this is actual.
No,
how's your lady guest doing? Is she enjoying this conversation?
I'm listening with awe and amusement to what is going on. I'm enjoying myself. It's all good.
You're in Australia. Aren't there actual orcas in the area around there? I'm not familiar with their territory.
The orcas, we got some of them. They're more kind of towards Antarctica than Australia. We get a lot of sharks. Okay. A lot of really big, deadly sharks that eat people semi-frequently. So I guess that they're like orcas, but with sharper teeth, more aggressive, and they're closer to land.
I'm not sure if V's into the shark thing, although he likes Vor, so maybe that would be something. Sure.
Maybe. No, it's a dangerous place, Australia. Like in terms of the kind of creatures we have here. Like you could die quite easily if you're out in the desert from any kind of snakes, because they all come out at night. It's a hazardous place to live, very much so.
Well, we're talking about V, who is the capo of Sargon. He's like his lieutenant. He's like this. Jim calls him a carrier pigeon, who just sort of like takes messages, because Sargon never like interacts directly with people. He rather has V go and interact for him in his stead. And the weird thing is that I think that we're all in agreement that V is actually smarter than Sargon and is a lot more sensible, but I missed out on this whole blowhole.
Well, see, I would have agreed with you that maybe he was smarter until he basically outed himself for paying for access to a hentai fucking Discord that translates Shota. So I don't know how clever he is. That was kind of a shooting yourself in the foot moment, if you ask me.
I caught a little bit of that. I didn't quite understand it. What is this porn? I'm kind of like afraid to ask, okay? Because I sort of like caught a bit of it, but I had other shit going on.
I don't know. I mean, I called him some funny things. He called me some funny things, and then somebody tweeted out and said, "Hey, this guy's showing up in our Discord asking for retweets in your internet slap fight," and they're like, "We don't know what any of this shit is." And it's this hentai Discord. You have to pay for access via Patreon, I think. Mm-hmm. And the Patreon's associated with a group that does like translations and hentai games, and some of their content is Shotokan. So
what is Shotokan?
It's like Lolicon, but little boys instead of little girls.
Oh God, no.
Jesus.
I don't know. And then the F-list thing dropped, so it's been a painful week for
The
V.
F-list thing? What's that?
I don't know what the site is, but it was a fucking account that looked like it could be his, that had a list of a lot of fetishes, orcas, and just well, Ralph, you went over this. Why don't you tell?
What? I mean, I can pull it up here. Some of the fetishes. Hold on, you have to click a special button.
I think Daisy, you're like,
I don't know. I'm
talking
not sure.
a lot more shit.
Lady, but a lot of
you're totally crimping our
style,
style.
proclivities and cum baths and stuff like that.
No. Look, you know, I believe in free speech. So if these are
Not
the things you guys want, if you want to talk about that, well, I'll listen and maybe I'll learn something. You never know.
There you go, Coach.
Good attitude. Good attitude. Okay, so what is it?
I sent you the link. I mean, look, there's a whole polar bears swallowing semen.
Oh my God! Holy shit! I'm in Ukraine. I'm
into anal sex receiving as well.
And I'm getting a warning if I really want to get into this shit. Oh my God!
Yeah, there's the link there, Coach. We did about an hour of it Friday.
Oh my God!
So how was and I saw people kind of talking about it. So how was the F-list account found anyway?
It was posted, and then I'd seen it for a couple days, and I didn't talk about it till Friday. I'm not sure how it was discovered originally, though. I just saw it posted,
But it was a thing where it wasn't logged into for like 3 months, right? I mean, that had been sitting up there for years and years and years.
Yeah, the account itself is like it's like 8 years old, I think. And it hadn't been logged in for like 2 or 3 months. Digital dragon, that's the species listed.
So is this like, do you think it's legitimately V's, or do you think is this kind of like his version of Monday Matt's Odin account?
I'm not. Look, I couldn't say for sure. It does. A lot of it lines up with him. I'll put it that way. And he did seem to get very upset on Twitter about it. And I remember he was on the Kill stream a few months back. I think you were on that program too, where he was just like, "Wow, I hope they really don't discover my real fetishes, mate." So I don't know. I mean, I couldn't say for sure, but it definitely lines up.
I think the orcas thing made me laugh. Like that. That's stuck in my fucking head.
What is like actual wanting to have sex with an orca? Oh my God! I'm such a boomer.
Can you picture a little Romanian man fucking a whale? Like, I'm sure it's obviously not banging an actual whale, but
that's
just
actually on his favorites list too. There's 3 different lists. There's favorites, yes, maybe, and no, and that's on his favorites, and it has a target. And I'm being informed that the target means that the person who made the account wrote the description on their own, and it says "big buff water studs, yes, please, anytime." Though natural equipment on them is a bit freaky. That's how it was described.
Now, when he's saying water studs, are we talking like a Bunty King thing where he wants to drink people's piss? Is that water sports? Is that what
oh God, what the Bunty thing? I didn't hear about that. That's new to me.
Yeah, you keep telling. I heard. I was watching a little bit of the stream. You're talking about the scene, as you put it. You got to inform her of the scene involving an amazing amount of degenerates. Like, there's one dude named Bunty King. He's given multiple interviews talking about his love of eating piss, shit, and period blood. You got V that wants to fuck whales. You got what's the other one? Who was doing the lolicon debates for like?
Louis Laval.
Yeah, it's just it's a good look. It's a good look.
Yeah, and Daisy. All of these people are allied with Sargon. Okay, so I'm sorry. I just find
this. Like, what did I walk into?
Yeah, what did you?
No. What did I walk into? No, it's all right. I'm learning. I'm learning as I go.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Yes. That's what you say when you walk into a room with this kind of discussion going on. But I kind of find it shocking because look, I have to admit that porn is not like a big thing in my life in general. I figure that you only are into porn when you're not getting laid, quite frankly. But this kind of stuff is just beyond bizarre. I can't even imagine. I find it hard to believe that anybody would actually go to the trouble of imagining this weird shit. Okay, it's just I don't know. I guess I'm just naive. Sorry, I'm inarticulate. Please, somebody save me because I want to talk about anything else except this stuff. But
why don't we talk about the Worski Tonka fight?
Oh yeah, the fight that's never going to happen. Sure,
I want to talk
about that.
No, it's both. It's signed. They both signed the contracts. Me and Worski have a place rented out in Knoxville. That's going to be the fight HQ there. And I won't reveal everything, but I'm under the understanding that there is a backup plan in case Tonka doesn't show up. So.
Oh, it's going to be you and Andy are going to go toe to toe?
No, I'm not going to go. I think that's against the terms of my probation. I'm not sure. I'll have to double check on that. But yeah, it does look like it's going to happen. At least I hope it does, because I already rented the place out. So
really, how much did it set you guys back, if you don't mind me asking?
So it was like, I went on Airbnb. It was like $612 for 4 days. Nice little condo there in downtown Knoxville.
$612 for 4 days. What are you guys, sleeping in a fucking shack?
No, it's really nice, actually. Airbnb, I don't know if you've ever used it, Jim, but there's a lot of good deals.
I'm not going to sleep in some motherfucker's apartment. No, I can't use Airbnb.
Well, a lot of times it's not a place, so it's not a, there's nobody else there. So a lot of times it's people who will have extra properties. Either they're trying to sell or they just have them as rental properties, and they'll put them up on Airbnb.
You're going to get some crazy meth head popping out of the closet on like day 2 who's going to fuck you. And it's going to be an uncomfortable story.
They have very good reviews. There are places that you can stay on there where you're actually in somebody's house while they're there, but I don't want to do that. So it's just like renting an apartment, basically. So
somebody in chat said you rented Venti's apartment. If you did, bring a fucking vacuum cleaner and something to clean the cat shit up with, because you're in for a treat.
No, it's nice. It's nice. I won't tweet out pictures of the place because you could probably easily find it, by reverse image search. But it's pretty nice. So.
Rawhide asks in the super chat. So is Ralph streaming the Donga fight? Are you going to be doing that?
It's my understanding they're actually going to have a pay-per-view thing. Now, okay. I'm going to be at the fight, basically in Warshi's corner. Mm-hmm. So if we're not doing some type of thing where we can stream it, we'll be doing some type of live programming there from the fight, where I'm like, I don't know if you've ever seen boxing on HBO back in the day, but the guy who comes in and gives his take in between rounds on what's happening, I might do something like that, but we'll see what happens. We'll definitely be doing a lot of programming there.
Okay, contracts were signed. Fine. Are there penalty clauses in that contract that if you don't? I don't
know. I mean, you can't reveal. It's got a non-disclosure agreement, so I can't.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, it's up to Worski knows about that. I don't. He hasn't told me anything about the contracts, because that would be against the rules. So I don't know anything about the contract.
Okay, I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, from what I understand, I think that Donga actually genuinely has some sort of issue that he was injured in such a way that if he does get injured again, he could wind up paralyzed. So it seems absurd that he would potentially expose himself to physical danger that could render him a quadriplegic. That seems crazy, but maybe his.
Well, I do know that he signed the contract, and traditionally there is some type of in contracts usually there's some type of penalty. I know that they're putting a lot of promotion into this, so I'm assuming that there probably is some type of penalty.
Jim, what do you think? You think it's going to happen?
Well, here's what I would have loved to have seen, or at least see going forward from Andy in particular.
Yeah.
I'd like him to do his fight montages in a wheelchair, so he could put Donga at ease, that they're on even footing. I shouldn't say footing because his legs don't work. That they're on even asses.
Even wheels.
I did it again when they crawl into the ring to fight each other. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. It's weird that Donga wouldn't put up a promo picture like Worski did.
That was strange.
I mean, there he is, flexing it. There's his pale Canadian ass flexing for the camera. He's ready to fucking do it. Signed the contract, sent him in, got him all done. I don't know. Donga's gone on and about, he's not internet people. He'll fight anybody. Fighting in real life's the greatest shit on earth. So he's going to look like a massive fucking fag if he doesn't show up.
That's my whole point. Like, he has to do it, right? Like, I mean, what will be his excuse after, a year, straight of talking about let's fight in real life, and then even this fight, he's saying I'm gonna just destroy Andy. He has no chance. Saying that over and over again. You can't not show up, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe
he has to show up. And then somebody was saying that he wanted me to bet my channel on this.
Yeah,
that's what I heard. Yeah. And yeah, I think that you're remiss not to have done so, Jim. That you should bet your channel, of course.
Well, here I'll tell you what,
Stupid.
Donga. I'm willing to bet my channel. If you win, I'll delete it. It doesn't matter to me. But if Andy wins, you have to put on a fucking dress and lipstick and walk up and down the boulevard after the fight, telling people that you're a fucking $2 whore and you got your ass kicked by a cokehead.
Yeah,
And I want that filmed and put on the internet. I mean, you're so tough, right? You're not worried about losing or anything, so you put a fucking dress on like the pretty girl you are and walk up and down the boulevard like a whore, won't you?
Oh, good God.
That's my counteroffer.
Yeah,
if he's willing to do that, I'll put my channel up. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I would. I'd spring for the lawyers to make that contract happen because yeah, I definitely want to see that. I don't think that it's going to happen. I mean, I think it's all bullshit. I just think it's fucking gay to have a fucking real life fight. It's stupid. Okay, that's the whole point of the internet, that you're supposed to fight with your words to sound incredibly pompous, but no, that's basically it, right? I don't know.
But wait, you don't want to see this? Come on, it's folly. I mean, it's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting caught up. I've watched a lot of fights and boxing matches over my lifetime. Maybe I'm getting caught up in the hype, but I mean, at this point, I was very bearish on it for a while, saying it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Now that the contracts are signed, I've went all in on it, so I'm very excited. Hopefully it takes place.
Hey Daisy, could you be like the little the girl with the card, between the rounds? You should go to there. You'd clean up. Yeah, it would be great.
Well, I don't know
sorry,
if I have the physique for that. It's a very particular type of woman with a very particular build who's able to do that. But thank you. I take that as
take it as a compliment.
I am actually, fellas, unfortunately going to have to bow out, and you will love why I have to do it. I have to cook a roast. I have to cook a roast for having friends over for dinner, and I've seen the time, and I need to put it on and chop the vegetables and do all sorts of womanly things. Okay. But thank you so much for having me, though. This was really, really fun. It was educational. It was fun. It was a good chat, and I really hope we can do it again. It was great to meet you guys, and thank you, Coach. We'll speak to you soon. Okay, bye.
Bye. Is she out? Yeah.
I think the whale thing.
I think
only took me saying faggot, talking about eating shit, and that was like 10 minutes. That's a good record.
Yeah. I think that
she was very polite about it, though.
Oh yeah. Well, she's a polite young woman. I think the world of her, to tell you the truth. I think that her content is really great, and so definitely go check out her content. I put the link in the description below. So anyway, this fucking thing with Donga, he's a fucking idiot. I'm wondering about Godwinson. I want Godwinson back because he did that fucking video on me and he refuses to release it. And I want to see it. I want to see what the little shit has to say about me. Yeah. Or am I being too egotistical? Oh, well, why not? Yeah. But what's up with Godwinson? Why isn't he back? Did you, Jim, see that video that he made?
No, but I mean, I know Godwinson will make a channel, put stuff up, and then kind of recede into the background and kind of do that like once every 3 to 6 months. Yeah. And it's kind of standard practice.
Yeah, I wish he'd just stay on the scene because I like the continuity of it. But anyway, what Donga and what other gay shit is going on? Because we've been going on for an hour and 20, I think. So sorry to interrupt. I got to do super chats because I've been remiss on the super chat issue. So let me do that really quick. Let me see. Wow, a lot of super chats. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. So is Ralph streaming the Donga fight? You guys they're gonna do a pay-per-view. Jackie Chun says, coming from a single mother, it's partly internal, like emotional instability, criminality, and then you learn female behaviors which make working with male environments difficult. Well said. Priyanshu Chatterjee, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, Priyanshu. Coach, like your YouTube activities. Keep them up. Thank you, Priyanshu. Timothy Hazelow, Daisy, are you coming to America ever? I would love to hear you speak, meet you, and learn from you. You're awesome. Okay, Timothy. I'll pass that message along. Roman Vidyayev, is the universe infinite or finite? I understand that it is finite, though expanding. Mechaflare O, 148 quack quack. Well said. Roman Vidyayev, I like turtles. Me too. Timothy Hazelow, he sexually identifies with whales? Maybe the fat acceptance feminist types are for him. Good point, Timothy. And an unnamed source, Kitty Style is a Danish pole smoker. That is too obscure for me, but well said. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you very much to the super chatters. And you guys there, or am I left alone?
No, I'm still here. I'm just watching the restream. Now, Coach, you're going to let the restream go on, aren't you? Because I know one guy in the call that's got an issue with that.
What?
No, I might as well talk about that. They thought I wanted it taken down. I did not. I told them the next day to restore it, so it's back up.
Oh, what's the lore on that? What's that?
Some people thought I had the stream.
Give us the lore on that, Ralph. What happened?
Well, the streaming people thought that they were just like re-streaming my stream with nothing added to it. I guess they're a little protective, so they took the restream down, and then the next day I saw that it had been taken down, and I messaged them and I said just let them do what they want, and they restored the channel and everything, so they're back.
There you go. I just like to say publicly, you can restream my shit anytime you like. I'm a good guy. All right, Caesar over here, that's why he got stabbed. All right, he's always starting to kill people.
It got restored because of me. I don't get any credit for that anyway. But yeah, they're back and it's all good. So
okay, and I don't have anything to say to that. What else have been going on? This is kind of like winding down. I suck as a stream host. I'm just really awful at it. I'm just not. I'm not a very interesting stream host, and I don't quite know how to do it and how to make it funny. And I always admire other people's streams, and my own are just sort of like, yeah. The only thing I sort of am good at right now as of late is the whole shit stream videos. I'm enjoying those. Those are a lot of fun. Oh, and I'm enjoying Kraut and his history lessons. That's been very interesting. Let me ask you something, guys. Why doesn't he just quit? Poor fella.
Oh, he's never going to quit. You're talking about Kraut?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's not going to quit. He's walked through the flames. He's had his little baptism by fire. Now he wants to play.
He loses subscribers every time he posts a video, and his videos get fewer and fewer views each time he posts. What exactly is he trying to win? What is there to be won, quite frankly?
He's just trying to prove the point that you can't drive him off the internet at this. That's what this is all about right now with him.
Oh man, that motherfucker is just insane. And the thing is that the stupid videos that he makes about history are about as dumb as the ones that he made about biology. I mean, I don't know anything about biology.
I haven't watched any of them. I know he's doing World War II shit, right? Camps and stuff.
Yeah.
Ralph, have you seen any of this shit?
I saw he did a video. Was it yesterday on the Allied bombings were justified?
Yeah.
I didn't actually watch it, but I saw that he put it out, and I know his subs keep dropping, and pretty soon looks like he's on the path below 100K, which according to the Discord leak is really fucking with him mentally. So hopefully that happens soon.
Yeah. Apparently the thought that he'll cross the 100,000 mark, which I personally think is trivial. I mean, it was funny. And Jim, thanks for putting up Susan in your last Sunday Fun Day. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, it was fucking hard to do.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it. Matt needs the piss taken out of him more. I mean, that was some good stuff.
No, it was hard to do that performance, to tell you the truth, because I kept cracking up, and it was just really just hard. A couple of times you can spot that I was sort of laughing because I couldn't keep it in. But yeah, and the light was fading, and it was like a whole nightmare to shoot that fucker. But I'm so glad that it fit with Whitney Houston. It's just Kino experience. That's what I loved about it. But about
such a great song too. Man.
Yeah, it is actually.
I actually watched it on the way to Baltimore and almost drove off the road because I was laughing so hard. So it was good stuff.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. But no, about poor Kraut. He did a video, the one that he was talking about historicism and historiography and shit like that, and he was talking about Voltaire, and and he's saying about Voltaire's opinion about the French Revolution, right? Which is impossible because Voltaire died a decade before the French Revolution. So how the fuck could he have had an opinion about the French Revolution if he was safely dead? And it was just that kind of level of mistake, and it was just so laughable. And I understood now why JF had gotten such a huge kick out of his videos on biology, because I'm incompetent in biology. I don't know a thing about biology, right? And so I just took, when Kraut did his videos, I sort of it seems logical, some of the shit, but, JF really knew what he was talking about. Insofar as history and the stuff that he's talking about, which was my specialty, I can say unequivocally, he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He was just talking all kinds of bullshit, you know. And even the guy who ordered the bombing of Dresden, Curtis LeMay, even he said that if the Allies had lost the war, he would have been going to the gallows and hanging for war crimes for having done Dresden, right? I mean, the guy who did it thought that it was a war crime, okay? And Kraut doing his thing, it's just like, what is there to be won? I just don't understand that. I mean, like, I don't know.
He constantly talks about shit he doesn't know anything about. That's something that gets me. Like, and there's no shame in not knowing everything or about a topic, but like, why do you keep doing videos about stuff you have not even really a baseline knowledge of? It's kind of baffling, but
well, actually, you know what? Let me take that back. I do think I saw part of one of his initial World War II videos. Mm-hmm. Didn't he go to like a Holocaust camp?
Yeah, I saw part of that one.
Yeah, but like there's no stabilization, so like it's shaking all over the fucking place as he's walking through this, and it's just I saw like 2 minutes of that, and it's like I'm done. This is where I hit out.
No, they're going to the concentration camps, and see, there's nothing to be learned by going to the concentration camps, quite frankly. I mean, you know, so if you go, you better shoot like good material. I mean, you're going to use it while you're going to have a voiceover, right? But like shaky footage of a concentration camp, what are you going to get out of it? You're not going to learn anything there because it happened 70 years ago. Anything to be learned from that is you can find it online or in textbooks or what have you. So you're only going there for the images. So if the images suck, what's the point? I don't get it. I don't get the man. Well, actually, I do get the man. He's living on his mother's dime, building models all day, sniffing that the modeler's glue all day, and doing fucking nothing with his life. Jesus Christ! And he's 29 fucking years old. Get a fucking job, for crying out loud. I mean, geez, I find it incredibly frustrating. But yeah, and I think that he's starting to have like crazy ideations, to tell you the truth. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like planning on like, you know, having his revenge on his enemies or some shit like that. But like,
you think he's gonna go full Shadowley Strangler? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, really? You see
yeah, I'm
going out there and teaching people liberalistism the hard way?
Yeah. Yeah. I do think so. I think that he's going in that direction. That he's going to. I genuinely believe that he's going to be going so insane, especially when he cracks the 100,000 mark, in the wrong direction, of course. I think that he's going to go so out of his fucking mind that he's going to start thinking that he should, direct action in the real world, you know, and he's going to justify it to himself with all kinds of weird, nonsense shit. But yeah, I think that. I mean, I don't know if you guys think that I'm full of it, or I'm.
Well, yeah, he's in. I don't know. Is he like in Germany or Austria? I mean, there's not really much to lash out at in real life there, though. It's pretty hard leftist, isn't it?
Well, I personally think that he might show up at my door. I honestly do.
I was going to bring that up, Coach. You keep making these predictions. If anybody he'd want to lash out at, it'd probably be you.
Yeah,
so.
I actually said so in one of my shitstream videos. I know that it sounds paranoid. I'm not a paranoid person. But I genuinely believe that he might flip his shit and hop on a plane to Ukraine and show up here and God knows what. I am not kidding. Yeah, and I don't have a problem saying it. And I don't have a problem if people think that I'm paranoid or out of my mind or something. But yeah, I get the vibe that the guy's going to lose his shit, especially as people start peeling away from him. Because I think that by this point, a lot of his followers, a lot of his little coterie, they must think that he's out of his fucking mind, for crying out loud.
Well, how fucked up would you be if there's a knock on your door and you go to answer it and there's just a trout laying there? Like, is that going to send you into like a fucking tizzy? Like,
tizzy law. Yeah, tizzy law. That would be fucking funny. I mean, that would actually be kind of witty if he left a trout there. Yeah, What would I do with the trout?
Red Pill sleep with the fishes is a...
Yeah, exactly. If he left a trout at my doorstep, well, I'd probably, fry it first, and then I'd be like thinking, so man, I'd film it, Oh man, that would be fucking funny. Actually, I might make a video about it, It would be fucking funny, yeah. But no, I think that...
Just filming a guy running in and out of the forest in construction worker outfit with fish in his hands. Yeah.
Yeah, and Ray-Bans, Wayfarers, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like the whole skeptic.
40 fucking cigarettes in his mouth. Yeah, a pot of coffee.
Oh, poor crowd. It's that I have to admit that there's something grand about the self-destruction of a man's life like that. Okay, I find it just hypnotic. I can't look away at this point. You know, and
it's so fucking self-inflicted with him, though. I mean, it's the group that he runs with, it's Shitrat and the others that fuck up. Well, one, that he makes them do gay ops because they brought him into it, but two, that always fuck his gay ops up. Like, he'd be so much more successful, I think, on his own trying gay ops than he would with this group of fucking screw-ups. I'll never understand it. I don't know why he tolerates their fucking complete and utter repeated failures.
Well, no, it's that the guy's fundamentally dumb. You know, I mean, that was my mistake about him. I thought that he was like a clever guy, just misdirected. And it took me a long time to realize, no, he's just stupid. He's just a the low IQ. Yeah, exactly. The low IQ. That's it. And so somebody stupid like that, yeah, he's going to do all kinds of stupid shit, you know, and surround himself with the wrong kind of people who just manipulate him or use him or abuse him as they see fit, you know, including Shitrat. Yeah. What's happened with Shitrat? Is he transitioning yet or what?
Davina? I don't know. It's probably, you know, it's going to be a while till he can get that dick chopped off. It's still problematic for him. But one day soon. I gave him a year, and I said that about a month ago. So he's got about 11 months before the transition happens. But it's coming. I know it's coming.
I mean, you're unironic, I take it.
I'm absolutely unironic. That's the kind of dude that's going to become a tranny to use that as a shield for criticism. Yep, that is absolutely what he's going to do.
Good God. Chopping your dick off. I mean, how can I put it? Troll shielding by chopping your dick off. That's a little extreme.
Well, he's playing catch up. This is shit SA was doing back 5-6 years ago. This is weird Twitter shit. But now he's, I guess, struck upon the same idea that, oh my God, if I become a super PC liberal tranny, I can get away with fucking anything. And I guarantee he's going to go that route.
Ethan, what do you think?
He hangs around with a ton of trannies too. Yeah, I mean, to me it seems likely. Yeah. And I mean, like I said, he surrounds himself with all these trannies. It looks like he's already becoming one if you just take a look at his physical transformation as well. So, and he had that big long, I think this was in the summer. He had a long tweet thread. I don't know if Jim remembers this, where he's like questioning his sexuality and he's talking about all this discovery he's went through. And I think it's likely, yes.
Yeah, they feed each other with their delusion. When you get a group like that where one or two of them transition, they all start doing it. So Davina's hanging out with a bunch of people that this is the new thing, and Davina's going to do it. And what's the suicide rate again? 40%?
Yeah, something astronomical.
Yeah, half of them aren't going to make it back. So it's a coin flip, David. I don't know if you want to take that risk.
Actually, I think that Shitrat is kind of like a cockroach in that regard. He'll survive it, you know. In 5 years or something, he'll detransition or whatever they're calling it. But I'm just wondering if he'll like chop it off before he detransitions. You know what we should do? We should basically start saying to them, you know, if you haven't chopped it off, you're not a real tranny, and you're transphobic for not chopping it off. See if that will get him in the direction we want him to go.
Your penis is cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You need to get rid of it if you really truly believe in the cause.
You think he'd fall for it?
They already tell each other that. So he's being fucking wined and dined on that kind of messaging.
Oh God, I just can't believe it. But I read recently, unfortunately I don't have the link on hand, chat, maybe you guys can help me out, that there's like this article, this study that's coming out that a lot of girls are transitioning, are becoming transsexuals because of basically group dynamics of just hanging out together and just convincing themselves in a closed bubble that they should transition, that it's a good idea. And these girls, like groups of between 5 and 10 girls, wind up sort of like egging each other on. Because one of the things that they've discovered is that the group that is most heavily transitioning are teenage girls, you know, between the ages of 15 and 23. What?
It's the same shit that, you know what this is? It's the same shit that happened in the 80s and 90s where chicks would be bisexual when they were in college. You know what I mean? It was the phase they went through.
That was sexier. Yeah. I'd bang a lesbian. I wouldn't bang a girl transitioning.
But it's the same fucking shit.
Yeah.
It's the in trendy thing to do. And then they fall out of it once they leave fucking college and aren't, you know, taking beer bong hits while the fucking quarterback fucks them in the ass on a pool table.
Yeah, but here's the thing. See, if you go lesbian, if you're some 18-year-old co-ed, right, and away from home for the first time and go lesbian, see, it doesn't render you sterile, but transitioning does. And this is serious shit. All these hormone replacement treatment drugs, what have you. Sorry about that. They render you sterile. Okay, both sexes, by the way. I mean, this is some serious shit that you're fucking with. This isn't like dropping acid or some shit like that. This is like really permanent. And I feel...
You should take a look at Games Done Quickly. You can watch the progression of this happen to that group, right? They do speed runs and shit for charity money. It's like an event that happens, a couple times a year. But if you look over the last 5 years, it started with like one tranny. But now it's gotten to the point where they will eventually have dilation stations. There are so many of them. And they're put front and center. Like it spreads. It gets into the community and then it spreads.
Yeah.
Because they bring in more and then they influence others. And the next thing you know, everybody's Narcissa Wright. And they look like they've been beaten with a shovel and their hair is falling out.
No, I find it... Well, there's a reason that 40% of these poor people wind up killing themselves. But I'm kind of interested in the percentages insofar as people who truly weren't suffering from sexual dysphoria. Because we have to recognize that there are two classes of people right now. There are the people who truly have this problem, and I pity them, quite frankly. And then there are the people who are doing it for fashion's sake or for group dynamic's sake, that they're being literally pressured to remain fashionable and transitioning. How many of those are going to kill themselves? They have a term
for that. I mean, they call it trans-trender.
Yeah.
It's doing it for the social value of it.
Yeah. How many of those are going to wind up killing themselves?
I don't know. It depends on how committed they are. I mean, I think with Davina, it's not that he's a trans-trender. I don't know what you'd call it, but he's becoming it to shield himself from criticism. That there is a subsect of people that do that.
Trans-shield?
Trans-shield. I mean, it's kind of like Sargon did with claiming he was black. Like, I'm black, so you can't call me a racist. Well, I'm a tranny, you can't say I'm whatever.
Yeah, well, he was transracial. Yeah, I know. Oh God, that was fucking funny.
What y'all are saying with the social trends. I mean, there was a study that came out in late August on this, where it talked about teens and young adults who identify as LGBT. A lot of it's just peer pressure. So there was a whole study on that, and the person who did it caught a lot of shit over it because it was, their left-wing colleagues weren't too happy with it. So
I don't know. You guys been keeping up with TikTok?
Oh God, I'm afraid to ask. What is that?
I've gotten really interested in it. Like, at first I thought it was just going to be a shittier version of Vine. It's a Chinese-run company, kind of a mobile thing. You put up short-form videos. Mm-hmm. But they have like a really, I don't know how to explain it. It's a majority teenagers using it, but like there's some weird shit going on TikTok I can't really put my finger on, but I have a feeling TikTok more than Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube is going to play a big part in the upcoming election.
Did you see Boogie on there? I saw that.
No, I'm talking about like the kids that are putting up videos where they want furries to be put in gas chambers.
No, I haven't seen that.
They're like girls that they like put on extra clothing and they're like, we've got to help the boys out for No Nut November. Another one where they talk about how it's a woman's place to make sandwiches. Like it's a really weird mixture. It's kind of like pole posting in teenage video form. And the weird thing is, like, I'm split on it because I can kind of see what the mentality of the user base is like, but it's a Chinese company, right? So how is that going to factor into the election? Because I get the feeling that's going to have a lot of social media credit with the upcoming election, but if Trump is doing, tariffs and that kind of shit with China, will they clamp down on pro-Trump shit? During election season, I have no idea how that's going to play out.
I know the popularity of it's definitely exploded. I haven't really investigated, but I saw Boogie on there acting foolish. I didn't realize there were like poll posting going on there.
Oh no, they've got one there's one that was up. I was watching like compilation videos of this shit, like where they put like something on the door like free tits and shit like that, and then the guy walks in and he shuts the door and it says gas chamber and they start laughing. Nazi music plays. So like it's a different shit you could never put on Twitter or Facebook, and the Chinese just don't fucking care.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. It's all about money for them. And yeah, I don't really think that they're probably going to crack down on it. Maybe though, like you said, in order to hurt Trump. I didn't think about that, but possibly. I haven't looked into it that much. I've just seen some goofy clips on Twitter about it, but I didn't realize there was all that stuff going on there.
I just like how much they hate furries. I mean, that was the hook for me. Like they fucking hate them. Yeah, it's pretty great. I'm digging that.
So what's the update on the furry situation? The one. Well, Kiro, he got arrested. Am I wrong?
Akiro's under police investigation. One guy was investigated and let go. And then apparently, from what people are saying, the South American guy that did the ants in the ass of the animal has been arrested.
What? What was that?
He's in Cuba, right? I think he's in Cuba.
Oh, it's South America or Cuba. Yeah, whatever. It all blends together.
What the fuck happened? What, ants up some animal's ass? Oh god.
Well, yeah, they were in more to. It wasn't just bestiality. It was like torture. So they tortured animals with fire ants and other horrific shit. But this guy was involved in some of the really grotesque stuff, and from what I understand, he's been arrested. So, or it's speculated he has, but it depends on if that really is him.
Jesus Christ.
There's a couple of articles about it in like whatever diaspora media, because Cuba, they don't even have a free press there, but some people outside of Cuba run like media stuff, and I saw a couple of articles about it yesterday. Josh from Kiwi Farms talked about it a little bit as well, I think, on his stream yesterday. So
yeah, I mean, I like I said, I haven't really looked too much into it. I've been playing video games, so there's a lot of shit that's happened over the last week that I've kind of somewhat been paying attention to.
Okay, what else? Because I've had real life shit pop up, and so my past week has been a little bit.
Nice stream. What else? Give me topics. I don't know what to talk about.
What do you want me to say? I have said that I suck at streaming. I like the experience, the excitement of the live experience of doing it. And I prepare shit. I actually have like notes and crap of like what I'm going to talk about and all the rest of it. And they usually go out the window because I realize that, oh yeah, it's kind of like interesting for a podcast, but for a stream, it's sort of stupid.
Oh, okay. Have you talked about the migrant caravan? Because they've reached the border now, right? So have you seen the picture of the tear gas getting shot at them?
Yeah, exactly. And there's.
So do you think that's a photo op? Because I mean, I've seen standing pictures of where you can see photographers placed, and the people aren't running away from the tear gas; they're running at the photographers. And there are videos up on Live Leaks of Syrians faking attacks on themselves.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? It really reminds me of that. Like where they'd have kids pose for injuries, and then the kid would get up and walk around and laugh.
Yeah.
And like the uncut videos of those are up on Live Leaks. So I know that kind of shit happens.
Yeah.
And then you're seeing this migrant caravan stuff. Oh my God, the kids are getting tear gassed. Make sure to run towards the reporter rather than away from the fucking wall.
Yeah, exactly. No, I do believe that most of the images that are being shown on the mainstream media are probably doctored or fake somehow or staged somehow. I mean, yeah, but I learned that when I was living in Chile because I would see these foreign photographers like taking pictures of like protests against Pinochet, right? And in the picture, and that would appear in Time or Newsweek or wherever the fuck, it would be like, it seemed like hundreds of people. But, when you were there were like a dozen guys with signs and everybody else walking about their business in downtown, right? And a dozen people in the photographer would say, get closer together. It's like, Jesus Christ. So, yeah, I've seen that since I was a teenager of recognizing the everything that you see on the MSM is probably a bullshit. But as to this caravan and the images, I haven't seen it because I'm in Ukraine, so I don't get MSM.
I get it. Yeah, I mean, there's some news stories up of it. I mean, you can see some of the pictures. It's this fat chick wearing a fucking Frozen t-shirt, lugging around 2 8-year-olds in diapers, which raises a whole fuck ton of questions about what's going on with that. But I'm curious, what both of your opinions on this would be then. Do you think Trump will, now that the media is doing what everybody knew they were going to do, waiting for the opportune time to take a photo, do you think he's going to back down on his stance? Or do you think he's going to say fire another round at these faggots?
I don't personally think he's going to back down, but I do take what you're saying into account too. That and I've heard other people just mow him down, just get him out of there, whatever it takes. But also, like, if there was some massive violence and a bunch of people were executed down there on the border, that would actually probably be a PR boon for the left. So maybe think twice about that. I don't think he's going to back down in terms of letting them in. But
didn't Mexico offer them citizenship and they turned Mexico down, didn't they? They said no, we don't want to live in Mexico.
Did you see the mayor of Tijuana with the "Make Tijuana Great Again" hat on, walking around the other day too? That was pretty good stuff as well.
Yeah. No, I think that Trump's only out for this situation is to cut some deal with Mexico and have them bottled up in Mexico and never actually cross the border. catch and release back to Mexico, not back into the United States. I mean, I think that that's his only out. I think also that if he caves, his base is really, really going to be pissed because this is becoming an issue. Yeah. Yeah, I think that I hope that he's smart enough to realize that his base, his support, is really going to turn on him if he caves on this issue.
But you know what? If he was smart, what I think he would do as a way of tabling this and talking about building his wall, is to show footage of the migrants at the walls that exist. Because I've seen nothing but video and photos of people crawling between gaps that are wide enough to walk almost, full shoulder length through, kicking over fucking crappy little concrete rebar fences, hopping over fences that are like 3 feet tall. If anything explains why you need a better border wall, it's showing people at the fucking border going right over, through, and under your fucking walls that already exist.
Yeah. Well, the thing to me is that the Democrats are in a weird position because they recognize, Pelosi recognizes that the only way that the Democrats can win in 2020 is that they show like actual progress, that the Dems are doing things for the people as opposed to showboating and doing the socialist shit and identity politics and Ocasio-Cortez kind of crap, right? So they want to do this infrastructure bill. If I were Trump, I'd say, sure, let's do your infrastructure bill and I'll add a few more tidbits to that bill, but you have to pay for my wall. And make it a sine qua non. Sort of like, we'll do the infrastructure stuff that you want, Dems, but you got to build my wall. And that has to be, top of the priority list. And we'll do all the other shit. And so that way, if the Democrats say no, then they look like, they don't care about the border and they don't care about working people. So it would put them in a box. I mean, it would seem to me that insofar as the system that we currently have, that would be the smart move. I don't know if Trump's going to do that.
I don't know. Maybe he'll take I think it was Truman, right, with the Do Nothing Congress, where he basically was like, "These guys are a bunch of assholes. Fuck them. I'm not going to sign shit until they do what I want."
Yeah, that actually worked for Truman, right?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, but he had to hold out for quite a while to make them get so much bad press they've eventually buckled.
Well, he nearly lost the 48 election over that, right?
But it worked. It was a hell of a gambit.
Yeah, it was a big gambit. Do you think that Trump is nervy enough to pull a gambit like that?
I don't know if he's interested in the second term, and he might just do it for the fuck of it.
What? No, he's definitely going to do a second term.
No, I'm not doubting that he would run, but I don't know if his heart is in it. I think he's seen the reality of what it's like to be at the head of the power structure in Washington, and it's just a clusterfuck from every direction.
Yes, it is.
They're nothing but leaks, people stabbing you in the back, the Congress won't do shit, your party won't do shit. You're constantly fighting with fucking people. And
Mueller's trying to fuck him over too.
Yeah, everybody's up his ass. So I don't know if his heart's in it, but maybe a Truman approach would work. Maybe if he just, lock, stock, and barrel, fuck it, let's see how far we can push this. And if I'm going down, I'll take them with me kind of mentality, maybe.
Yeah.
Plus, a lot of the Democrat voter base is dependent on, social welfare and stuff like that, programs, not just welfare itself, but social spending and urban spending and stuff like that. So if that spigot gets cut off for too long, they'll really be putting a bond there. So,
who knows? Who do you think's gonna run on the Dem side? Do you think Hillary's going to get it, or do you think they'll go with Biden?
Kamala Harris. I'm calling it right now. Kamala Harris is going to be the nominee.
Isn't that dumb fucking 20-year-old that doesn't know shit about Palestine?
No, that's Ocasio-Cortez. You're mixing up your women of color. Goddamn sexist
that's the
pig.
From California. I actually saw Sherrod Brown talking about running today. Now he's a white male from Ohio, so I don't know if he could get it. But actually, I think that would be a pretty good candidate for the Dems. I don't know if he could get through the primaries, but I saw him talking about today. Obviously, Elizabeth Warren's going to run, probably Gillibrand. Yeah. It's going to be a massive.
Nobody's going to vote for Warren. Why would she waste her time?
No. Gillibrand
I don't think she could get it either. But
she can't run because she's up for re-election. And Gillibrand is smart enough to realize that Dem is not going to win in 2020, or the odds are long. So she'll wait until 2024 because her Senate seat is for re-election in 2020, and so she'll support whoever's nominated. But I'm betting. I mean, absolutely.
I think in New York you can do both, though, right? You can run for president and run for your Senate seat.
I don't know.
Yeah, in a lot of states you can. So I don't know. We'll see. Okay. The field's going to be massive, though. So.
Yeah, but I'm betting Kamala Harris. I think that what's going to happen is that it's going to be a woman thing. That it's going to be everybody's going to agree that it has to be a woman. And I think that Congresswoman from Hawaii, what's her name? She could be a contender, kind of.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, But I think that it's going to be like between what's her name, Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, and Kamala Harris. And,
Warren's just terrible candidate, though. Like Jim says, she's so even Hillary comes off as more likable than Elizabeth Warren. It's just like this professorial tone and just so shrill, always pointing and running. I don't know. I just don't think that that's going to win.
Did somebody in your fucking chat actually say Bernie Sanders is a threat potentially? No, Bernie Sanders is a threat to nothing. He lets fat black women steal microphones from him. He's not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, I agree.
I would have lost all respect for Sanders if I was a Sanders supporter when he bent the fucking knee to Hillary when she stole that shit from him. He should have fucking gone in swinging.
Yeah. Fucking him. Yeah. I mean, why? Why did he bend the knee like that? I mean, I think that it speaks to something deep in his soul, that he's fundamentally a weak, I mean, because they stole it. And it came out later that they actually had stolen it. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And Hillary is definitely going to win.
Oh, yeah, that's why he was crying. If you look back at the footage, he's literally in tears as this is going on. And I know that he knew. Yeah. And absolutely he got fucked and stabbed in the back. And I will never understand why he didn't fucking raise hell and go for blood on that.
Because he's basically a cuck. I mean, that guy is the definition of a cuck. Okay, but look, Hillary is going to run. And that's going to be fucking hilarious. I mean, I can't wait for that. Because she's going to pull out all the stops. It's going to be fucking ugly. And she's going to fling so much shit at the other candidates because she's going to recognize that this is the last stand, of the Clintonistas, right? And oh man, I can't wait to see that. That shit show is going to be spectacular. That's my fearless prediction. Yeah.
Do you think it pisses Hillary off that more Bushes have been in office than Clintons? Do you think that's what this is about?
Perhaps. No, I
think it pisses her off because she put in all that time with Bill and stood by him throughout all the allegations. Like, I'm going to make this work for me. Got to be a senator. Bided her time, lost to Obama. She's like, okay, I'm going to get in after. It's all right. Just chill out. And then lost again. And now you have people telling her, why don't you just go away, Hillary? Even people on the left, like, why are you still here? You're hurting us politically. Why won't you go away? That's why I do think if she does run, there's going to be a lot of heat on her from the actual left wing of the Democrat Party. So I still think there's a good chance she will because she wants to be president so bad.
Speaking of left wing Democrat parties, who was her assistant, right, that was married to Weiner?
Oh, yeah. Huma Abedin.
Okay, I was following this, and then it completely disappeared from the news cycle, and I've always been curious. Weiner and Huma Abedin and the Clintons, they were somewhat tangentially related to a couple of guys that were foreigners that were working as tech people in the Congress.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What the fuck happened with that? Because they had all this weird shit, right? Fake identities, lots of money going in and out of the country, connections to basically terrorist cells.
Yep.
And they had access to stolen fucking Congress computers, and they're getting into systems and doing shit. And that's a big story for 2 days, and suddenly nobody's talking about it. It's completely disappeared. There was never any follow-up on it. It just got memory hold.
Yep. The story on that
A1.
Yeah,
there we go.
It was, I forget the name of I forget the exact relationship, but these Pakistanis, these brothers, they were essentially Pakistani intelligence officers. That's basically what they were. And so they were passing along all kinds of information to the Pakistani government. And of course, the Pakistani government is split between those who are pro-terrorist and those who are not, right? And so it's like, what the fuck? It's really clown world. And the fact that those people weren't prosecuted and the people who knew about that weren't prosecuted. And hey, we've got, what's her name? I forget if it's Pelosi or Feinstein's chauffeur was a Chinese agent.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Was it related to Abedin or was it related to Wasserman? Somebody in chat said it was Debbie Wasserman.
Wasserman.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, and she was the one that helped steal it for fucking Clinton from Sanders. So you'd think this would have kind of an impact. How did that maybe play into what was going on with that?
You're so naive.
Yeah, again, fucking memory hold, right? Just gone.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's the Clintons. What do you think? It's Wasserman Schultz. It's that whole crowd. I mean,
I don't know. I'm just wondering, did these A1 brothers have barbells fall on their heads? Like, is that what happened? And that's why did they get robbed and shot in the head twice and nothing was taken? Is that what we're talking about?
Robbed and shot twice in the back of the head and it was suicide. Yeah. I know about that story. Yeah, I think it's something like that, But I had heard about the Anwan brothers. That's what they were called. I haven't heard anything about that. I haven't heard anything about the Feinstein's driver, who was a Chinese Secret Service agent. And the other thing also that they don't really want to talk about is that a bunch of people at the NSA who are of Chinese descent are likely working for the Chinese government. And I mean, like real Manchurian candidate kind of shit. And nobody really wants to talk about it, but the odds of that are astronomically high because they keep turning up. And, they don't know what to do about it.
I love the spy shit. Did you ever, I think it was wires that WikiLeaks released. Did you ever see the South African and Israeli spy wires that were released from WikiLeaks?
No. What was that all about?
I'm fairly certain this was what it was. It was a story that I read that was posted when this leaked, essentially. But they fucking hated each other. Right, and they would basically kidnap the spies that they found and kill each other in creative and imaginative ways. But from what I understand, they took an Israeli spy and fed him to like fucking alligators or something. It was wild fucking shit.
Are you talking white South Africans or black South Africans?
Black, like South African government, South Africa. Yeah.
Why would they hate each other so much?
I don't know. The South Africa fucking hates Israel.
South Africa, the ANC is a long-time supporter of the PLO and stuff like that because they're like whatever brothers in the struggle or whatever. So they have a lot of heat with Israel because of that.
Oh, that's funny. Fed him to the alligators. That's pretty cool.
I wish I could find where this was around the time the wires got leaked from WikiLeaks, and the stories started popping up about these two groups going against each other because they kept fucking sending spies over. But it's two groups you wouldn't necessarily think are going to try to gun for each other that are fucking going. I love that spy shit. That's always entertaining.
No, I think that's just wild. Oh, by the way, what do you think of talking about WikiLeaks? What do you all think of Assange is actually going to be indicted? What the fuck, man? I mean, he didn't do anything in the United States. I think it's absurd. And I think that is much worse than the Jim Acosta shit that the press is freaking out over. Because Assange was actually releasing pertinent news. And he published stuff that was worthwhile, that should have been in the public domain or under public scrutiny. And the fact that he's going to be prosecuted, even though he's not an American citizen, his revelations occurred outside the borders of the United States, and therefore the United States does not have any jurisdiction over what he did. How the hell are they going to square that circle? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think Trump should just issue a blanket pardon of Assange. I don't know if he'll actually do it, but that's what I wish he would do.
I agree.
And also, Assange sitting in that embassy, how many years has it been now? 6, 7 years? I don't know. It's been a long time. 6 years? Yeah, I don't see how he's doing it. I would almost just, at this point, just come out just to get out of that embassy. Of course, you're going to be put in a cage somewhere else. So.
Well, he's going to get picked up. I mean, even if Trump gives like a blanket waiver, he's going to get picked up. They want him in Britain. They want him in, Sweden. They want like 4 or 5 countries want his ass.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even if America takes it off the table, he's going to get nabbed by somebody. He's fucking stuck in there.
Well,
I should say the hologram is stuck in there because he's dead. He's been dead for a while. We all know this.
And the new Ecuadorian power structure there don't really want him there in the first place. So I don't know. We'll see how.
He's a fucking asshole. He's just somebody called him a stone in their shoe. Yeah. The new president of Ecuador, Lenin, whatever he's called. Yeah,
his actual name is Lenin. Yes.
Yeah. His first name is because he's red diaper baby. Yeah, but. No, I think that he should have taken his lumps. And I think that he's an object lesson as to just take the hit. Just take the hit up front and don't wait around. And him trying to find, asylum in the Ecuadorian embassy, that was foolish. I think that just standing still and saying, sure, arrest me. Because back in 2012, what would have happened? He would have gotten arrested. There would have been a big brouhaha. And the Obama administration would have caved because it would have looked really bad for them to actually do anything about Assange. And they would have moved him here, moved him there, done a little, song and dance, and then, like Chelsea Manning, he would have.
I disagree. I don't think in his situation you can take the hits and walk through it. I mean, they would have brought him in initially for the bullshit charges that he had,
right?
But it would have been used as a fracturing point for WikiLeaks. It would have been used as a way to try to break him, to get him to infiltrate, to fuck with what they do. They would have added more stuff on top of it. He would have sat in a prison cell. It's not. Chelsea Manning is nothing compared to Assange and WikiLeaks and what they do. I don't think there's a way for him to walk through it. He's fucking stuck. He can't leave that room. He's going to be there until he dies, or until somebody can secretly, smuggle him out of the Ecuadorian fucking embassy into I don't know,
No,
some
they can't.
Asian country or
They can't.
African country.
Yeah, because I passed by when I was living in London. I passed by that location, just basically a sightseeing kind of opportunity, right? And there were cops all over the goddamn place. They are sitting, waiting for him to try to sneak out or anything like that. And I'm sure that they must have some sort of, monitors, cameras, what have you, to make sure that he can't get out from some sort of underground exit or some discreet exit that all embassies have. So yeah, I think that he's stuck in that box, presumably forever. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Let's be honest. He's a dead man walking. That's what Assange is. They're never going to let him go. He's either going to be dead or he's going to be sitting in that room until he dies. But that's what's been decided.
Well, unfortunately, he never he threw shit in everybody's direction. I mean, he was like he never got a base of support that would actually champion him, because the liberals want him, the conservatives want him, everybody wants him. I mean, wants him in prison. I mean, okay, he doesn't have any friends, and for a guy in that kind of situation, politically speaking, that's a disaster. And he burned a lot of his friends, especially in England.
True.
When he when he skipped out on bail, and a lot of people took the financial hit. It wasn't so much the money; it was the fact of it. And I think that. He
leaked so much stuff from so many countries. It's like Jim said. I would just like to see Trump pardon him just for the the optics of it. But as far as it actually keeping him out of jail,
we're talking about jail, but I look what the Russians did with what was it, polonium pellets and shit. The spies that would run their mouth, they'd fucking tap them with an umbrella, and then the asshole would die from radiation 3 days later. Like they don't fuck around, and he's
that was goddamn it, yeah, spy versus spy shit.
He's put himself on a list where he's gonna, if he leaves that place, he's dead. So I don't know what he's gonna do. I really don't.
No, I'm kind of curious about England. Well, Ethan, your better half is over there. I'm curious about the whole Brexit situation.
I don't see how May's going to get Brexit through Parliament. I think that there's a better, 50-50 chance that the Conservative government collapses next month, and they either call an early election or have a new leader. But that being said, I really don't know. The EU's already said they're not going to negotiate another Brexit plan. So is Brexit even going to happen at this point? I think that there's also a chance that they do some type of other.
I'm sorry, your chat's correcting me. Yes, the umbrella thing was Rice in their thing. I'm thinking of Litvinenko, the guy that literally was killed with fucking radiation poisoning.
Yeah, they put it in his tea. But no, the umbrella guy, the umbrella with the pellet gun thing, that was in the 70s. That was like USSR kind of shit. Some defector that they offed that way. Let me look it up real quick. But yeah, they killed a guy with a pellet gun. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an umbrella right in his thigh or something. Yeah. And he thought he got bumped into, and then he's dead.
Yeah, umbrella poison.
Well, the Russians just tried to poison somebody in the UK earlier this year. I mean, allegedly the Skripals or whatever. So they're known to go pretty hard. Yeah.
Oh God, it wasn't even a spy that they offed. It was a fucking novelist, Georgy Ivanov Markov, Bulgarian. Killed in September 11th of 1978. He was originally worked as a novelist and playwright in his native country of Bulgaria until his defection in '68. After relocating, he worked as broadcaster, journalist for BBC and Radio Free Europe and West Germany's Deutsche Welle. Markov used eventually became including really. Wait.
Didn't he write a book saying that Russian officials are gay or something? He did something that really pissed them off.
I don't know, but the thing is, he was assassinated on a London street via a micro-engineered pellet containing ricin fired into his leg from an umbrella wielded by someone associated with the Bulgarian Secret Service. Oh, it was a Bulgarian op, yeah. It has been speculated that they asked the KGB for help. Man, that is just... I don't know why they would kill a writer. I always think it's stupid to kill somebody like that. I mean, of course, the morality of it, I'm opposed to the indiscriminate murder of anybody. But just the practicality.
Well, why? Did it work though? I mean, were people writing the same shit afterwards, or they were looking for motherfuckers with umbrellas on the street?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it were today's London, they'd probably prohibit umbrellas from now on.
They'd give them a medal and say how diverse that was.
Yeah, exactly. But oh my God, yeah. So no, I mean like the Assange thing. You just cut the guy loose. I mean, I see no purpose in having this. Who is going to be convinced? What is there to be won? That's what I always think in situations like the Assange case
And insofar as the Brexit situation, you know, what's there to be won by this deal? The deal is horrible. I mean, have you guys even looked at it?
What deal?
The Brexit deal that May is
terrible.
pushing. It's
The
horrible.
Brexit deal where they've got to pay £60 billion and they have to abide by the laws and all the other crazy shit.
Indefinitely.
And no representation in the EU Parliament.
Wait,
as
was
well.
it 30? I thought they were asking for like 62.
No, 39 billion. I thought that was the agreed upon number. Chat, if you guys know, I thought it was 39 billion, and they have to be part of the customs union, but they can never leave unless the EU approves their leaving. So it's like the worst of all possible. I mean, it's worse than being in the EU. What the fuck? These guys are fucking
The EU
morons.
and Britain have to both agree on their leave.
Yeah,
date or
you're
whatever.
right. It is 39 billion. I don't know where I got 62 from.
Doesn't
Maybe I was
matter. It's absurd amount anyway, you know. But Jesus Christ, I don't quite understand. And they kept saying that Theresa May was a bloody difficult woman. The woman is a fucking idiot, you know. And to tell you the truth, I'm really disappointed in Rees Mogg because he was not able to kill the Queen, you know. I mean, what the fuck? If you're gonna make a blow, if you're gonna go for the Queen, you got to kill her dead. You know?
So what I'm curious about is this takes place in March of next year.
Right.
But if it really is Brexit in name only, are the Brits still under obligations to follow Article 13 and 11? I mean, is Europe going to go? We have to talk about this eventually. I mean, is Europe going to go dark in a couple of months if they fucking pass this thing? Because YouTube has said they're not letting you upload or stream if you're from Europe on YouTube anymore. Like, that's their solution to avoiding the copyright issue.
What? Run that by me again?
They're cutting Europe off. It's going to be fucking segregated. They can't deal with the new copyright laws under Article 13 and 11 with the link tax and anybody being able to basically hit you for anything. You're done.
Really? Oh, man.
Yeah, they've been bitching about it a lot lately. I'm starting to see why Sargon went to the EU Parliament there, was so involved with this.
Well, no, he went to LARP. He went to LARP. It was the excuse to...
Well, that too, but I mean, if they suddenly he can't upload or do any streams anymore, I can see that eating into the old wallet there.
Well,
I mean,
Coach, how are you going to get your videos to us?
Mine is all original content. I don't have to worry about it.
Oh,
Ukraine's not in the EU, right?
No, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
What? No, I mean, first of all, Ukraine is not part of the EU, number one.
No.
Number two, all my content is original, so no worries. And number three, worst case comes to worst, I'll just get a VPN that'll send me from fucking Ecuador or wherever the fuck, you know? Someplace where you don't have these crazy laws, man.
Yeah, I mean, in 3 months' time, it's December, right? They're voting December 19th, I think, on this? I mean, we may never see Sargon or V again. They might just disappear from the internet.
Just gone. Oh, like V and Sargon had been devoured by one of V's fever dreams. You know what I'm saying? Oh, nobody got my joke.
Are you trying to turn us pro Article 13? Is that what's happening here? But no, yeah. I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens with it. From everything I've read, it looks like they're gonna give it the final go ahead. So.
What I'm also curious about is what are sites that use European hosting for their shed to get around, problems in America? Like, doesn't Ed host their content in some European country that's covered under the EU? If 13 goes through, won't they get fucked?
Yeah, I think it's in, what is it? I want to say Slovakia. I'm not sure. I have to double check on that. But yeah, I think it is an EU country.
Yeah, so I mean, what the fuck's going to happen with that? And I don't even know where Josh hosts Kiwi Farms. Is Kiwi Farms going to get fucked by this?
I don't know. I'll ask him. See if he's around.
I don't know if he's around or not.
Do you see him? I'm looking for him real quick.
I'll message him.
Sure.
I mean, it sounds like a great business opportunity to set up an alternative fucking hosting service in like Africa now, or fucking Asia, somewhere that people can jump when Europe goes dark.
China, they don't give a fuck about anything. So long as you don't mention Tiananmen Square and a few other keywords, they could care less. No, I think that, yeah, because, these big companies, the easy solution is just to cut it, right? And so, yeah, that YouTube would cut out Europe altogether. It's fucking harsh, but
that's what I heard. I mean, I don't understand, and the reason I believe it is, what is the alternative? They can't impose Article 11 and 13 standards on the rest of the world. So how are they ever going to cope with the amount of European content coming through? They'd have to analyze every fucking video, every frame of every live stream. And the instant something came through, they'd immediately have to act. And then you have to pay taxes on links and shit. I don't know what the fuck they're going to do.
I think Josh is actually in the Ukraine with you, Coach.
Yeah,
Maybe
yes.
should
But
meet up
it's
and
like
have
8 in the morning here, you know.
Yeah.
So he might not be awake yet, you know, or just.
Okay, he's actually up. So if you want me to
send him a link. It'd be great to have him on. Shoot the shit. But that's a really good question. If I were YouTube, I'd just say fuck Europe, and I just allow like designated content creators, like corporate content creators, to have stuff up, and fuck everybody else. It would be the easiest solution. I mean, don't you agree?
Hey, it has to be something like that. I don't know how they're going to manage it otherwise.
Yeah, because you can't alienate your American base, right? And your American viewers and your American uploaders, because it's not so much an issue of alienating your uploaders in the United States. It's the fact that your users would be sympathetic and very pissed off if you're not allowing people to upload wherever the fuck they want in the States, in North America, right? But Europe, frankly, the population of Europe is more docile. They go along with whatever the EU says, and they'd be like, okay, sure.
Josh, are you protected if Europe goes dark? You're not hosting over there in the EU or anything.
Hey, Josh, how's it going?
Oh, fuck no. Dobre Utra, Coach.
Dobre Utra, yeah.
No, never, ever, 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 for any reason whatsoever, put anything in Europe. Just don't, ever. It is awful. The countries in Europe are retarded. The people in Europe are retarded, and the worst are the British. The Anglo menace needs to be eradicated peacefully. They are just no. Don't put anything in Europe.
Okay. Do you know if Ed's not hosted in the EU? Is it or is it?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Because that was the only thing that I was really bothered about because I read both sites. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't really care if British YouTubers are fucked off the internet forever, whatever.
No. Edie and Kiwi Farms are hosted in various locations. I actually host one of the front ends for Encyclopedia Germanica right now. Just to kind of help out with that. But no, nothing's ever put in Europe. Just in principle, even Switzerland and Norway and Iceland, they don't have good laws. Iceland was the surprising one. Iceland has very strict defamation laws, so putting Kiwi Farms there would be impossible.
Well, how do you think this is going to play out? If do you think 13 and 11 are going to get passed? And if they do, what do you think is going to happen with Europeans on the internet?
Oh, is this what this? Sorry, I haven't been watching. Ralph gave me a random invite.
Oh, no, so. Yeah. We were talking about Article 13 and 11 because it looks like, I mean, it's went through the initial round. They're going to do another round of voting in December. If it passes that, I've heard speculation. I'm fairly certain YouTube has commented on this, where they're just going to kind of cut off uploads and live streams from Europe. Because they.
Oh, yeah, they're going to have to. They're going to have to like you upload to YouTube. So everybody here uploads to YouTube or used to. In the case of one. But you guys know how I was shocked. I got on YouTube and I started uploading stuff like, oh, this is fun. I'm gonna play an intro and an outro song to my streams because I like music. I like setting tone with music. Like the fucking copyright system on YouTube is just unimaginable. I will get copyright strikes from UGM taking down my videos over 3 seconds of shit, and that's within the United States. So it's like. I mean, what's going to happen? I predicted this on a different stream. I don't even remember what stream I was ran. I think it was Nick Rikita's, one of his videos. I was saying, what's going to happen with the internet, especially as different countries are reacting to internet problems differently. China's already done what I think is going to happen, but Russia's going to start doing it. It's going to happen with Europe because of their IP laws, and it's going to happen with America. Is you're going to have the internet as we know it right now as a global infrastructure, global network of independent corporate providers working together and sometimes quarreling with each other to detriment. But in general, talking to each other, you're going to see that collapse. And you're not going to have a big I, the internet anymore. You're going to have continental little I internet. And it happened with China already. You already have the little I internet there. But you're going to see it with Europe, and because Europe's getting pissy with both the United States and Russia and other places. You're going to start seeing it in the Middle East as though, like, the only reason why the Middle East is still on the big I internet right now is that the people there don't know a lot. They don't know the technology, but they're catching up. They're getting there. And when they get there, you're going to have a Arab Union internet. You're going to have the European Union internet. that Switzerland, Norway, Iceland probably will join, and then you're going to have the American internet, which is just North America. And there's going to be big companies that communicate with each other across these boundaries, and that'll be the remnants of the big I internet. But no, you're not going to have this shit by 2020, or not 2020, but 2030. By 2030, it'll all be gone.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think there's going to be a push for real ID too. I mean, I think that's going to be a big portion of it.
Yeah.
Already in China. If you connect, you have your there are anonymous quote unquote sites in China that are kind of like 4chan, but to register you have to give them your identification number.
Well, the thing too is when people talk about this, they bring up China, and then people say, "Well, that's a communist country." All right, well, look at South Korea because they do something very similar there, where you're pretty much known.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Even with like MMORPGs, you can't play a Korean MMORPG on the Korean servers from outside of Korea unless you happen to have a government ID from Korea. So no, it's it's not just a communist thing. It's not just an authoritarian thing, because Europe isn't authoritarian technically, but they're controlling their intellectual property rights. So even if it's not an authoritarian country, you still have these big dick companies that want to fuck people over, and they're going to fuck people over in the same kind of fashion. Not to be a fucking Debbie Downer, but the memories of 4chan where the FBI was hilariously incompetent and people were just posting child porn all over for years. That shit's gone. They have robots now that can programmatically identify child pornography as it's uploaded and bunk it off, and that's great. But that technology is applied to everything now. You upload a video. I fucking uploaded a 3-hour stream, right? And as it was processing, I got copyright ID shit for a bunch of. I played like 30 seconds of the movie Precious. I played some UGM stuff, and that all got marked, right? And the video hadn't even been fully processed yet. You couldn't watch the first hour; it was still being processed. So the copyright complaints were processing faster than the actual encoding for the first hour of the live stream. So this technology is progressing very quickly, but only in the ways that benefit corporations.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've even, started factoring in, like, if you put up a stream, or if you do a stream, or you put up a video and it's got copyrighted content in it, even if you're the uploader, you used to be able to download it, they won't let you download copyrighted material anymore. No. And even, third-party sites are starting to go along with that. Like, if you go to certain converter sites or download sites, it'll say can't download this because it's copyrighted.
If you use JDownloader, you can usually get it, but as far as third-party sites and YouTube itself, you can't.
Yeah, it's
depressing as fuck.
And,
well, that was a nice, positive fucking discussion.
Yeah. JDownloader. I'm sure all you guys already know about it, but an app called JDownloader will usually pretty much always get you a copy of it, but you can't download. So even if it's just a couple little claims, YouTube won't let you download it from the control panel.
What's it
all
called?
The normal...
JDownloader. I think I've heard of that. Oh,
yeah,
is that
it's all one word, JDownloader.
Well, learn how to use the command line. There's something called YouTube-DL. It's a Linux program, but it's ported to Windows. And YouTube-DL will pretty much be able to download anything. And you have to update it like every day because YouTube is constantly fucking with YouTube download. But JDownload probably just uses YouTube download. But
a lot of times JDownloader, it does update a lot, but it's
can't you just watch the videos still in Flash? I mean, doesn't it just download the cache on your fucking desktop? You can save videos like that.
Yeah, no, it does, but it'll throttle your connection if you download it through a different means. So it'll limit your download speed to precisely what is required to watch it in real time, but you won't be able to buffer it a couple minutes ahead.
Ralph, I'm reading the JDownloader thing. I don't know if I trust the author. Did you look at the guy that made this? Jay Caesar? Who is that?
No, didn't see that.
Jay Caesar, JDownloader. Yeah, I don't know.
That's a pretty regal title, though. There.
I don't know who this guy is. Yeah.
But no, it works good. Somebody suggested that to me because I was having problems because, I take the kill streams and back when I was on YouTube and download them and get the audio and put it up in podcast format. And, I was noticing that I couldn't download certain ones because it had copyrighted stuff in it. And then all of a sudden Clip Converter, usually I would just use Clip Converter, but they changed it to where if it's blocked on YouTube now, Clip Converter won't work with it either. So
YouTube threatened them.
Yeah. Yeah,
and all these little downloading companies.
Yeah, they're like, we're going to cut you down. But yeah, JDownloader works pretty good. Now it might be slow sometimes. Sometimes the actual download speed's pretty slow, but it'll get it done. You can also download like just the audio from stuff too if you want to do that. So it's pretty handy.
Yeah, I just use add-ons and shit to do. I don't even know what they are. Easy YouTube downloader, YouTube download helper, video YouTube download. Like there are 800 fucking ones for Firefox and Chrome and shit.
No, I use Airy, and yeah, it has that thing of like some videos I can't download, but I'm not very terribly sophisticated.
The one I use is I think it's savefrom.net or something like that, and it puts a little download button beneath every YouTube video, but on the copyright ones, of course, it won't work. So,
well, the thing that has me really concerned is the issue of having like a government-issued email or something like that. I think that's
Real ID's coming. Yeah, no, you better get ready for that. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think that they're going to roll it out in the UK first. It would make sense.
Of course they are. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah. Oi, mate, you need a license for that internet connection? Yeah, that makes sense.
Real ID is going to suck so fucking bad. Oh, God, is it going to fucking ruin the experience?
You know, it could have the opposite effect where people are just openly fucking belligerent now. It's like, what, you want me to say this with my real ID? Okay, go fuck yourself. I'll say whatever the fuck I want now. I don't have an option. I don't have the option being white with my.
No, it'll make everybody like passive consumers of internet, and sure there'll be a few people who are going to be the wild men of the online world, but everybody's going to know who they are, and eventually they'll get rolled up. They say one wrong thing, one 1488 joke, and they're fucked.
Well, it's like the old joke about, like, you know, people would always make jokes about 4chan saying, oh, well, the government knows what your IP is and they can tie it to your post in this thread. Like, you get that real ID shit going where your IP and your name is attached to basically everything you're posting. And how are you going to browse a fucking anonymous board at that point?
Yeah. I've given a lot of thought about the whole notion of anonymity online, and it seems to me that what it is that, you see, by being anonymous, you're able to explore things and test them out and see if you agree with them or not. I mean, how many times, you know, growing up, you were spouting some idea to your friends, some thought, some political idea,
you
whatever.
make this sound so artful. I just want to call people nigger, man. What do you...
Dude, I mean, it just seems horrible that's the future, and I think it's going to create a lot more social pressure, like we're experiencing now. This kind of like pressure cooker environment of not being able to say any fucking thing. You know, in China, this whole thing of the social credit situation, right? That thing is going to fucking explode at some point because people are going to be so stressed out. This feeling that they are under pressure.
No, I disagree. I disagree entirely because the Chinese see it as a game and they love to play. They like to crank up their score and no, that shit works extremely well in China.
Really?
Because it's not just like, oh, Big Brother's watching you, because you can do stuff that sets out a line. They won't disappear you in the middle of the night, but your score is going to take a hit. Right. And it's kind of like falling behind. It's kind of like just being penalized, but in a way that isn't. It's not negative reinforcement. In fact, you get positive reinforcement by towing the line, because if you retweet or reblog or whatever something that the government put out, something like the government puts out a big news article about the South China Sea crisis and how they're doing stuff and how it's theirs and how people need to lay off and just let China control it. You retweet it and you say, yeah, this is right. Like your score gets a big thumbs up, and that creates the incentive to do it. It's not that you lose it that you know aggravates people. It's the reward sensation of towing the line.
So basically, the government gives you hearts, gives you likes, and you go for more. You keep on hitting the button. Oh man, that's fucking.
Well, I mean, the dopamine rush may work in Asia. I know Facebook's tinkering with an idea like that over here with their social credit score shit. But I'm more interested in if China can make the idea work for them. Are they going to try to export it through their apps? I mean, we're talking about TikTok. That's an app that's run by China. Is that going to get some kind of weird foreign version of social credit?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure that'll be the first 10 steps. I don't know what. I only know that weird hit or miss thing that's from TikTok. But you might see something where it's like if you post something anti-China and the machines detect that it's anti-China, people won't see it, and you won't get your likes, and you won't get your retweets, and you won't get your comments and shit on TikTok. But if you post something that's pro-China, something that flatters Xi Jinping, you might get, you know, like more promotion. Like automatically, the machines will promote it, and you'll get tons of stuff. And you might think, okay, you know, subconsciously in your squishy Play-Doh brain, you're thinking, if I post something that is flattering to China, I get way more exposure, and people love it and eat it up. So I should just keep doing that. And it won't be a direct thought. It won't be them telling you to do that, but it'll stimulate you, and it'll activate the omelins without you knowing.
But so basically, you're saying that we're going to become Pavlovian shills? That's basically it? Oh,
well, listen, I will kiss China's ass if they let me call people faggots on the internet. I don't give a shit. China's fantastic. Let me call people faggots, China, and we're good to go.
I had this thought a while ago. It's like, wouldn't it be funny if I ended up in the DPRK and I could convince Kim Jong-un to create like an internet exclave where I can host whatever the fuck I want.
Good idea.
And the only caveat is people in DPRK can't access my sites, but I can host whatever the fuck I want, and they're gonna keep it up. Like that, I would do it. I would live in DPRK and eat fucking fried rat if I could do that. That would be perfect.
That would be totally. Yeah, yeah. Hang on a second. Let me just do quick super chats because they've been piling up and people have been very kind and I've been remiss on this particular issue. So hang on. Isaac Jones. Oops, where did you go? Isaac Jones says, Coach, why is there an autistic Lego background? Because I'm autistic. Penty, pacing while streaming. This is artistry. Jim, take note. Yes, Jim, take note.
Artless, suitless, life is suffering. I understand.
Yeah, you're just artless and suitless. That's the tragedy of it. Naked and Jejun. Penty, if Trout drops below 50,000, he will kill someone. I think he's going to kill somebody if he drops below 100,000. Constantine's commentary: Kraut incoming with a truck of peace. That I'd like to stream that, please. Leo the Bum Tickler, excuse me. I only know about Dresden from author Kurt Vonnegut's book Slaughterhouse 5 and Mother Night. I'm ashamed I don't know about history. Well, that's why we have the internet and Wikipedia. Go read up. Buddy Killer, doing good, Coach. 148 gang. Jim, come check out Barry O and Danish Police on the best streaming platform. Also, Kitty's a massive bundle of sticks. Well said. Rando number 9. What is your take on Blair White detransitioning? Oh, that's an interesting. Let's pause on the super chat to discuss that. Blair White is detransitioning. I thought that he and Sargon were going to be an item someday. I'm disappointed.
So what does that even entail?
Blair's going to stop taking hormones apparently and wants to freeze his sperm so he can have kids.
Well, isn't Blair dating a dude? Can't that dude use his sperm?
Yeah, well, what I was told, so that's what I asked because I was like, isn't that a huge insult to the guy you're dating? Can he impregnate somebody? But apparently, this is what I was told in chat. I don't know. I guess they watch more of Blair's content than I do, which is almost zero unless I'm looking to laugh at it. But apparently, Blair wants to take his sperm and impregnate that guy's sister.
Oh, God.
That's what I was told, yeah. So I guess that's why they don't use his sperm. That actually made sense if that's the plan.
Is this like a long con? Like, I want to. Is this like a long con to fuck some dude's sister? And this has been in the works for like 5 years.
I don't know. That's what I was told. That's what I was told, and I mean that actually lines up with it. So.
Oh my God, this is some goofy shit. Oh man.
Apparently Blair's talked about this on their channel or whatever. So
I'm just trying to imagine what would happen if I went up to Jade and said, "Hey, listen, I want to have a baby. Can I fuck your sister?" Like, I don't know.
I think that she might transition you on the spot with the kitchen knife. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, that is just some weird ass shit. My personal relationships are not complicated like that. I Blair, she wins on that score. That's just Jesus Christ. Anyway, let me get back to super chats real quick. An unnamed source. Danish police are on the case, Goy. I don't know what that reference is. We'll find out.
There's a channel on Streamy called Danish Police, so they do pretty good stuff. So that's
gotta check them out. We'll definitely check them out then. Aaron Shadows, just tuned in. What has been going on here? Ooh, lots of interesting things. We scared a pretty and nice young woman away. That's what we did. Mecha Flare Zero, this is known as cyber balkanization, internet balkanization, the dividing and conquering of the internet. The internet is too problematic, it seems. I would say so. Meringue Bad, you are Harlow's monkey and big tech is the clothed, wired mother. I don't know what that reference is to.
That's some big brain shit that you got thrown at you there.
Yeah, who is that?
Don't ask me. I'm a dumb motherfucker.
I guess I'm in that club too. I have no idea what Harlow's monkey and big tech is the clothed wire mother. Oh, which movie was that? Is this like?
You know what? I know what it is. It was they gave a baby to a fake, like a baby monkey to a fake closed wire replica of a mother with like milk in like where the breast would be, like milk bottles.
Yeah.
And the baby became attached to the fake mother.
Wait, it's a monkey baby or a human baby?
Monkey baby.
There's video.
You can't do this with people.
Shit. Oh man, let's hope so. Damn, that's kind of depressing. It's severely depressing, quite frankly. Yeah, I think that I'm caught up with super chats. So, what are we talking about? We're talking about the end of the internet, and that we're all gonna be like slaves to shilling. We're gonna be.
Well, before that, I have a question. Did you guys? I think Ralph knew, but did you hear, Jim, about Wolf?
Yeah, we talked about that. That's the Cuban one, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So is that confirmed? That was the guy, right?
That was the guy. I did a little stream about it. It's about 30 minutes. It's on my channel. But in short, what happened is this fucking guy, like we had completely given up on Wolf. We just said Cuba doesn't have any animal rights laws. You know, even if we did find them, like they're not going to do anything. Well, this one guy, he detached himself from the spastics that were flinging around shitty fake docs and bad information. He got into contact somehow with the guy's employer, which was a hospital, and he got fired from it. And through them, he got into contact with every animal rights organization in the country of Cuba. And they recognized him from the pictures the guy had found and said, yeah, he's been adopting animals from us. And one of them had a policy of taking pictures. He only adopted from them once because of their policy. But they had a policy of taking a picture of the adoptee with the adopted animal. And one of the picture that just so happened to be from that organization was a little black puppy, which was in the leaks. So we had a picture of the guy we thought was him and the same person holding a puppy, which we independently saw from the leaks. And from there, the animal rights organization started publishing the shit about him, saying that he needs to be locked up. The Cuban Constitution needs to be amended to protect animals. And they said that the police detained him. And the interesting thing about that is there is no law against animal cruelty in Cuba. So what the fuck they detained him on is a complete mystery. But somebody speculated on the Kiwi Farms that because of the Fidel Castro era policies on sexual deviancy, what they're probably going to do is declare him criminally insane and keep him locked up and doped up on Thorazine. Basically forever.
Yeah, I can see that. That's So, are you telling me some fur fake YouTuber is going to get the Cuban Constitution amended because of his degeneracy? Because that's pretty fucking spectacular.
Yes, no, that's what I said. It's like, isn't it funny if this weird autistic Kiwi Farms crusade gets the Cuban Constitution amendment? Because they have this thing where they're renewing it and they're looking what to do and change in it. And the groups are like, this is a clear call that we need to amend the Constitution to protect animals.
What if they hang him? Will you make that a banner on your website?
Oh, yeah, I'll put it up there.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
I just don't think we'll ever know what happened to him. I think he's gone. I don't think there will be any more news about him. If they put him in like a criminal detention center, or if they keep him doped up like a zombie in a mental ward in Cuba, I don't think we'll ever hear about it. Though the interesting thing is the groups looked at the pictures and they said, it's clear that a second person is taking these pictures. They're not mounted on a table or anything. So now the hunt is on to figure out who his friend was, and they're looking for him too.
Well, I know the Snake Thing guy got let go. Do you think that? Because
no, he's not let go. He's out of prison right now because the DA is dropping those charges to arraign him on different, more sweeping charges. Because they have all this information, and they only arrested him on certain animal abuse charges, but now they want to get him on child endangerment as well. So he's out for right now.
That was the one that kept talking about his nephew, right?
Yes.
Yeah, fuck that guy. So, yeah, that's interesting. I was going to say, do you think the Cuban officials, if they're going to go after this guy for whatever law they're going to throw at him, like they don't have the same hang-ups that a lot of European or, North American countries would have. So they can kind of dig through everything, right? They don't really need to fuck around with courts. They could just look at everything. Do you think if they get a lot of damning information, they're going to send it to other countries?
Oh God, who knows? I mean, wouldn't it be funny? Just saying, if this thawed U.S.-Cuban relations, like we gotta get these dog fuckers, America, Trump, come over here and look at this shit. We need to get them.
Well, yeah, because I was talking about when we were talking about TikTok earlier. Like that website fucking hates furries. Like I'm kind of amazed by the amount of younger teenagers that fucking hate furries. Like it's surprising to me that it's just built up to a crescendo.
They're all conservative as fuck. They're so angry and they're so prejudiced, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's some funny shit that's going on that website. But watching this unfold, I hope Kiro gets just fucked. I hope they find something that's just extra dirty on that asshole.
Well, you know, speaking of, because Kiro is really fucking popular on YouTube. Guess what popular YouTuber got in contact with me?
Shane Dawson? Wasn't that the guy that interviewed him? Was that who?
No, in my little stream I said, look, the entire fandom is guilty of this shit. The entire fandom in some way supports, condones, or overlooks animal abuse in their community. And I pulled out that quote from YourMovieSucks.org and Adam Johnson saying that animals can consent with body language to sex. And I read that, and he left a fucking comment on this video.
Saying what?
Let me pull it up real quick. It's oh, you already have it? Okay.
Yeah,
sure. Go ahead.
Okay. By the way, he's using the little green text arrow here. Getting so triggered over an opinion you disagree with that getting so triggered over an opinion you disagree with that you lump them in with pedophiles and animal abusers. Then he goes on with his own quote. That's some SJW level shit if I've ever seen it. I'm sorry you dislike my opinions on moral philosophy, but treating this as anything more than that is just nonsense. I don't see it as any different than my opinion on abortion, assisted suicide, or drug legalization. This is animal fucking he's talking about, by the way. Each of those topics have huge moral implications associated with them, but obviously no one's obsessing about any of those because this is all about trying to paint me as some sort of animal abuser. Sorry to break it to you, but I don't own a dog, and I have no interest in fucking real animals. The anthro animals I'm attracted to are lions anyway, so good luck trying to convince people I fuck those. Anyway, this is just retarded. I obviously condemn the actions of animal abusers featured in this video. It's disgusting. Attempting to lump me in with them because you're upset over my wrong think is disgusting too, though.
And my response to that is, my response is longer than his. But I just said, it's like, you know, you can paint this however you want, but it was an indefensible statement. And the fact that you want to die on this hill is kind of weird. Because from what I understand, his producer is like his assistant for a long time, Mark. They broke up. I don't know if they were in a real relationship or if it was just like a partnership, but they split. Adam confirmed it, and he was posting on 4chan saying that Adam cried when he refused to defend his bestiality position on Reddit and shit for him. So, like, I bring that up and I say, you know, this is obviously something that's not normal. It's not normal to people who even really like you. And I really like your content, but you should just take a fucking loss and say that this isn't acceptable. And the fact he keeps defending it, like, I'm not trying to falsely conflate him with an animal abuser. An animal cannot consent to sex with a person, period. And even if they do, it fucks up the relationship between the animal and the person. You're supposed to be taking care of them.
Even if they do.
I'm saying hypothetically, even if an animal could consent, what happens is it changes the relationship dynamics between the animals. And I looked this up. I was curious. If you fuck a dog, the dog tries to take care of you, and it can't because it's a stupid dog. So it gives them like trauma and anxiety because they want to try to take care of you because now you're like their bitch.
I think you dove
and
a
it
little
fucks
bit
them
too
up.
deep into this shit.
I'm just saying that's the situation. Okay, don't fuck your dogs. It'll give them anxiety.
but it's the corollary. Even if they could give consent, from there on, I think that you should have just axed that part of your argument. But okay, be that.
I'm leaving it in there because when I talk to these people, I want to give them something that they're going to care about. They're not going to care about decency, but they will care that they're fucking up their dog and giving them trauma. just a thought. It's just my experience. It works.
Oh man, that's pretty goddamn funny. No, the whole issue of fucking animals.
You know what? Actually, I wanted to ask because I was going to have you on my stream to talk about this, but since you're here, what's the fucking story with the people that run a lot of these furry sites? Was it Dragoneer? You said you had a lot of fucking background information on him.
I don't have it. I haven't read up on it, but I just know from what people have told me that he is a continuous spastic. Like the reason why Fur Affinity is in such a dilapidated condition, it's been hacked a bunch of times, is that he's making tons of fucking money, but he's just stuck to degenerate shit and he's not taking care of his shit. There's one guy, somebody corrected me. They said it wasn't Inked Bunny, it was Inked Fur, but it's a commission site, and the guy who runs that is a convicted sex offender against children. The guy Varka, and Varka is very important because he owns not only Bad Dragon, he owns E621, which is the largest furry pornography site in the world. And allegedly, Varka's former business partners were convicted of animal abuse, sexual animal abuse. So all these fucking people are fucking animals. They're either pedophiles or they're zoophiles or they're both at the same time. And the community that's what I mentioned to Adam. I say, like, look, you're one of the most popular furries in the world, and all the leaders in the furry community seem to be implicit in animal sex abuse. So how can you say that it's not fair to paint all furries with that brush when the most visible people in the community seem to be actively engaged in it? And I've had multiple stories. Somebody even posted a comment on the video, and I'll pull that up real quick. But he says that he's encountered those petting zoos at conventions. So it's not just a couple fucking people, a couple stories. It is a continuous, ongoing thing that's been happening for years. And I used to go to Necronomicon, a convention in Tampa, Florida. I even volunteered a couple years. I accidentally found out about a petting zoo some of these fuckers had set up. I reported it to some people at the con and was told thanks, and they would take care of it. Less than half an hour later, I was being escorted out of the hotel and banned from the convention. So I called the actual police, and by the time they got there, the room was cleaned out. So these conventions cover for this shit. And I mean, even if you're just a regular person, irregular besides being a furry, and you go to these conventions and you just like the art, you genuinely just like safe for work animal art. By going to these conventions, paying the entrance fee, supporting these creators, you are indulging in this economy of animal sex abuse. And I have no patience for it. I don't care what you're into. If you consider yourself a furry, if you put money into it, you are complicit. And I think you should fuck off and stop moralizing and saying, "Oh, it's not all furries. You're being overzealous." No, I'm not. It's all of them in some way or another. You are a part of it.
Well, and I'm judging it from like how we deal with them over here, Coach. I'm kind of curious. How do they deal with degenerates here in the Ukraine? You said.
Yeah, they shoot.
If there were a bunch, like if this happened in the Ukraine, with some guy killing puppies and fucking their skulls, what would they do to him?
I don't know, but I don't think you'd take kindly to it. I mean,
they probably get the necklace.
Yeah, who knows? I can speak with more authority about Chile. In Chile, yeah, just chop their nuts off. You know, I mean, come on, it's just fucking wrong. And also, it goes against like a notion of masculinity in South America, because doing that is just like you're fucking just. It's beyond merely degenerate. You're unmanly, which is kind of like worse. So yeah, they'd. I mean, in Chile, what they probably do is toss them into some prison, into some general population prison, where the prisoners were just off the guy, because there's, it's like in every prison everywhere. Pedophiles and real sexual degenerates are just not tolerated. Yeah, that kind of situation. But in the U.S., what would they get? Minimum security in like Tampa, Florida, or something. Nice
therapy sessions. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what fucking the good liberal doctrine got you. Degenerates get to play tennis in Tampa, Florida, on the taxpayers' dime. Great. Yeah, that's. How come this isn't? Why aren't they all arrested? I don't get it. Why is it in the United States that they tolerate this kind of shit? When you exposed that thing, Jim, I mean, you started talking about it. And, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you sounded deeply troubled when you were discussing that shit. I'm assuming that it's kind of like just you describing the imagery of like some puppy spazzing out as it died. I mean, that's just fucking horrifying, right? How come these people aren't just like picked up instantly and just tossed into some jail somewhere? I just don't get it.
It was especially like Snake Thing was the one that irked me the most, because he was the one that would be like, the guy'd be talking about like molesting kids or molesting or killing animals, and then Snake Thing would be like, "Aw," and then like hugs and like that kind of shit. And I was like, would somebody just fucking bring him and put him against the wall? You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, everything. It didn't matter. Like, Snake Thing was the person, he was blackmailed by other furries into releasing the information that he did. But the weird thing in seeing him interacting with all the other Zoo sadists was that it did not matter how awful it got. Snake Thing was enamored with the cruelty. There was no upper limit. You could show him anything, and he would send hearts and little cute cat faces and shit. He loved it.
A fucking psychopath, like a legit fucking psychopath. Yeah.
You think it was for real or a put on job?
Oh no, yeah. I think it's for real. I think that dude is legitimately fucking damaged in his head.
And what's scary is that it's like, would it have been as bad if these people didn't know each other? It seemed like they met each other. And Wolf, people said, is Wolf really a furry? Yeah, he was showing off fursuits and saying people he knew in the community. And it's like, they met each other through the furry fandom. They met each other and they found each other on Telegram. They made groups and they started building each other up, because the puppy thing happened over the course of him talking to Snake Thing. He's like, I'm gonna get some puppy stuff next, and Snake Thing is like, oh, I can't wait for that.
No, that's
and it's like they're building each other up. The psychopaths met each other through the furry fandom, and that's why the puppy wasn't just killed. It wasn't just raped. The corpse of the puppy is completely blown out. It's like it got hit with an IED, and it was just blunt force trauma, and it was entirely because these people fucking knew each other.
Do you think?
I'm curious. I was going to say, has anybody taken the time, like, if they were that interconnected? Like, what I find hard to believe is that these people, like Snake Thing and Wolf and Caro and all the people that were in this Telegram group, right? If they're so into that, if they're so into kitty porn and animal torture and all this fucked up shit, I find it hard to believe that that's the only group they would have talked about it in. Like, I'd imagine that there are groups they affiliated with and the people they hung out with on other websites were probably aware or into it as well. Like, has anybody made like a little diagram, like a fucking just connecting, like
connect the dots?
He knows him here and here and here and here, and they're hanging out.
We should get the chick who did the Alternative Influencer Network to do a piece on that. That would have been like more worthwhile, don't you think?
Do you think it'll all connect to Andy Worski? Will he be the big black?
Or maybe it'll connect to V. V is at the dead center of the whole thing. That would be funny. No, I think it's kind of horrifying. And look, here's something interesting about it. See, these people would never have met had it not been for the internet, right? And I bet a lot of them would have gone to their graves thinking that it's just some bizarre fetish that they had or bizarre desires that they have, and never actually acted on it unless they had found others who shared a similar proclivity. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, it's the group supports the delusion. Yeah, I mean, if you were just like, if this is the 70s or 80s and you were some guy that was into raping deer, you were kind of like on your own. The town, the community would think you were fucking weird, so you'd never talk about it or engage in it.
Yeah.
But you go online and you meet random isolated people that are into that too, and now suddenly it doesn't seem like one person, it's a whole group of them. And it's all inclusive and everybody's supporting each other, and you go girlfriend and go rape that puppy, that kind of shit.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to keep in mind, a community can number in the thousands, and yet in the wider scheme, they're a drop in the bucket. I mean, it's microscopic in comparison to the millions, well, billions of people who are online and who have perfectly legitimate hobbies. I don't know, cars or woodworking or whatever the fuck, right? So all of a sudden you have thousands of these crazy fucks all gathered together. What do you do about them? Because it goes back to the issue we were talking about of the balkanization of the internet and how everybody's...
You make them afraid. Is what you do. What happened was the furries, they got eclipsed by the bronies, they got eclipsed by the trannies, and all this other crazy shit that's happened since the late 2000s. So they felt comfortable, and they were safe for some time until this happened. And now I guarantee you, if there was any animal abuse going on in the furry community, it's on ice right now for just a while. I'm sure they've stopped doing petting zoos and stuff and conventions because they know some fucking psychotic is going to go in there with a camera and record it, and they're going to get busted for it.
This really needs to happen. I want to see somebody fund a project or do a project about Furfag Undercover, where they're going to conventions, they've got a camera in the eye of their fucking mascot outfit, and they're just filming the shit. Because I'd imagine in those hotel rooms and those, passing conversations, after you walk over the corpse that tumbles the stair dragon, you're going to hear about people fucking animals. and getting together and trading CP or doing some other weird shit with each other.
Well, let's just say that if somebody were to have a plan like this, they wouldn't be able to talk about it because they put people on edge.
Oh no, I would openly talk about it. I want them to.
No, yeah, like some Project Veritas for the furries. That would be an interesting project, to tell you the truth.
See, yeah, that's the thing with like the deviancy and like all the underhanded shit. Like there are laws against it too, but that doesn't put them on edge. So I'd imagine they're nervous for a week or two, and then they get horny, and then they're like, "Let's go steal a giraffe and fuck it to death in the forest." So I want to see that. I think if you could present video evidence of these people talking about it, planning it, and even starting to participate in it, that might be a death knell for the fucking furry community.
In a free society, there's always going to be people doing that. You notice you don't hear much about the furry problem in China or Saudi Arabia or
shoot
stuff
them
like that.
or chop their heads off or see if they can fly off a rooftop. Yeah.
What was that local there was like they were having issues with Muslims in some province in China or whatever.
The Uyghurs.
Put them all in a camp. Yes.
Well, no. They interviewed like some local cop and asked them like, what are you going to do about it, right? Like if they start shit. And he's like, the boots of the Communist Party will stamp down on their fucking necks. Like he was all, we're gonna fucking massacre these people if they don't sit down.
Yeah, they don't fuck around. Yeah, you know what they do in the concentration camps for the Uyghurs? They force them to drink alcohol and eat pork. Not kidding. That's
and they force them to learn Mandarin. The way that the camps are described, I read like a New York Times piece on. I think they're called the Uyghurs, not the Uyghurs. But
sorry,
they had an interview.
They're a cult of sync.
But they were talking to them, and I think ethnically the Uyghurs are Kazakh. There's something like that where they're more closely related to the Kazakhstan people than the Chinese. So what they do is they round them up. They teach them Mandarin. They teach them to eat pork. They teach them to love the party, to love Xi Jinping. They teach them about Mao. And then they get out. And all I'm thinking is, they're describing this like they're in the concentration camps waiting for the Holocauster to come around. But it's like, it doesn't sound that bad. Like I realize that this is completely anti-ethical to like American people. But as far as horror stories and death camps go, it's like, just fucking eat your pork and stop talking about Muhammad. You'll be fine. I'm sorry. I don't have any empathy for your fucking shitty sand nigger religion. I'm sorry. I just don't care.
No, yeah, I'm trying to look for the article because I want that guy's quote because it was funny as shit. Like he was full, we're going to fucking hurt people if they don't sit the fuck down.
While you're looking for it, quick super chats. Jay Taylor, Josh stared too long into the abyss.
I'm gone. I'm sorry.
What? Cyber Skull, gas the furs. Well, yeah. I mean, look, I used to think that furries were just funny, but now with this shit coming out, Jesus. I mean, I thought it was kind of weird. I once saw, like, on Jackass, that some episode that Brad Pitt was on, and they were all dressed in panda suits, right? And just, like, frolicking in public, and I thought it was funny as hell. And I thought that was my picture of furries. They're just like goofy fucks who like to dress up and fuck each other in their stupid costumes. That's what I thought. But this shit, Jesus Christ, I just don't understand it. It's just beyond my bourgeois imagination.
I love this. I'm reading when I went looking for this quote from Business Insider because this gives some perspective into how cocked Europe is. They're talking about the shit China's doing to the Muslim population over there.
Yeah,
and it's talking about why it keeps saying Muslim countries have been silent over China's crackdown on its Uyghurs, a Muslim majority ethnic minority in the country's west. And the experts say that the reason that all these Muslim countries won't say anything is because they're afraid China will fuck with them either economically or militarily.
Yeah.
And yet Europe bends over backwards for all these North Africans and Middle Easterns that are flooding them to be, culturally sensitive. China doesn't give a fuck.
The same can be said about Russia. I mean, all this shit's happening in Ukraine. Is Europe going to do anything about it? Fuck no, they're not, because Putin sends them the gas they need. I mean, you're not going to see any military action from Europe protecting Ukraine because Ukraine doesn't have the fucking natural gas. Yeah. So no, Europe is totally and utterly beholden to the superpowers right now. They need America's help, they need Russia's help, and they need China's help to even exist. It's pathetic. They're in
Well, nobody in America is going to support going to war for Ukraine either. So honestly, if Russia just took over the whole place, nothing's going to happen. I mean, they might get some sanctions or whatever, ostracized, but as far as military action, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, I doubt if the Russians would take over Ukraine, because think of the hassle of having.
No, it would be
they don't want
perpetual.
all of Ukraine. Yeah.
Like Russian, if you tried to have people in Ukraine trying to govern over them after one giant invasion, like it would just be fucking mass hysteria. People would be getting gunned down in the streets. It wouldn't be pretty. The reason why they could take over Crimea is because a reasonable portion of the community was complacent with it. Yeah.
No. The idea of them invading Ukraine, it's pointless. For them to keep on bumping the edge of the desk all the time and keeping Ukraine unstable, like they're doing in Donetsk region and that kind of thing, that's what they're going to continue to do. And so Ukraine is always going to be, at 6s and 7s and never really get their shit together insofar as the economy and so forth. But, it's never going to devolve into outright chaos. So I'm not particularly concerned, to tell you the truth. I think it's just the way it's going to be. There's no upside to invading Ukraine, and there's shitloads of downside. And think of the number of people you'd need, administration, all the rest of it, to take over the fucking place. It would just be a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Josh, you ready to bug out if we get invaded?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I like this place. It's comfy.
Yeah, I like it a lot. But I've already made arrangements, if need be, to get out within 6 hours. I can get out, and me and my family. Fuck yeah. I'd be crazy not to have prepared for it, which is kind of cool. You're living in a place where things could go tits up like that. That's pretty cool.
What's the cost of living over there? Like, if you put it into American dollars, what would the average price of rent a gallon of gas or a gallon of milk be?
I live downtown. I live in a very nice area. It's downtown. I have everything I need. My rent and utilities are about $500, so it's comparable to living in a more removed place in a city, like an apartment. But my place is great. I eat for $4 a day. That's everything I need. If I go out, if I wanted to cook and stuff, it would be pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
But I can go out and I can get borscht and stuff every day, and it doesn't cost anything. To put this into perspective, I pay twice as much on the kiwi farms and the infrastructure for the site than I do on anything that I buy.
Yeah, I can say I've looked at my numbers over the last been here about a year now. I can say that for how can I put it? For $1,000 a month, you can live very well by yourself.
Extremely well.
Yeah, extremely well.
And how are you living there? Are you expats, or is this
that's what I was going to ask. What did you have to do to get into Ukraine?
Let me tell you my immigration process. I arrived without any prior notification. The border agent had his phone pressed to his head. He looked at my passport, saw it was American, looked up to check the picture, stamped it through. I did not say a single word to him.
Yeah.
And I've been here ever since.
Yeah, it cost me, you get 90 days on your passport, right? On any U.S. passport, any passport. Pretty much, okay? 90 days in any 180-day period. Now, you arrive and you can get a lawyer. The U.S. Embassy has a list of accredited law firms that they deal with. And you get a lawyer, and it's going to cost you $1,000 to set up residency. And, lawyer fee plus about $150 per person, insofar as the actual fees, governmental fees that you have to pay to set up residency. Once you're a resident, you can set up a bank account, the whole shebang. And it's
not too bad, honestly.
It's. I think that it is. I'm here because my wife is Ukrainian, right? And she wanted to live with her mother, and she wanted the kids to learn Russian, and so okay, fine. And I didn't mind it. I thought it would be kind of interesting to live in Ukraine for a year or two, right? Which is basically the plan at this point. And after this, I personally want to live in Tokyo. That's where I want to live for at least a couple of years, because that would be cool. But anyway, I think that Ukraine, for an expat, especially somebody who's living online, I think that this is the ideal place, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, if you make your money online, you can go anywhere, but this is probably one of the best places you could live.
Yeah. The only hump you have is the language, because relatively outside of Kiev, relatively few people speak English. And I'm lousy with languages, okay? But, if somebody's moderately good with languages, you can pick it up pretty quickly. And it's an easy life. It's very it's fun. People are nice. You can walk around.
No, one of the reasons I had planned to travel to Asia and stuff and do stuff over there, but one of the concerns is, and you hear this from a lot of people that even go over there to do a profession, right, where they're working a job, is protection under the legal system and access to like medical aid, police services, fire services. Like when you set up residency, you're not becoming a citizen, right? You're a foreigner residing there. So what are your rights comparatively? Like what happens?
You can't vote.
You can't vote. You should be aware that, especially in China, there is no social medicine. Like there is no must-treat clause with the hospitals. If you get fucked up, you have to make sure that you have money covered.
Yeah, but medical expenses are cheap here. I mean, really, really cheap. And I'm talking top-of-the-line care, okay?
What made me laugh is I was walking down the street once, and if I hear it, like, this is my prejudice, if I hear English, I'm thinking, them motherfuckers up to something. They're up to no good. But I was walking on the street, and the people in front of me were just casually talking English. And the guy reveals to his partner that he's a fucking neurosurgeon living here. And he says that it's easier to practice overseas because the American medical system and shit is just a wreck. And he does better as a doctor in Eastern Europe than he did in the United States.
No, look, I had like a medical procedure, no big deal. And I got top of the line care, and the whole thing cost me under $50. This was private, okay? And it was a heart thing that they had to like put some thing into. It was what you call a coronary.
A stent?
Yeah, no, they didn't put a stent in, but they had to do the needle thing where they check to see if your coronaries are okay and shit like that.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, and the whole thing cost me $50, or no, a little bit more, about 70. Okay. And it was like a real procedure. And the doctor...
Is he using like a bicycle hose pump? Like, is this real medical gear they're using or what?
No. It was perfectly fine, perfectly acceptable. You know, no. You weren't concerned about it. You were like, okay, I'm at a perfectly good hospital and getting checked out, and no problem. You know, and the doctor was clearly a doctor, not like V. And he looked and sounded like a doctor because he was, and he spoke to me in English, and he was like. Perfectly fine.
People talk about how it's cheaper to get a hip replacement, and like you can go to Spain and get a hip replacement twice, and the travel expenses included, and the hotel fees included for your recovery is less than it would cost in the United States, and it's true.
Yeah.
And the main reason for that is in the United States, the hospitals can write off any money they don't collect. If you bankrupt somebody, you can write that off on your taxes.
Yeah.
But more important. Everybody on Medicare and Medicaid, they have to charge everybody the same price. So because the government will 100% pay for any person on Medicare and Medicaid, they will charge exorbitant fees for everything, like $50 for an aspirin, $100 for a plastic tube. They charge you out the ass for every goddamn thing that they do medically, and they have to charge everybody the same exact rate. But even though they bankrupt all these people with the medical expenses, what they get out of it is for everybody on Medicare and Medicaid, they get the money 100% from the government. So it benefits them to bankrupt people and not collect the money from the majority of middle-class Americans so that they can collect guaranteed results from the government for the elderly and the poor. And outside where you don't have that system, which is everywhere outside of the United States, it's cheaper to get health services. And in socialized countries, they dictate what the prices are for everything.
Yeah.
So they don't have that either.
So you can only okay. This is the other thing I'm curious about. So you can only rent, though, right? I mean, that's the other issue with expats. They'll let you own property even though you're not a citizen.
If you're a resident, yeah, you can own property any place in the world if you're not a citizen of that country.
Not like in the Philippines, you can't own property unless you're a citizen. And the interesting caveat with that is the Philippines is one of the only countries in the world besides the Vatican City that doesn't recognize divorce. So what happens is expats go to the Philippines, they marry, the woman can never divorce them, and then you just put everything in her name. But I mean, there are some countries where you can't buy property as a foreigner, but Ukraine is not one.
Yeah, there's no problem at all, and it's worth your while to own property and rent it out here. I mean, so far as investing is concerned, because you're getting basically about between 8 and 12% return on investment in so far as rental property, because there's no mortgage market here. Okay, there are a few mortgage loans put out, and therefore the price of properties, of assets, is much lower because of it. Because you got to keep in mind, the United States and Western Europe, the prices of housing are exorbitant because of the availability of mortgage loans. And so, more loans means that the prices just go up and up because you're just paying you're making the mortgage payment at a fairly low interest rate. But in Ukraine, since there are very few mortgage loans out there, most people just pay for the whole thing. And to get a mortgage loan, you've got to jump through a whole bunch of hoops. The prices are just much more reasonable, and therefore the rental income is just, between 8 and 12%. It's just a great deal, And to tell you the truth, honestly, you got to live by the motto of Rothschild. Buy when there's blood on the street. It's since Ukraine is unstable because of the Russia situation, asset prices are always going to be low, or they're going to be low for the foreseeable future. And
well, yeah, I mean, if I want to buy when there's blood on the streets, I'll just wait for the housing bubble in Canada to burst. Fuck.
No, because they'll prop that up. That's the thing. And
there's no way. Have you seen the prices of a shitty fucking 2-room house in some places? It's like $2-3 million. There's no way they're going to prop that up.
They're going to prop it up. They did it before. They'll do it again. They'll prop it up somehow.
Canada and Australia and New Zealand have amazing housing prices right now because the Chinese, there are millions of millionaires in China. They have so many fucking people. They have like as many millionaires in China as the United States has people. And the wealth inequality.
I'm not so sure.
Well, not exactly, like not the same exact number, but they have millions of millionaires, and the wealth is kind of spread even between them, more so than the United States even. And what they do is when they have money, they don't want to keep it in China because the government can take the money whenever they want. So they buy property in Canada, they buy property in Australia, to the point where like the official Chinese government owns almost 1% of Australia's landmass. So the reason why the price is there, it's fucking over the locals. If you're a local Canadian, you can't buy shit. There are empty houses all over the place in Australia and Canada that nobody lives in, that's owned by the Chinese, that people can't buy, and it's causing a housing crisis.
No.
I disagree with both of you. There's no way they're going to keep that propped up long term. I don't care how much money China pours into that. $3 million fucking suburban 2-room house is ridiculous. That's never going to last.
Yeah,
it'll pop.
Irrespective, but the thing is, you're asking about Ukraine. I think that Ukraine is the future. I don't understand why more guys who work online don't move out here, because it's ideal. Okay, I mean, if you're online, if your life is online, or you're retired, what the fuck are you doing in the U.S. and Western Europe? You can fly out there. It costs. What I was pricing it the other day because I got to go to New York in January, and it's. Like I think it was $1,100 for the flight and the week-long stay in the U.S., right? So why wouldn't you do that? Live in Eastern Europe and go to the States, once or twice or 3 times a year or whenever you need to, right? And the price of going and staying in the States is going to be just so much less than what you're saving here. I mean, it just seems obvious, but that's just me. If you're online. Fuck the States, quite frankly. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's just not. It's a shitty life, especially the issue of healthcare. Because here in Ukraine, the private healthcare is good. It's very good. Well, private healthcare has always been good everywhere, and there are always going to be assholes who have enough money to buy the private healthcare. But since you don't have so many of the disincentives that Josh was talking about, Medicare and all the rest of it. The price of private healthcare here in Ukraine is reasonable. The same went for living in Chile, for instance. In Chile, the private healthcare was, it was more expensive than the state healthcare, but it was reasonable. I mean, we had our kids in Chile, right? The whole thing in the best clinic in Chile cost me $10,000. I mean, the whole thing, and it was they were both by cesarean, right? The whole operating room, the whole the anesthesiologist, the doctor, the whole thing, $10,000, almost exactly for both pregnancies. No insurance, just cash, right? And in the States, that same pregnancy would have been between $30,000 and $50,000 each. Healthcare in the States is ridiculous, and I don't understand why more Americans aren't looking into other countries to do a lot of their healthcare needs, like dental shit, like hip replacement or whatever the hell. I mean, expensive procedures that can be elective, that can be done whenever you feel like it. I don't quite understand why people don't do it, but they're grown-ups.
And somebody asked, can you have guns in Ukraine? You can have rifles if you're a citizen. You have to get a special permit from the president to carry a pistol, but you can buy those.
Yeah, that's the one problem I don't particularly care for about Ukraine is that corruption is fairly prevalent, but they're trying to crack down on it. I personally prefer countries where there isn't corruption because then you never really know where the line is. It's just, I personally prefer things to be a little bit more clear-cut. I myself have never participated in any kind of bribery or anything like that. I'm just not interested in that. But that's the one little issue about living in Ukraine, that sometimes you do need to bribe people to make things
So, Coach, can you rename this stream Josh's Remembrance Stream?
Why?
I don't know if after admitting you're an illegal alien who bribed for gun permits, I don't know how well things are going to go for you next week.
I just have that in.
What's that? What?
I didn't say that I was an illegal alien. I said that
I asked how you got in, and Coach was like, well, you have to go through these steps, and you're like, I just showed up at the border.
No.
And then I asked for a gun permit. Here's $20, officer.
I'm just revealing my repository of information. And if I get drafted into the fucking Ukrainian nationalist movement, remember me as a flailing spastic who accomplished nothing, unless I earn freedom for my country, my new country.
That's how it works in a lot of these countries, though. You have to. It's patronage. You just graze a few palms, and that's how you get things done. I mean, it's how it works here too, a lot of times, but it's pretty much out in the open. In
the States, how is work over there? I mean, this is the thing, right? I'd imagine. I mean, this sounds really attractive. If I was younger and I'm making YouTube money and I'm on my own, I'd travel and do shit over there. But like, the YouTube money shit, the internet money stuff, I mean, you got a couple years of that, and that's good. But say you set up residence in some Eastern European country or some Asian country. And now it's 2 years later, you're not making YouTube money. What the fuck are you going to do for work to support yourself when you're just some fucking resident?
I lived in Australia. I lived in the Philippines while doing work for foreign companies online. I'm going to be set no matter what. If Plan Omega comes in and I have to shut down my site and move to China or something, I can still do development work and make money, good money for the local economy.
How about you, Coach? What's your take on that?
Well, my situation is a little bit different. So I don't quite, I mean, if the YouTube money, I don't depend on the YouTube money. It's great, and
Oh, I forgot. You and Quartering got into a pissing match about bank accounts. Yeah, you're probably fine. Ralph and I, on the other hand, would be fucked in Eastern.
Oh yeah, you guys would be fucked.
I'm going to do tasteful Roman documentaries if I ever collapse.
No, hey, Ethan, you mind if I discuss that suggestion I made?
No, I don't mind. You can go ahead.
I was listening to Ethan and Nora talking the other day. They were making fun of some chick who had like ripped off some article, whatever the fuck. Okay, like they made. I mean, I'm sure they're an adorable couple in real life, but I'm talking on air. They sounded terrific. That combination of Nora's she has a lovely voice and she's got that cute British accent. And Ethan, he sounds like a
redneck,
like a hillbilly. Yeah, the Brit and the aristocrat and the hillbilly. They should do a show together. No, I'm not kidding around. I think
what's funny. I don't feel like everybody knows this. Some people do that watch the show long enough. But Nora actually was one of the people who founded the Kill Stream back in the day. We used to do it, me and her and Janet Bloomfield. That used to be the hosting. Rotation there, and then I went to jail, and then I got back out, and she's doing other stuff now. She doesn't have enough time to do it every single week, and then we moved to 5 days a week, so it's been me, Gator, and Zidane since then. But yeah, we've done a lot of stuff together actually. So.
No, I was thinking that you guys would make a great couple, like some sort of couples podcast or some shit like that, something more mainstream than the Kill Stream. I don't mean this in any kind of. This is a sincere suggestion. I think that you guys would be terrific. You sounded lovely together.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing something maybe like once or twice a month with her. Just a side project from the Kill Stream. But yeah, we have good chemistry. I mean, we're married, obviously, so we had to have some type of chemistry to make that happen. But yeah, I do enjoy talking to her. So
yeah, but it's not everybody who's married together has good on-air chemistry.
That's true. That's true.
And so yeah, I mean, that kind of like, and that juxtaposition, that's the thing that I loved about Andy and JF's show, that you had like two very clear personalities, and their juxtaposition was just, it was just really amusing. It was like fun to watch that juxtaposition. By the way, whatever happened to Andy and JF? They had their reunion. Was it any good? I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I watched some of it. I think they're talking about doing it every couple weeks now, like rotating the channels.
The band's getting back together.
Yeah, so that's what they're talking about. I mean, we'll see if they.
Did you guys hear that? I could have sworn I heard an Indian screaming in the background.
Yeah, I think I heard that one too. Yeah.
That's just my prediction.
What? What's your prediction?
That fight's not going to happen.
I said that. I said it wasn't going to happen.
I think it's going to happen, and I know for something's going to happen regardless. So, I mean, I won't get into it too much, but there's some type. They're talking about some type of backup plan as well. So, I already have the headquarters booked there in Knoxville. So.
I have faith that Andy will show up. As far as Donga goes, I can't. I'm split on it. He seems so far invested now that how could he pull back?
But even with Andy, like Andy, like I was on that stream where he had the chick from the company that was going to sponsor the fight, and he, like, I was floored. My jaw hit the fucking floor when he just kicked her out of the conversation. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you?
Andy. Okay, I'm going to say this because I believe it wholeheartedly. Andy played that right. Tara shows up. You're talking about Tara LaRosa?
Yes.
Okay. Tara LaRosa, big badass chick, right? Can hurt people. Andy basically says, "Shut your fucking whore mouth and make me a sandwich," and throws her off his stream. After that, Tara liked him. She was very nice to him. I don't think she's used to guys saying "shut the fuck up" whore. I think it's like this weird thing with strong women where if you treat them like that, they respond to it. And like Andy, I don't know if he stumbled his way into it, but he did.
Jim, it would work for you and Jim. Try it out. Oh, I was the only one.
I'm telling you, Tara came in there. They got really heated at each other. Mm-hmm. He throws her out after talking shit. She comes back in. Now they're all buddy, and she likes him.
She comes back with her tail between her legs, and she just licks his hand.
It's just dealing with fucking crazy people. That's my take. I just think that it's like okay. I tried to do my my big tough talk because he was basically shitting on her for a fucking hour, and then. Comes back and is like, okay, I get how it is. I just want to lay down the rules, and she does it as neutrally as possible to get it out of the way. But I don't know. Annie could fucking surprise me. I would be shocked if Tonka showed up.
Well, I mean, Andy's been the one pushing for it. Like I've seen him talk to LaRosa. I've seen him constantly kind of push. Like, when are the contracts coming? When can I sign the contracts? When can we get the promo shit up? It sounds like Ralph and him have a room or a venue booked or some shit like that down there. So it seems like he's invested in showing up. But like Tonka, I'm not seeing the same thing. He doesn't seem hyped about showing the contract. He doesn't seem hyped about doing promo pics. He doesn't seem like he's trying to keep in contact with LaRosa or Leroy, the guy doing the promo, or the venue, I mean. Like, to me, that's why I'm kind of iffy on it. But how is he ever going to come back online if he doesn't show up at this point?
Oh, he hasn't thought it that far. Come on. The guy's operating second to second. Okay?
I'll tell you what I want to see. You see that old show, Boondocks, on Adult Swim. There was an episode of that where a blind guy beats the fuck out of the grandpa, and they schedule a rematch. It's a huge thing, and the grandpa just beats the shit out of the blind guy because it was a fluke that he won the first time. I hope that, I don't care who wins, I just hope that it's a completely one-sided fucking disaster where somebody is just completely mauled the first round in seconds. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see a fair fight. I want to see some guy just get obliterated.
Like lopsided. You want it lopsided.
Yeah. I don't like fair fights. I'm not for that shit. Me and Jim like punching down. That's that.
Well, it is funny how Tonka was talking all this shit, and then all of a sudden it came time to the contracts are submitted, and he didn't say anything. Andy had to confirm that he actually sent the contract in. Tonka sent it in. And it just seems, I don't know, some of the stuff he was doing, like, I'm not going to send in a promo pic. It just seemed like he was trying to throw up, walls. And yeah, exactly. Where it's like, oh, okay, I'm going to bluff Andy out of doing this. And then Andy, did it. And I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. With that stupid condition of that Jim, had to sign off your channel or whatever the fuck. That was just.
Like I said, I've already said, if Tonka, if he wants to do bet for bet, if he wins, I will delete my channel. But if Andy wins, Tonka has to dress up like a woman with high heels, put lipstick on, and walk up and down the boulevard outside the fucking venue telling people he's a $2 whore that got beat by a coke addict. He has to do it for an hour, and it has to be filmed.
Look, he's not
But
going
is
to
it
show
even
up.
fair not to see the guy you're fighting before you fight them? Like, I've never heard of that before. Somebody told me, I said, well, what is his logic on this? I didn't listen to the comment. I heard like 10 minutes of it. And I was like, well, what is his logic on not submitting a pick? And they said, oh, he wants to surprise Andy with how he looks when he gets to the fight or something. And I'm sitting there thinking,
Bullshit.
what the fuck? That's not fair.
Well, maybe okay. I mean, there is the off chance that Andy's showing up thinking he's going to be fighting Tonto, and instead T-Hawk walks into the fucking arena with fucking 38-inch pythons ready to rip him in half. I don't know.
Jim, Ethan, I'm sorry, but you guys are so fucking naive. He is not going to show up, and he's going to shut his channel down after.
I'm
out
thinking
of sheer
it's going to happen.
He's not going to shut down his channel.
I'm going on record.
What's
it's
he
going to
living
happen.
for? His
and
channel
I
is
think he's gonna show
garbage.
up.
He's got like 200 viewers or 300 viewers. And holy shit, I got
How
like
about this, Coach?
1,300
Coach,
right now.
I'll bet you $20 that he shows up and it happens. How about the big bet here? I'll bet you $20.
Big bet. Okay, fine. I'll take your money. Happy to. You
I just
sign
don't
it,
see how he
sign it
can't
over to
show-
St. Jude's now, because that's where I'm going to be sending the money. You know,
all that shit he talked, he has to show up, right? I don't know. That's what I think. We'll see.
That's like 5 bowls of Boris. That's not play money. That's good money.
No, well, I'm magnanimous. I'll send it to St. Jude's and the little dying kids of cancer that the Wall Street Journal fucked over. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to have
they can get borscht.
Yeah.
But Jim, going back to this issue of living in Ukraine. I mean, you were asking about this. I honestly, I mean, not kidding around, and forget about the issue of like 2 years down the line. YouTube might cut you off or whatever. I honestly think that for people who are making a living online, Eastern Europe is the way to go. It's cheap. It's easy to live here. You don't need a car. It's,
well, yeah, that sounds attractive. I mean, don't get me wrong and stuff, but I like to be the kind of person that would be able to have backups and alternatives for 5 years, or 10 years, or 15 years down the road. I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket and be like, oh, I'm making a little bit of money on the internet and things are going great, and then people in Ukraine are like, okay, fag, what kind of work can you do?
No.
You're not a citizen.
Think of it in these terms. See, imagine you were to spend 2 years in Ukraine. Right, and you're thinking that the whole YouTube thing is going to sunset in a couple of years, right? Okay, fine. So you live and work out of Ukraine. Everything is cheap. I mean, shit, you guys. This is my studio space, right? It's 650 square feet, and I'm paying with electric and internet. I'm paying $450 a month, right? And so it's cheap to live here. You can save a lot of money by living here, okay? You don't have to think of it that you're living in Ukraine forever. You can be like, okay, I'll spend 2 years there. Whatever I'm earning online, say, just for the sake of argument, I'm earning $5,000 a month, and I'm by living in Ukraine with all in and travel and all the rest of it, I'm spending, I don't know, like $2,500 a month. It'll be $2,500 that you can bank over a 2-year period, right? That's good money. That's $60,000 over a 2-year period that you just put in your back pocket. It's
what he's
worthwhile.
trying to say is start doing more streams. You make like $1,000 an hour doing your streams. Make that money now while you can before it's over. And then
yeah. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I do like streaming occasionally, but it's not a prime motivator. The money is not a prime motivator. Otherwise, I'd be streaming every fucking day.
Who would
You're
do
right,
that?
I do make good money streaming. I mean, if that was the motivator, I'd be doing it every day.
What kind of Jew would stream every single day?
I don't know.
You got to make those sparkles, Ralph.
Yeah. We want more. What was it? D-Live bananas? What were they giving out in?
Ninjaginis and ice creams and
ice creams,
lemons.
Yeah, lemons. Yeah, that was.
D-Live is so dumb. I will never understand why you'd have a small platform. You suddenly have a chance at a large influx of people to come in, and you're not willing to accommodate them to keep the audience of 100 appeased. I mean, this isn't even like an established community. It's a fucking hustle for a Bitcoin offshoot.
Yeah,
that they actually the prices on.
They actually messaged me the other day, and they said, "Oh, we just want to
come
keep
back." Is that
no,
what
they're just like,
was?
we just want to keep you up to date because they said they were launching like a mature side of the site, basically X-rated or whatever. You could do whatever you wanted. they're like, we just want to keep you up to date. We're not launching that on time, but we're still planning on it.
You should email him back and be like, the only launch I'm interested in is when you launch your ass in a space bag and fuck off.
Well, I do wish I had went directly to streaming now, just right from the start, but I hadn't talked to him yet. And
well, I can see your hesitation. The site is like, to me, before you fucking moved, it was just the Narcissa stream. Like, that was the only thing that I knew that was there, and it had the unicorns and it had the sparkles. And I'm like, this is a gay shit stream site.
Well, some of them had been getting pissed off. So there was another transgender individual on there last night, and they were doing a stream. I think it's a Narcissa like acolyte or something, and they were doing a stream that's, I forget what the title was. It was something like stream me and the KKK. Hope you enjoy the money or some shit like that. And it was just all bitter.
Are you talking about Kitty Style, or is that a different person?
No, it was somebody else. It was another tranny, and they were all mad. And the title was talking about stream me's the new KKK or some shit like that. But the stream, they literally don't they don't care. So.
With Kitty Style, that dude's like a schizophrenic, and he's on welfare.
Yeah, what is the story with that? Somebody was like, you have to check out. They're like, you have to check this guy out. So I turned the stream on to watch him. I'd never watched any of his shit before, and it's just him. I think it's the guy. He's like Norwegian or something, right?
He's Denmark.
Or yeah, whatever. Yeah, one of them. So, but he's fucking screaming his head off and arguing with fucking chat about shit, and then he'll get really calm and laugh. And then
he just sits there and smokes weed non-stop on his stream.
He streams for 18 hours a day, and he was saying. Like
he got put in jail over there, Josh. Did you see that for like threatening a politician? He had to do 6 months in a Denmark prison. So
yeah, he's schizophrenic. He has a
pretty easy time. You know what I'm saying?
Say it again.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that doing time in a Danish prison must be pretty easy.
Yeah, no, tough. Yeah, hard time there.
No, he's a schizophrenic and he smokes weed. And if you know anything about schizophrenics, like usually.
Oh, it's a good idea. It's a very good idea.
Fantastic idea.
Smart, I think.
But he has a kid. He has a baby mama. And he's living off of the welfare system there, basically. And he streams 18 hours a day. Like, every waking moment, he's on stream. And he was even saying, like, Ralph, he only streams a couple hours a night. And I am the hardest working person on the stream. I'm on it 18 hours a day. Why does he get all
what does he stream about other than screaming at his audience? Like, the hour I saw was just him going off on people in chat.
Have you ever seen a Narcissa stream? It's basically the same fucking thing. Narcissa streams 18 hours a day.
I can't watch Cosmo. Like, it's too depressing. It's too fucking depressing seeing what that is.
I can.
Well, see, a lot of the people on there are kind of mad because the Kill stream and Zidane and Gator and a lot of other people showed up, and they have a leaderboard thing every week where they give out cash prizes, and we pretty much just took them all.
We took it over.
Yeah, they took them down a peg, or about 8 pegs.
Well, the first place used to be Narcissa, and the first place on the high score table was $650 a week. Like, that's a full-time fucking income just for getting number one consistently, which is Ralph now. But after he came over, I need to stop fucking. Chat's gonna eat me alive if I keep saying overrun. But all these people came over, and they took over all the spots between like 1 and 25, bumping down the people who were on Stream Me before to like the $20 mark on the high score table. So all these people who had like full-time income from Stream.me for being on the high score table are suddenly earning jack shit. And I multi-stream there. And I get, like, I'm usually in the $90 to $100 range, just because I don't think I will be anymore because we have so much competition there now.
Well, that's what I find interesting about them. Like, if you compare that to DLive, DLive gives you bananas that are worth imaginary pennies if you can ever change them in. Streamy's, like, paying out weekly fucking funds to people, and it seems like they've been doing that for a while.
Well, yeah, plus they're pretty happy to have us there because they were paying $650 to somebody getting like 10 people per stream. You know what I mean?
You fucked their golden goose, right? You understand that how much hate they're going to have for you.
Well,
they really do.
The best part, when I started doing it soon after Ralph moved, and I was just starting with my stuff, and I was like in the the 7th place and right over Kitty Sal. I had tuned into his stream once, and he was literally just him staring there with a scowl in this webcam on the high score table with me right above him. And he had his mouse and his little cursor was just drawing circles over my name right on top of his, like just looking like he had fucking murderous intent. And he talks about how I do not want to be on this Kiwi Farms. I don't want to be on it. You're ruining a good thing for me. And that to me was funny.
Well, I came into his chat the first day I was there. I try to be nice to the other streamers or whatever. So I came in, I was talking to him. He's just like, "Oh, good to see you here. It's probably going to push me down the list a little bit, but I'm glad you're here," and was telling me his life story. And then I check in on him a week later, and everybody's like, "Wow, this guy's talking all kinds of shit. He's mad because his money's lower now." And I don't know. I guess he had a change of heart there after a week or so.
Yeah, because you stole his money. Oh God!
But the first day he was all like, "Oh, good to see you here. If you mention me, don't mention me too much because I don't want my stream to blow up and all this and that." And I was like, "Okay."
You know what happened? You took away his weed money. Now he can't fucking relax. And he's on edge. The fucking demons are coming out after him now.
Stole his weed money.
As long as my fucking arm, like I don't know, dudes just sits there and chiefs.
Yeah, somebody in chat said they've been doing this for 2 years. Yeah, and on their little page, $170,000 they paid out in 2 years for their weekly streaming.
Nobody.
contest.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Who's bankrolling this site?
I actually do not know.
That's the question to ask.
I've heard some ideas about some people who have some investments in it that I won't reveal on air, but some known folks, but I won't go into all that. But
do they happen to like? Oh God, I can't remember the name. Did they happen to like a drink? A fuel,
possibly, yes,
drink?
possibly.
No, it's not really F fuel or an H fuel, but somewhere in between.
Yes, I've heard that. Yes.
Oh, you heard that? Oh, okay. No, I was wondering if it were people with, vowels at the end of their last names.
What?
Everybody goes silent.
What the fuck?
Jesus Christ!
Explain yourself.
No, I heard the fuel thing. That's the same thing that I heard. So. Wouldn't surprise me.
Ralph, what is your opinion on, since we're talking about fuels unrelated, what's your opinion on G Fuel?
I love it. It's a delicious drink. It helps me get through the day, and I can just drink that stuff forever. It's delicious. It's probably my favorite drink, honestly. It's great stuff. I like the cotton candy flavor. I think that's probably my favorite.
That's your favorite one, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
What, Keem's around? Is he in the chat?
No, they're just saying that, I think.
No, I like how you're instantly able to identify what we're talking about just from that.
No, why is he hanging around here? I mean, I just idle curiosity.
I can tell you why. His audience is fucking kids, and he has more fun being a dickhead over here because it's not such a sanitized place. Because he has to watch his ass when he's on his stream because he's not even supposed to be on his stream. Like his drama alert thing is like a shell company owned by somebody else.
Banned. Yeah, he was banned from YouTube too, and that's what other people were telling me. They're like, Ralph, you could come back to YouTube. You just have somebody else on the channel, just like Keem does. Of course, I don't know. I got a lot of heat on me. I'm not sure.
You'll never get monetized.
Yeah. I don't think.
See, you should have let me sing fucking Moon Man because it didn't matter anyways in the end.
But yeah, I don't really think that would work. But yeah, some people were suggesting that. But yeah, Keem's technically banned from YouTube himself, but he counts himself as an employee of the channel or whatever. And I guess somebody else technically owns it or something.
I've actually heard something interesting in regards to the monetization for live streaming and stuff.
Yeah.
And in regards to if you'll ever get a second channel monetized, like if you get banned and you come back, or if you have a second one you want to get monetized. Apparently, if you are able to enable channel memberships, that little join button with the fee, that means from what I understand, you're okay with Google. You can set up a second channel and they will monetize it. But if for some reason on your existing channel, if that is an option that just is not appearing anymore for you or that just won't enable, you're on a shit list, which means that you're never going to get a second channel monetized. And when you're gone for good.
Hey, can somebody check my channel? Because in Ukraine, I can't see that join button.
They would never let me enable that. Yeah.
Oh, no, the way you go to your creator studio, I'll tell you where it is. I'm sorry, you go to YouTube settings. That's where it is. And look at view additional features. It's the one that tells you, like, do you have copyright strike? Do you have a community guideline strike?
Yeah.
And at the very bottom of the list is channel memberships. And if you're on a channel that has over 50,000 subs and that's not enabled, you're on the shit list.
Which one is this? This is... community? No, channel. Got it.
It's on the status page where it shows you your strikes and stuff like that, and then there's a membership thing.
Studio beta thing that I'm ineligible for channel membership. Oh, so I'm one step away from.
You should definitely be eligible for it too. That's another good thing about streaming is they have they enabled, they call it subscriptions over there. They enabled that right away.
Could it be that I'm in Ukraine?
No, you're on a shit list.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Really? Mine is still enabled, I think. I'll check it, but I'm pretty sure that when I got my
check your memberships.
I didn't enable it because I didn't know what it did.
Also, if you set up, so they had a thing where if you set up your channel as a gaming channel, you could get grandfathered into that, and you didn't have to meet the criteria.
Yeah, I'm talking close to that. Yeah. They enabled it for 100,000 and over. Now it's at 50,000 and over.
Yeah.
Weird. Okay, I have mine. That's interesting.
Is it eligible?
Yeah, I'm setting it up right now.
Congratulations, you're not on a shit list.
Not yet. Oh, I need my thing is I've been looking at people to do streams on, and I've been intentionally avoiding people who are particularly big name because I'm enjoying it so much. I'm having a lot of fun doing it. I don't want to get kicked off yet, but it's gonna fucking happen eventually.
Oh yeah, no, everybody's gonna get. We're all fucking goners. I'll be on TikTok. So
No, everybody's gonna be gone, sure. But I'm kind of curious. Okay, the balkanization of the internet and all that shit, and having like a fixed email account to all of your accounts in order to track you and so forth. So there's no anonymity. What do you think is going to happen to people like us? Would we be driven underground or to some sort of like dark web or some, invisible
underground railroad, so to speak?
Yeah,
we'll be in the secret Telegram rooms with the Zeus sadists talking about retards.
That's the future. Yeah, no, I think you're either going to find an alternative or you're going to just be a ghost. It's not necessarily bad. I mean, if you're not motivated by just making money, if you just want to fuck around, you'll be fine. But if you want to make a living out of doing shit like this, yeah, no, we are all fucked. I hate to tell you.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if people like Murdoch? I mean, we'd all agree that we like their content, right? And we would like it if they would up the amount of content they're producing because they were doing this full time. There's nothing wrong with wanting that, that kind of. That we would want independent creators to be earning enough so that they can do this shit full time. I just think it's just a bad thing, and in the long run, it'll just bite them in the ass. I mean, Josh, you were saying about the Chinese experiment that they're all happy about it because they're getting all this positive feedback, from the social score that they're getting. But I think that maybe
every comment underneath the ad is nigger. Like that's the well, that's the reality. I mean,
Coca-Cola doesn't like that being affiliated.
Right? They don't want that shit on their platform. They want that fucking money.
Have a Coke and a smile, nigger. Yeah, that's.
I disagree a little bit because I think my thing was that with Ralph, I made the joke that there were people who were monitoring his stream very, very closely to see how the super chats interacted and how that all worked, and he didn't get pulled. Despite numerous, would probably get people banned if it was just like a video upload. He didn't get banned despite that until the threat of
the mistakes I made were one, not talking to the Wall Street Journal. If I had actually talked to them and been like, I'm like JF did basically, be like, it's not my opinion, some super chats, which it's not. I mean, I was just reading super chats.
Oh no, you were the fucking sacrificial lamb. You would have fucked no matter what you did.
Maybe, but if I had talked to him, at least I might have had a chance. And then that night, so they turned off my super chats that Thursday night, right before the stream. And then they were watching my show. And so we were going in on the Wall Street Journal reporter. They took us down. They were obviously monitoring the show. If I had came out that night, maybe and not talked about it, I don't know.
What you should have done,
I might have already been on,
your stream after your super chats got disabled. You should have had a stream entirely about kittens and puppies and how much you loved Israel.
Well, I didn't realize quite how perilous the situation was at that point. But yeah, the writing was on the wall, I guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you were the guy that was going to be the sacrificial lamb.
They're just look, we got rid of him. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and somebody mentioned this. I've been holding on to it. That in Venezuela, they've been importing Chinese technology regarding the social credit system and positive reinforcement towards.
Yeah, they need to be importing fucking food in Venezuela. Everybody's fucking starving.
You got to make sure that people just don't know on the internet that they're starving. That's the fix.
They know when they're standing in a bread line for fucking 8 hours.
No, not them. They can know. They just can't go online and talk about it. That's what matters. You're not looking at this right from the situation of Venezuelan government optics.
Oh, who's the president of Venezuela? Because he had a Twitter account, and on his Twitter account, his people are bitching about starving to death and not having any food or money. He's posting like pictures of him eating hamburgers and shit. And I'm like, how have they not killed this guy? Like, he's rubbing it in their face.
Well, everybody who's loyal to the party eats. That's just how it works.
Well, they tried to assassinate him a couple times, but he keeps getting away with it somehow.
It's all that padding he's built by eating.
You would think there would have to be some type of internal coup at some point, but
It reminds me of is it Mugabe from Zimbabwe who was the president? Like, they're starving over there, and this asshole's on social media eating cake and shit.
No, that was
like $20,000 suits and shit. Yeah.
That was way worse. Yeah, he had, I think it was like a wedding, or it was some kind of party. It was like a routine party, but he spent like hundreds of years of the annual income of any person in the country just making lavish cakes and importing entertainment and importing special clothes. And I think, did they kill him over that, or?
No, they just deposed him. He's still alive over there. They didn't actually kill him.
Yeah, no, he's the last I heard of him. Yeah, he is alive. The last I heard of him is he wanted an American woman arrested for mean tweets. Like, he's a fucking pussy.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding. Yeah, he wanted her arrested because she made a joke about him on fucking Twitter.
Well, that was one of the last things they did in his regime there, and then they deposed him, deposed his wife. I think his wife left the country, and she's not there anymore, if I'm not mistaken. But Mugabe himself's still there, and I don't think they've seized like his assets and properties and stuff like that. He's just chilling out. He's been deposed. His former vice president, Mnangagwa, or whatever his name is the new leader. So
no, Rhodesia was the breadbasket of Africa, and look at what these fuckers did to it, right? And I'm guessing the same is going to happen in South Africa.
Of course it is. You can't take farmland from people that know how to do agriculture on a large scale and give it to unqualified people that can't even fucking grow vegetables in something the size of a victory garden and not expect everything to fucking implode.
Yeah. No.
Well, what gets me is that, do you know what the most peaceful country in Africa is? The most stable, economically stable, most peaceful. Probably, if you were to live in Africa, this is the country you want to go to.
Which one?
Botswana, which is just north of South Africa. And the reason why Botswana is so particularly stable is, number one, they have diamonds, and they have a 50-50 cooperation with the Beers called Debswana. Debswana is the name. And they mine the diamonds and they split it 50-50 with the country, and the country reinvests that into HIV care and education. So it's a functional country in the middle of Africa, and it's shocking. But the other really big issue with Botswana and why it's stable is that there are only 6 different ethnic tribes in Botswana. Uganda, by comparison, has 32. So you have these mandates, like South Africa was a mandate.
I'm sorry, wait. Can I say, like, it's it's funny because it's racist, but it's true. So did you say that Botswana is willingly doing a 50-50 split with the white people if they'll pay for AIDS medication?
No, the government gets the money however they want, but the government actually puts it towards, because there's a huge AIDS crisis in Botswana.
Wasn't that chick fired from her flight because she was flying to Africa and she's like, I hope I don't get AIDS? And everyone's like, that's so terrible.
No, 50% of people of reproductive age in Botswana have HIV. So the fact the government does treat it for free socially.
Oh, I'm sorry, Josh. When you said De Beers, did you mean Boers?
De Beers, no, the diamond company.
The diamond.
No.
Oh my God, I'm thinking of, that's like okay. That's why I said white people. I thought you were saying that there's like a
no.
No,
the diamond monopoly. No, it's a company that's socially owned. Half of it is just for the.
I thought it was like a weird accent thing, and I didn't want to correct you. Like, all right.
You were too polite. You, Jim, were too polite. What the fuck?
No. Well, because he knows I have an autistic slur and I can't say the word "erver" correctly, so he just chalked it up to.
Well, no, that's why it was funny to me. I was like, you got this little fucking leftover, colonist farmer collective, and they're splitting 50-50 diamond profits. It's like, that's so fucking wild. That's why I thought that was all right.
But no, the country's stable because of the racial homogeny. It's one of the most racially homogenous mandates in the country and in the continent. And all of like Middle East and Africa, those borders are bullshit. They're just bullshit that the European colonists had over. South Africa was bullshit. Like all of it. Syria is the big one. Syria is a huge swath of land of different languages, different religion, different sects. And they don't mesh together, and they're forced under this one fake government, and they don't want to be there. And that's why there's always this constant strife. If it were to balkanize and just become the areas that are self-governing and homogenous, it would be a lot better. And that's why Botswana just happens to be one of the safest countries in Africa. It's because they're pretty much homogenous as it is. Just a thought.
Well, the more you know. All right.
The more you know. No, the problem with Africa is that all this help with insofar as malaria and AIDS medicine and all that shit, all very humanitarian shit like that. But it's the reason that we're having this migrant crisis in Africa, in Europe rather. It's the reason while Africa is the fastest growing continent on Earth, and women are having, what is it, like something like almost 5 children per woman in Africa? I mean, some absurd amount like that. And the African continent will quickly no longer be able to feed itself, and so
it never has.
Well, no, because that was because of corruption. But now it's going to become because of the issue of just of overpopulation. And what the fuck do you think is going to happen with all those people? Like Nigeria has grown 5-fold.
It's a self-correcting problem. Let's be honest.
Well, it's not if you leave the fucking door open. These fucking Europeans leaving the fucking door open. Look, I think the European issue is that they're fucked, and Europe is going to go down the tubes. I think it's past the point of no return, quite frankly. I mean, I'm black-pilled as fuck on that.
I have faith that the Chinese will move inland from the East Coast. I'm not kidding, from the East Coast and from the South, where they're building up their fucking infrastructure and their economy, and it'll be like neocolonialism. And nobody will be able to call them out on it. You can't call a Chinese, you can't say, "Oh, the Asian's racist," because he's doing this.
There already are Chinatowns throughout the southern, especially in the east coast of Africa, and they teach them Mandarin. And there are weird like Sinabu Africans who know Mandarin perfectly, who sing communist songs, and who end up like pop stars in China because everybody thinks it's cool that the one black guy in the entire country can sing revolutionary music perfectly, and. Yeah, you're gonna see what China really likes is the wood. They like huge old trees. They like to cut them down and make tables out of them. That's something China likes. So you're gonna start seeing Chinese rail. China built the African Union headquarters, I think, in Nigeria, for free. Just you don't need to pay us back for this. Have a nice African Union headquarters in Nigeria. Remember, China loves you very much. Please give us trees.
I know it's really dark, but I suppose there's no better fertilizer than corpses. And if you have overpopulation problem, they all starve to death. The Chinese are going to be fucking grateful because they're going to grow.
Well, what they're doing is the big shift is China is known for making the small, shitty products, the cheap labor. They want to segue to being what America is and have a massive middle class and making manufacturing jobs, and then move the shitty labor jobs over to Africa, who are permanently indebted to them for the infrastructure they built.
Somehow, I'm not thinking that's going to work. I don't think that the African population.
They've had problems already. The Africans aren't too useful, as it turns out.
Have you guys ever watched Empire of Dust?
Yeah.
Is that the one with the Chinese dude talking all this shit?
That is fucking
brutal. That clip. Oh man, who has it? Anybody have it? I'll play it for chat because
he's just trolling the dude and just laughing in his face. It's so fucking funny.
Empire of Dust, right?
Yeah, it's the whole movie's great. Like the Chinese talk about why they won't leave gas out because they'll steal it. He bitches about how their companies don't know how to run anything. He chastises the translator because like the Dutch set up everything for you and you fucking idiots couldn't keep it going.
Yeah.
Here's the trailer. I'll send you the trailer.
No, I think this is the clip. I got to figure out how to do this OBS shit. All right, guys, be patient with me for a bit. Just talk amongst yourselves while I figure this shit out.
If you're setting up videos, you should be playing the black guy singing revolutionary songs. It's one of my favorite videos on YouTube. So how about the weather?
Boy, that weather, yeah, that's good stuff. Oh, I got something we can use as filler.
Okay.
Let me pull it up. I'll link you to the article, and then you can all take your guess as to how long it'll take creationists to jump on this. I know it's not the in thing anymore. We've moved past that cycle on the internet, but I can already see
atheism is unstoppable, Jim. Haven't you heard?
I think this should go to everybody. It's a link. Here you go. Ready?
Yeah.
There you go.
Shit.
Left side. It doesn't matter. It's just a news source, so whatever. Now, well, how do you think that's going to be interpreted? Right?
Oh.
I can already take a guess as to how that one's going to be.
That explains why we're all retarded.
Right.
We're all inbred motherfuckers.
Which one? Let me see it.
All
it's
humans. Yeah, go ahead. Read it.
All
you
humans
go.
are descended from just 2 people, and a catastrophic event wiped out almost all species on Earth 100,000 years ago, scientists claim.
What,
Checkmate, atheist. How will that fucking kangaroo recover from this? You gonna wipe that smug fucking look off his face?
There's no evidence for Noah, is there? Huh?
Is Jim evangelizing to chat now?
I'm proselytizing, brother. You need to accept Jesus.
Amen.
There you go.
How do you
Bishop
pronounce that
Patio
word?
Furniture.
Proselytize or proselytize?
I have no idea how to spell it. I'm lucky I can even
pronounce
say
it.
it. If you heard me
Pronounce
say
it.
hyperbole.
Yeah, I can. Hyperbole, yeah. But yeah, for a while I said hyperbole.
That's how my wife says it. Yeah.
A future sporting event.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay, for chat, let me just put it in the chat. Yeah, because so that you all understand why we're. Oops, what the fuck happened? There we go.
You can do it, Coach. I believe. Thoughts and prayers for Coach, everybody, as we make our way through this.
Thoughts and prayers. I can't. Okay, let me see. Oh, fuck it. Okay, guys, in chat, I posted it in chat, so there, it should be good enough for everybody.
It's a very accredited news source, the Daily Mail. We all know that they're always up to date on accurate information. I'm sure you'll all fucking appreciate it.
Ralph loves the Daily Mail. He said that last stream I watched.
I actually do love the Daily Mail. you get articles like this and other like right wing stuff, and then on the side there's like tits here, ass here, which celebrities fucking around on their spouse, fucking what's his name, 6ix9ine arrested. I see that on the side too. So it's just classic tabloid fodder there.
Yeah, I mean they're good for a laugh every once in a while.
Yeah.
Somebody in chat brought up Thought Audit. I guess I'm behind on that one. What's going on?
You didn't see that?
You missed it.
No, I've been playing video games.
So like people reporting like sex workers and stuff for tax evasion, and other people who are doing like
that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay.
And then if you get caught, you get 30% of the proceeds. The person who turned them in. So there's a financial.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
30% of what they didn't pay in taxes?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huge
exactly.
incentive to narc. So which is why they're saying that everybody who's doing it is an incel. They don't work. They're neat. So they need the money. Which is why they're harassing sex workers.
I'd sign up for it. I'm sort of like regretting that I hadn't thought of it first. Yeah, 30%, yay me.
What's going on? People are saying Venti is getting roasted?
She's been coming out against it and calling it narc behavior.
Oh, fuck, that's right. Yeah, didn't she get like 50 grand or something?
Yeah.
30 grand for the Arab print or something, right?
Exactly.
Well, if anybody wants $15,000, they know who to talk to.
Yeah.
My buddy at the IRS can sort you out.
But yeah, because
that is fucking crazy.
If she got paid 30 grand, right, and her marginal tax rate is probably up there like 29%, 30%. Just to make the math easy, 30 grand, 9 grand. Yeah, it'd be about $3,000 for whoever narcs on her.
Yeah, the safest bet is just to estimate it at a third of your income for state and federal.
Yeah.
It's a smart way to go. I mean, you'll be a little off, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, but no, I mean, there's $3 grand for just that payment alone. Sure, there's plenty of incentive to do it.
How fucking hard is it to pay your taxes, though? I paid taxes. I paid like $75 in federal income taxes last year. Fucking do your taxes. It cost me more money for TurboTax than I did for the.
Well, that's deliberate. That's deliberate.
Oh, they're saying the Findom community's freaking out about it too.
Yes.
Yeah, they should. Oh, yeah. I hadn't thought of that. Of course. Oh, man. Yeah. Because
holy shit, this is a cash cow, isn't it?
There's a limit to gifts that you can give to somebody. Okay, I
think
actually
it's
have
$2,000 a year is the limit.
$2,000 a year? No, I think it's higher. I think it's
maybe $10,000 at the most.
I honestly, to God, forgot, but I do believe it's in the 5 figures. But after that, it's taxable income, and it's like a one-off. I forget the rule.
Well, how are they avoiding? Okay, but how are they avoiding paying taxes? Because almost every platform you collect money through, I'm fairly certain, sends you, what is it, a 1099? Like YouTube will.
And they make you sign a W-9 before you even get paid.
Right.
Which is why.
Everything, yeah.
It's just, I guess that's why it happens. If you send a tip like this guy on this platform collecting this amount of money, probably not paying taxes, and they can just pull up the fucking paperwork and say, oh, yeah, that's true. Send over one of our guys, and we'll get that money. Send over one of the guys with the baseball bat to get the money, and we'll pay the incel their cut for the good work.
Well, one of the things that people don't talk about insofar as the IRS is concerned is that they're understaffed, severely understaffed. Okay, and this has been something that the Republicans have sort of been pushing for in the House of turning off the spigot on the IRS. They don't have enough people to police everybody.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true.
What the fuck is a premium Snapchat? People are saying that's where it started.
You pay money to be on the Snapchat list where they send out nudes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's just whores sending out nudes and getting like what, PayPal tips then?
Yeah,
pretty much.
Pretty much.
Oh, and then they don't. Okay, all right. I see how this is going.
Yeah.
All right. I was trying to think like, how are they avoiding it? Everybody's sending you a 1099, but they're getting it in such small amounts. I guess is that it?
Yeah, small amounts, and I mean, I'll put it this way: I do contract work still to make ends meet because the fucking Kiwi Farms is heavy. But one of the companies that I do business with was explaining that in their area, for I think tens of millions of people, there are maybe like 4 IRS agents working the entire area.
Yeah. So
they're saying that's because of Trump. They already had too few, but then after Trump, the number of
Holy
working
shit! I'm sorry to interrupt. Somebody said selling underwear. I just thought, doesn't Repsion sell his underwear and his fucking feet pics?
Yep.
Do you think he's paying taxes on his degeneracy?
I'm guessing
Send
not.
a tip, Jim. Be the first.
Be the first. Come on.
Get that money. Put it in your fucking Ukraine savings account.
Yeah. Go for it. You know what I mean?
Shouldn't have said that. There's already some motherfucker in chat trying to speak. Tip.irs.gov. Go.
Oh, how mad are they? They must be fucking furious.
Dude, they're furious.
Yeah.
Fucking having to pay taxes and shit. God damn it. Like a normal person working a real job.
Well, one of the things about the lack of IRS personnel that they're not talking about is that if it becomes widely known that effectively the IRS doesn't have enough people to police everybody insofar as their taxes are concerned, then tax avoidance or outright tax evasion is going to skyrocket. So once that comes out, because what happens is that, if everybody avoids taxes or evades taxes, let's call it properly such. If everybody's evading taxes, there will never be a point where IRS has enough people to police all the people evading, okay? And it'll just...
Especially if there is violent resistance from the tax man.
Yeah, exactly. This happened in Argentina, for instance. I have some experience in this issue, that in Argentina, people would avoid taxes, and there simply were not enough tax authority people to police them, and not enough police to go out and execute search warrants and all the rest of it necessary to get everybody to comply. And so in Argentina, their tax revenue just went down the toilet. See? And so that's the thing in the United States, and they want to be real careful about that, because if enough people get wise, the IRS and the Treasury Department is fucked, because they're not going to get any tax revenue. They'll be able to collect it from corporations, but not from people, because it'll be just too many people. It's like wrangling 1,000 cats. You're not going to.
Well, in China, let's look at China again. How does China, 1 billion people? Very hard to collect taxes from over 1 billion people, right? Mm-hmm. Well, what do? They don't have cash anymore. Even if you're buying food from a street vendor, you're using WeChat, and WeChat has like sending limits now. So here's the nice future for us. We're going to get MasterCard, Visa Card, PayPal. They're all going to be consolidated under a government regulation. They're going to have AI checking where money is going and being sent from. Nobody's going to be using cash anymore. So it's going to be very easy to tax people.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! What about all the deviant artist people that do commissions and shit on that website?
Jim's going to be fucking raking it in. He's got a list. He's checking it twice.
The wheel's turning. Yes.
Metokur, the tax snitch, is that your new career move? Oh, that would be fucking funny.
I know. I can just imagine this growing beyond a thought audit. I can see this becoming something that's going to freak out half the internet.
it's probably a good idea to get your taxes in order for everybody listening that does stuff online. Because I can see it evolving into like a,
That's
a
why I
war
suspect
between
that
the
the crowd has been sniffing around for my social security number and my credit card.
I saw that. Yeah, that got posted somewhere, didn't it? I remember.
I'm like, what the fuck do you need? Well, first of all, what the fuck do you need my credit card numbers for, except to cheat me, right? So what the fuck's that all about? And the social security number, I'm assuming he just wants to get it so that he can, call up the IRS or something.
So his phone.
The wife's calling. I'll just message her back. Oh yeah.
Now we all knew that Jim was a Fed. I just didn't think he worked with the IRS. That takes me by surprise.
Oh, I wonder, does this apply to crypto too? Because like a lot of people have Bitcoin links and shit for their.
It would be much harder to audit crypto. Just saying, if you're looking for more reasons to get into Bitcoin, as a humble Bitcoin theocrat,
totally
there are many good reasons.
Yeah, no, I mean, Josh and I have had long arguments about this. Bitcoin is, it's going down the tubes right now, and we're seeing that.
It's correcting. It's fine.
It's correcting. That's what they call it. That's the euphemism. But
well, didn't it correct itself from like 20 grand to 4 grand?
Oh,
What's it sitting at right now?
It's about, I think last time I checked, probably like 3.8. I don't know, but no, it's had massive dips before. It's just the nature of the beast.
Oh, you buy low, sell high, yeah. And then some fucking Chinese guy comes in and fucks with the market, and you can't sell any of your crypto, so you're stuck with it, and the price drops.
Nobody knows for sure what caused this one. Usually, it used to be the Bank of China would continuously flip flop on if it was going to ban cryptocurrency or not. But right now, it is de facto banned or de jure banned in China. I think what happened this time is that a fork of Bitcoin Core called Bitcoin Cash forked three-way, and they're being childish fucking spastics. So I think confidence in cryptocurrency overall has dropped a little bit just because of the Bitcoin Cash faggots fucking it up for everybody.
So how long has this thought audit been going on? Is it just today then?
No, I think a few days, right? 2 or 3 days, maybe something like that.
About a week.
I can't believe I missed this. Yeah.
I know Sargon did a video on it already.
You've been busy playing Fallout 76.
Of course, the hottest new fucking piece of entertainment from Bethesda. Who doesn't love Fallout 76? Great video game, well made. Good job, Bethesda. Well, at least they've got the modding community to fix it. Oh wait, no, they don't.
There's no mods for it because it's fucking online. Wow, they're fucked. What a fucking embarrassment.
As I do not play video games because I'm a grown-up, I have nothing interesting to say about that. Why do you play video games?
I'm trying to think
of
like
many other better things to do.
Why do I play video games? Oh, they're fun. Why do you read books? Why do you play chess?
Well, because I learn things. I don't play chess because that's like way too gay. But no, I learn things.
Why do you play Go?
I don't play Go anymore.
Oh, you did play it, though?
Yeah, but when I was like 14, 15, yeah. Why
did you play it, though?
Because it was fun when I was 14, 15.
Yeah, well, I mean, games are fun.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, I prefer adult games. That came
Well, I don't want to hear about your
I was about to say, where's your F list at, Coach?
I don't know where this conversation's going. I don't want to hear about orcas.
Bring it back full circle.
Yeah. Do you think that like V dreams about going to SeaWorld?
Yes.
And just being ravaged by the dolphins in the tank.
Do you know that dolphins are the other animal that is known for sure that rapes fellow...
oh, yeah, I do remember reading about that.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Oh, by the way,
dolphins are actually assholes. They will kill porpoises by driving their bottlenoses into them at like 80 miles per hour underwater.
I can already tell where this conversation is going to go. It's going to end with dolphin rape caves.
Well, one of the zoo sadists was a dolphin, and we're currently sending down submarines to find the fucker. We're going to get him.
By the way, let me do quick super chats. Trump Nation says, Killstream Kitty needs to happen. Well said. Denton, if you pay taxes, you are a commie. Brittany Venti. Yeah, or quote, if you pay taxes, you are a commie, end quote. Brittany Venti. Yeah, that's what I heard her say. Penty.
Did she really say that?
No, probably said that, you were a scumbag or something. She got pissed off because, her money's getting taken from her. So
how have I missed all of this shit? All right, sorry.
I missed out on the whole V loves orcas shit. So Penty, spray furries with salt from a pressurized hose. Well said. Fash Badinkoot, you're starting to look very Jewish, CRP. Interesting. Der Grobman, except for Jim, time will be a thing of the past. Sorry about that. Let me try it again. Except for gym time will be a thing of the past because if I'm getting paid to do videos, I can't really go on hiatus and shitpost on Twitter. Okay. That kid, is Coach Cool
Accept or expect?
I don't accept. Except for gym, time will be a thing of the past because if I'm getting paid to do videos, I can't really go on hiatus and shitpost on Twitter.
Oh, he's saying except gym time will be a thing of the past. That's one sentence, Coach.
I don't know.
Just read
it's a fucking caps, no punctuation. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
You're just too old to catch up with the new grammatical structure.
If you played video games, you'd have a quicker mind.
Clearly. Okay, that kid, is Coach Cool Kid doing Cool Kid Collins? Yeah, well, I was supposed to do Collins. I will do Collins in a little bit. Rawhide 76, I go to the gym thinking this ended 2 hours ago. What have I missed? You missed a lot. Valkyries, Jim, tell Mr. Anti-Bully to check his Twitter. Okay. Jim?
Check it for what?
I don't know.
I love when they don't. Like, hey, just look. All right, go fucking look, I guess.
Yeah, and do you see anything? Naked pictures of an orca and V? I want to see V.
There's probably a whale getting fucked somewhere in here. I'll scroll. Are you waiting for a status update? I've got to scroll through.
Yeah, we're waiting here. Yeah.
No, we're doing a holding breath contest.
Ralph's gonna win that. He's a champ.
Oh man. Anyway, what else? I don't understand the grammar of this fucking sentence.
Do you need help? Do you need
Yes,
I need youngins to dissect it for you?
Let me put it into the fucking
I'm
side chat.
I'm not seeing anything on. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for.
Well, it's the whole thing is like a haiku. No,
There's
a
no
it's a Zen koan.
Tea life getting fucked in my
It's
timeline.
like one of those things that you just don't quite understand what the hell is going on. I put it in the side chat. You guys, this is what. Who said this here? It was. Let me just check the name here. It was Der Grobman.
This is a fucking train wreck. Why would you pay? Why would you pay money to send this? Proofread your fucking message. Well, I think he's trying to say, except gym time will be a thing of the past because if I'm not getting paid to do videos, I can't really go on hiatus and shitpost on Twitter. Like I'm not sure if it's a jab at Jim. I don't fucking know.
I'm sure it is. Welcome to the Spoonie experiment. All right, I found something on Twitter that they might be responding to. It looks like it's from the Champ. Does Tonka have another fucking Twitter account?
No idea.
Oh.
I'm not up to speed on that. I don't know. Yeah.
It says, "Hi, receipts lady. I want you to know just how full of shit people are really quick because I'm not being told to literally not say Jim has a problem with facts from people. Prepare for a dump of nonsense that should have been obvious. He lied to people to say I didn't say anything. He knows 100% I did. It also gets worse. As everyone says, he couldn't have seen it coming. I literally told the dumbass a week before that this was a plan for them. He was told a week before what the plan was. No way around it. He's literally playing confidant about it because he thinks his Twitter being gone is the end of the evidence. I was smart about it and knew he was a bullshitter, so I recorded myself reading my DMs with him. My Twitter's not gone. I've been suspended for 7 days. And I don't know what the fucking retard is talking about. I sent everybody the same DMs for the IBS Apocalypse stream. No doxing, no bullshit. Try to send me your videos and your pics ahead of time. Tonka DM'd me saying he had concerns, but I told him what the rules were. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Nah, fuck him.
Yeah. It's funny to me because I expected Ralph to be way more in the know, and he's just like, I don't fucking know. It's like none of us have been checking up on the other side. To see what they're up to.
I haven't been paying attention to him, to be honest with you. Except for the fight. I keep waiting. I was waiting to see if he'd sign the contract, and I was waiting to see what his promo pic would be, and that was about it. I don't want to watch the Kumite. Like, I don't want to watch that. It's boring as fuck.
Yeah.
What got me is I was on there briefly to shit post on Sriracha, and like even when I was there were so many awkward pauses. Like, we're having pauses just because this has been going on for hours, so we're naturally running out of things to talk about. But like, he'll talk and it'll be pauses even with a guy there that you're having a conversation with, and it's just like I don't understand how does he retain an audience? And I don't have anything against him personally. I could never get the appeal of the Kumite.
I don't know. I'm looking forward to January. I want to see what happens. Maybe a fight happens. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
Oh, by the way, Braving Ruin has sent me like a little tutorial as to how to share a screen, and I'll figure it out later. But he says something interesting, that you can give a one-time gift of up to 30,000 for the IRS thing. Yeah, interesting. But
I thought that's I'm pretty sure that 30,000 one-time gift has to be from family.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
No,
that's not a random motherfucker sends you 30 grand. No. That would not be a one-time. That's $10,000.
It would have to be through a bank wire or a direct cash exchange. It can't be like through a platform like Twitch. That's obviously going to be a tip or some kind of service income as opposed to just a gift. Like, I'm very sure that's how it is, because DSP is up shit creek right now because he's been collecting money for years in Seattle, and not only does he have federal taxes, not only does he have state taxes, the fucking city of Seattle has taxes for entertainers. So he's paying like 3 levels of taxes, and he didn't even know about this. He says his tax accountant fucked him over. So he has like years of back taxes on 3 different levels for his income, and he's been struggling with that all year.
And he'll still survive it. You're DSP? Yeah, he'll still survive it.
He'll be fine.
He could get into the world's worst situation, and he will find a way to stumble out of it. It's amazing.
He's like fucking Kenny from South Park. You could just take an axe to him, and he would be streaming the next day. He'd be completely fine.
No, I wonder how Sargon's tax situation is going. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't heard an update on that. Some fucking lunatic on my. Oh, you don't know this?
What?
The tax situation with Sargon, because Jim sounded confused for a second.
No, I don't know. I'm not up on that one either.
A guy on the forum, one of my, I think he's an accountant or a lawyer, a solicitor in England in real life. But he went through all of Sargon's publicly available information, because taxes in the UK, the only thing that's public information, arrest records, all this shit is not public in the UK, but tax payments are. Any really? Tax payments are, they're open. I don't think for private individuals, but for companies they are. And even then, I think it might be for private individuals that are open. But he has not paid any taxes, which puts him in an awkward situation, because either A, he's not paying taxes at all, or B, he's using an American company to get his to collect income and pay taxes to the U.S. government instead of the U.K. I don't even know if that's possible.
Yeah,
but
if
that's the case,
tax reciprocity between the U.K. and U.S. Yeah.
Okay. Well, even in that case, it's like you have a British quote-unquote politician who's avoiding taxes in the UK. Like, fucking J.K. Rowling pays her taxes, and she pays out the ass for it.
Yeah, and the law is pretty clear between the U.S. and the U.K. insofar as taxes are concerned. See, if you have income in one or the other country, right, you can pay in that country, and that tax payment is credited to your tax bill in the U.K., so that way you don't pay twice for the same money. You see what I'm saying? And it's that tax reciprocity is like, it's a standard thing. It's no big deal. It's nothing that you have to jump through at any kind of weird hoop or anything like that. But here's the thing: he could potentially be earning revenue in the U.S. and saying that he's going to declare it in the U.K. and then not declare it in the U.K. Okay, that would be a big no-no, because it's perfectly fine if you're in the U.S. if you're earning revenue in the U.S. and living in the U.K. to earn the revenue in the U.S. and pay in the U.S. or say that you're going to pay in the U.K. Either is fine. Okay, but you have to pay it. If you don't, if you say that you're going to pay it in the UK, but then to the UK you don't pay them, then you're up shit's creek. You can get in a lot of trouble. I mean, like jail time trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Didn't this just happen with the royal family? What's the new princess's name?
Meghan Markle. That chick.
Yeah, she's getting freaked out because the earnings that her family or she's making in the U.S. Like they're coming after her for it. It's like she's worried she's going to lose $5 million or something like it.
Oh Jesus!
I just read a fucking. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm surprised that chick. She got pregnant. Man, that fucker better check that it's his. That's all I got to say about that.
Okay, because of her marriage to the British prince, both the Duke and Duchess of the Sussex tax returns to the U.S. are being looked into. This means the royal power couple may have to pay tax on not only Meghan's $5 million, but also Prince Harry's main source of private wealth, a yearly $300,000 trust fund on which he pays UK tax income.
Jesus Christ, man. No, their staff fucked it up. Okay, they should have this kind of situation. They should have known ahead of time. They're probably like doing like a joint return or some shit like that. Oh, fucking morons! They're just bad accounting. That's surprising, actually.
Yeah, if they're willing to pay the taxes and it doesn't look malicious, they're probably just going to end up paying the taxes.
Well, she has to pay, from what I understand, 5 years before she can completely cut off her U.S. citizenship and not get fucked by the IRS.
Yeah, 5 years. Yeah, but she did she resign her U.S. citizenship?
No, it takes 5 years for her to do that. Is what the article was saying.
Yeah, that it does take 5 years to once you resign your citizenship, right?
Yeah, that's their plan. But I guess she's still getting fucked on taxes. They both are.
Well, yeah, because you're saying that he has to pay U.S. taxes, and that means that they must be doing like some sort of joint revenue or whatever. I don't know what it's called in the UK, but it seems like bad tax planning on the part of the royal family staff or whatever. That'd be kind of weird and stupid that they fell into that easy trap. You know what I mean? Kind of surprising, but.
I'm sorry, probably boring your chat with all the tax shit. Do you want to pull in Discord callers so they can call us faggots?
Yeah, let's pull in
Discord.
Before
we do that, though, I want to recount a story. I talked to somebody who knows Sargon, and I don't want to say who, but he said the little feud between the skeptics and the Squeedy Squad are going to result in everybody getting deplatformed from everything. And people suggested that was your plan, Jim. Are you planning to kamikaze strike Sargon?
I'm a good boy.
So short answer, yes.
I'm a good boy. I just do good things and laugh at stuff on the internet. I don't know what to tell you. It sounds like they're paranoid. I don't know.
But look,
I thought they wanted to roll around in the shit. What are they worried about?
Well, I mean, like looking at it, like just purely on a tactical basis, it would be the smartest move from your point of view because you don't care if you have the channel or not, right? You don't have a channel, you get rid of it and get a new one because.
No, I obviously care deeply about my channel. That's why I'm willing to bet it for Tonka's dumb fight with Andy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But Sargon, he's never going to see those 850,000 or 870,000 subscribers again. So he definitely cares about his channel. I have never understood this situation.
Look, if YouTube asks you when they're doing the Great Showa and they're removing all the drama from YouTube, you don't know me, Jim. We're not. Let's do the we're not friends thing. We don't know each other. Leave my little channel.
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna tell your name and be like, "That's my other channel. Can I keep that?"
Look, he's just reading Kiwi Farms threads. It's the exact same fucking thing. Just take it. Take it.
Now, this little informant, did he pretend? Was he LARPing as a doctor/lawyer, and did he want to fuck whales?
No. He has a big channel, and he's in a precarious situation, and he would prefer not to have a great deep.
Oh, tell Dankula I said hi.
That's an interesting guess.
So this source of yours, right? He thinks that the banning is going to come for everybody, the Sweetie Squad and the
they're going to shut down everything. Google's going to have a image crisis, an optics crisis, where they're just like everybody, all these people are flinging shit at each other. They're flinging shit on our platform. They're going to have like Jim Sterling. If you ever listen to Jim Sterling, God forbid, nobody listens to him besides me in this fucking community. But that's fine. Jim Sterling rants and raves constantly about the drama communities being a big problem on YouTube that they need to do something about. And that's probably what's going to happen. So when the show happens, they're going to take everybody who's involved in internet drama and they're going to cut them all off at once. So it's going to be people like Dankula, Sargon V, Jim's channel, Jim's backup channel, the Metokur Archives, my channel, Maybe Andy's, maybe Tonka's, maybe Coach Red Pill. It's just all those people who are kind of involved in flinging shit on the internet are going to be systematically blown out all at once.
Well, I always thought that whole alternative influencer network, that graph, I basically thought that was a target list. This is the hit list. These are the people you should take out. And I figured that when that happens,
it's not going to happen like that. They're going to pick people off one by one. It's not going to be some type
the funniest thing about all this, though? You know who's going to be just fine? Ralph. They already threw his ass off. He had plenty of time to rebuild. He's sitting pretty.
Yeah. No, okay, let's take bets. Who do we think is going to be the first to go?
The first to go, probably Jim. To be honest, I'll take that back. I'm probably going to go before Jim, just because Jim has more social consciousness. Like my shit, I have people who are legit terrorists who dox high-ranking members of like PayPal. I got kicked off of PayPal. I'm so thoroughly banned from PayPal because this guy went after an executive's family that I can't even take an Uber with one of my credit cards that I had associated with my PayPal account, because even my credit cards in a abstracted sense are banned from
They got tainted?
PayPal.
Your credit cards got tainted?
Yes, so thoroughly banned. So they're probably like, I already have people trying to go after YouTube right now, just because I've made $200 off Super Berries. So they're gonna go after that as soon as they
I would
can.
say Worski, Jim, probably at the top of the list of people trying to. I mean, there's people moving. Like, it wasn't an accident that the Wall Street Journal wrote about me, and JF was in that article too.
Yeah.
This was not an accidental thing that they were just happened to stumble upon this. Somebody put that reporter up to this.
It was the TRR report.
I think you guys are wrong. I mean, I understand what their concern is. Again, thank you, I said hi. I think what the big push is going to be against is not shit flinging. I think it's going to be prep work for the next election, and I think it's going to be politically focused channels. Yeah, I think you're going to see people like Alsup and Styx and others that are going to be maybe not outright banned, but are going to definitely start to feel a push from Google.
Yeah.
Demonetized, maybe they'll probably start with that.
With Dankula in particular, his Discord was deleted like the day before the Brexit vote. I want to say, like the day before the Brexit vote, his channel was completely deleted off Discord, and they claimed it was because everybody there posts scat porn 24/7. So they had to recreate the Discord channel, and it's been up ever since.
All the people in chat saying, well, this person will cause too much of a stink, or this person will cause too much of a stink. They shit-kicked Alex Jones.
Yeah. That was the Rubicon. That once they kicked him out, they realized, we can kick out anybody. Nobody's really going to give a shit. And they're right, Yeah, I actually think it's going to be, you're right, I think it's going to be the political YouTubers, Alsup, Styx, but also like Lauren Southern. I think they really got a hard-on for her, because she's starting to do like really serious work. I think. I mean, I think
a lot of people will have a hard on for Lauren Southern.
You know what I mean. No, I think that they're going to go after the more political user, and the one I think is also going to be in their sights is JF. Yeah, I think that a little too alt-right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and the fact that he's like chummy with David Duke, I think that they'll use that as the perfect opportunity to shit can his channel.
Is he?
Yeah.
There was a couple people that told me that he was the actual target of the Wall Street Journal article, and that they just kind of lucked into getting me, that they really wanted to take him down because he's more of like, I mean, our show is pretty much an entertainment show. I mean, we do politics too, but it's not really, I mean, it's just a comedy show.
Yeah. People in chat saying Fuentes. Yeah, no, he's definitely going to be on that list if it's politics.
He's still on YouTube?
Yeah, he's still doing it.
Yeah, he's gone. I changed my mind.
Target him all the time, yeah.
Do you think it's lightning in the bottle then for Streamy at this particular moment? Like, if YouTube starts deplatforming politics or even drama shit right now, and people start transitioning over there, do you think they'll have enough fortitude to at least hold up for a couple years before they start doing the typical shit?
That's what I've been told, that they're going to hold up for as long as they can. So,
they're not going to be able to financially support themselves, because there's already like their business strategy does not work. I've already explained to Ralph why that's going to fall apart.
I think they have cash funding, though. I mean, if they've already dropped $175,000,
well, that's the difference.
They obviously have ties that they're not just going to get blacklisted from PayPal out of the blue one day. That's not going to happen. Well, I mean, will they be forced to take some people down sooner or later? Maybe, but it's not. They have some know-how. You know,
if they have PayPal by the end of the year, I will be shocked.
Okay.
Well, we are almost the end of the year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. This happened. The switch over to Stream.me happened recently. All it takes is one particularly loud guy to fucking Samson shit and bring down the rate.
I don't know. I mean, I do agree with you that there could be pressure applied, but at the same time, I think part of the strategy we're seeing with a lot of vocal people online is to segregate them. If they have a chance to isolate people away from a main website and there won't be as much of a fuss about it, I think maybe they'll look the other way long enough for that shit to get kind of set out to pasture and then later on come back and wipe it out.
Yeah, I agree that they could use StreamMe as the dumping ground for everybody that they don't like and just leave them there for a while.
But they also want people to not have money. They don't just want to deplatform you. They don't just want to quarantine you. They want to make it financially. They want to make you financially destitute doing things that are wrong thing. Yeah. It's
First
not
off,
just good enough.
I just think StreamMe has enough connections. They're not just going to get thrown off within 4 weeks.
The only way I can imagine if that's right, if Keemstar is involved, but more than I don't think Keemstar.
What do they have to lose? I mean, their top streamer was like 12 people watching. Like, there's
no, they might not kick you off, but you might not be able to get paid unless they are.
They've jumped up like 43,000 spots in the global ranking since we moved over. Like, and then when Jim jumps over, like, there's nothing but growth potential here.
See, this is what I'm curious about: is why don't these kind of sites institute a pachinko style waveling with money? Right, pachinko, that's a Japanese marble game, right?
The currency on Stream.me is sparkles.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is you can still have PayPal involved. You just have a secondary company trading in the fucking sparkles. Like there's an intermediary.
Wait, let me correct something. The sparkles are just one thing on there. They also have direct donations that are just like super chats, except it goes through PayPal basically.
I have been through the motions for this for years. I can tell you exactly because we did this with the Kiwi Farms. We had a different website called lolcow.us and it didn't have any direct association with the Kiwi Farms, but that didn't matter. What happened with lolcow.us is my special friend bought some fucking stolen credit cards off tour, rung up $14,000 in donations in a single hour.
Did lolcow.us have millions of dollars of financing behind it? I don't think
that's the difference then is that you have angel investing that's propping it up.
Capital,
wait. Did you say it was funded with stolen credit cards? Maybe that's what got their attention.
I'm saying that somebody bought stolen credit cards, rung them up, and then after I returned the money, it prompted a internal review, and they decided to close the account. And I haven't tried opening it since. So you can have people who will attack the site by buying stolen credit cards and triggering fraud investigations. And if they keep doing this, so they go after PayPal, they go after the directors in PayPal, they target the family of the people in PayPal, and fucking the crazy bastards out there will. And unless you have serious financial backing, and I don't know.
I think they're pretty serious. Now, look, is it going to last forever? Probably not. I mean, I'm not fucking delusional, but I think that there's a good 1 to 2 years and possibly longer if they can hold together and people actually start, making the move. So, yeah, I'll stand by that statement. And also their PayPal's not going anywhere within the next 4 weeks. I mean, I just think that's ridiculous. But I mean, we'll see. If you end up being right, I will come and I'll say Josh was right.
It took nothing. Like these companies, I'm actually
Josh. I'm just saying they're dealing with big money. Like I mean, they got investors. It's not
$100,000, $200,000 is not big money. I don't know how much money Keemstar has, but unless PewDiePie is backing this, it's not gonna it's not big money. It's a drop. Elon Musk does not need Stream.me. He doesn't. He doesn't fucking care. There's nothing special about this website.
Okay, we'll see.
See, that's where you're wrong, because Elon's the investor.
TeslaCast.tv. It comes streaming Nazi stuff on there. Elon Musk doesn't give a shit.
He smokes joints and Heils Hitler. He doesn't care.
I mean, I just don't understand why you're quite so black-pilled on it. I mean, will it eventually fold? Yeah, probably. Everything does besides YouTube. But, I mean, they welcomed me over. They actually recruited me to come over to the site. They've been letting us do whatever we want on our show. So I don't really see a reason to be so like down on it at this point. I'm pretty psyched. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see what happens. Time will reveal all.
Well, no, I think that StreamMe is going to be stable for at least a couple of years.
That's
because it's not high profile enough. There's no reason to go after you, Ethan, specifically at this point where you're in Stream or Stream as a platform, because it is a small, out of the way nook.
Gab was small and shitty, and look what happened to it.
Yeah, but okay, you have to compare how Gab presents itself to the rest of the internet compared to StreamMe. StreamMe doesn't have a Twitter account where they're constantly shitting on
Yeah.
Jack.
Yeah, yeah. There was that.
And Jack is an investor, isn't he? In fucking PayPal, or one of the creditors or one of the payment processors that was fucking with Gab.
Well, all of them did, and it's not even their option. Like the thing is with Patreon. Here's the thing with Patreon. You have 8chan when 8chan was getting big before Frederick sold it to Jim Watkins. He had a PayPal or a Patreon for 8chan, and that got taken down. And they said we can't.
8chan also had fucking child porn posted on their boards and stuff like that. I mean, that's not happening over at StreamMe.
I'm just saying, like, with this, after 8chan's thing got taken down, Frederick made another Patreon specifically for his YouTube videos where he was talking about the Philippines. And they took that down and they completely blackballed him. And I don't know. I mean, you can say that, but the decision to take somebody off Patreon isn't always Patreon's thing.
That's true.
Patreon uses Stripe, and Stripe requires MasterCard and Visa card to make any of its money. So if MasterCard, Visa card, Stripe, Patreon, any of these chains, these moving parts decide you can't have this person on your platform, you either comply or you lose all of your business. And the higher up the person is who fucking hates you, the more trouble they can cause financially.
I don't disagree with you. I just think your time scale is off. That's all.
what I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not going to happen. It's almost assuredly going to happen at some point, but I don't think it's.
If it was, I mean, I'm still on
thing. Jim's still on Patreon. I mean, sure, it could end any day, but I don't think it's going to be like.
The only thing missing is somebody particularly dedicated. Once you get that person who maybe they're living in a boring ass fucking place in the middle of England, they don't have much to do because they canceled their favorite show, and start going fucking psychotic. They might start making.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we're talking about people that are killing sites. I mean, if you want to talk about why BitChute lost Stripe, if you want to talk about why PayPal got fucked, same with Gab, same with the people getting pulled off Patreon. These weren't some spastic that had a crusade going on. This was a decision made at a high level within banks and credit cards that said, we want this done. Now, I can't speak as to why they particularly chose to do it, but they decided, fuck BitChute, fuck Gab, fuck that guy's Patreon. We want this done, and Stripe and PayPal have to bend the knee because the guys they're talking to are bigger than them. I mean, I get that. I understand that. But it's not that just somebody gets upset and files something. There's something going on with the financial connection in the background that isn't really out there yet, and I can't really put my finger on it. I don't know if it's one person or a group of people or a group, that's dedicated to this, that, works with all the different credit card companies and the financiers, but somebody
involved in banking a little bit.
Yes. Yeah, a little bit. There's something going on. I don't know if it's meant to kill smaller platforms, if there's some kind of cozy relationship with certain bigger platforms. I don't know what's going on, but it is happening. But I don't think it's like some dude in England whose show got canceled who's on a crusade. It's some executive in a boardroom and a $50,000 suit.
It's a combination of the two, because you have a deliberate political movement, then you also have the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and there are a lot of squeaky wheels, and they just need to be pointed in the right direction. That's all it takes. Because PayPal is the flakiest. It is the flakiest of the flakes because they have a special situation where they're not considered a financial processor or a bank. They're just not. And they have to be extra special careful, because if they fuck up really bad, the government's going to say you have to abide by banking regulations, and they don't want that. Yeah. So PayPal is dangerous, especially as the core payment processor for your application.
Yeah,
I'm kind of amazed. What's the fact? Kim.com. Why hasn't he ever tried to do like his own version of PayPal? He's always writing tweets talking about revolution, but
because they try to fucking put him in jail over movie hosting and shit.
I understand that, but he's sitting on like $650 million. He could start a company and do a payment processor. He could be a PayPal if he wanted to.
He wants to make Kimcoin or some shit. I don't know. I don't have much faith in Kim.com because he seems like a bolivating fucktard most of the time. But I've tried to contact him. I've sent emails saying like, look, this shit's happening and I need help. And I've sent emails to a lot of people. I've never gotten any replies. People with lots of money living comfortable lives don't want to stick in.
Oh, yeah, no shit, Josh. Hey, I run a website that makes fun of retards. Can we talk about finance?
Yeah,
that's not a joke.
Well, but welcome to the world of Moot. Nobody fucking paid him any attention, and it was kind of a similar situation.
Well, until the feds got involved and bankrolled that shit for years.
Well, yeah, but I mean, bring back snacks.
It's like you need a Jim Watkins, you need a sugar daddy to like keep the shit going, because it costs fucking tons of money. I'm at a point where I can't put my site on any traditional host. I have to do it pretty much myself, and that costs like $1,000 a month. It's not easy, and it's going to keep getting worse. It's going to continually get worse, and more people like it. It's really cute. It's really cute watching Gab walk this fucking shit from that I was dealing with four years ago. But the thing is with Gab, what's really inexcusable about Gab is they had millions of dollars. You had millions of dollars and years of time to prepare for the shit that you knew was gonna fucking come. And that fucking fat retard, Andrew Torba, didn't do shit. He sat on his fat fucking ass making tweets about Jack for fucking years, and he didn't harden his infrastructure at all, and now he's got shit to show for it.
Well, I think he was dealing with a delusion of, scope and size. Like maybe he thought, I won't deal with something that a Josh at a Kiwi Farms would deal with because my site's bigger, it's got more funding, it presents more of a risk publicity-wise.
Sounds like a lot of arguments I've been hearing with skepticism regarding my prognostication. Like, yeah, it's a common delusion to have when you're trying to do shit online.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Is like Torba thought he was probably more insulated than he actually was. I guess he believed the hype. Let's put it that way.
Well, he had a lot of support from sites like Breitbart and Daily Caller and stuff, and he might have thought that he was a little more insulated than he was, and he ended up getting his wig split.
I really think the Jones thing should be well. I thought the Andrew Anglin thing, like when that went down with the Daily Stormer, I knew shit was a turning point. That was the
beginning of the end. Yeah. Yeah, that was the beginning of that stupid poem. First they came for the socialists or whatever. Yeah, he was the first guy, and then
it was the people involved in it, the hosting companies, all of they like giving speeches saying, "Well, it's just this one guy." I knew it wasn't just going to be that one guy.
And you know what? I remember you're talking specifically about Cloudflare. Cloudflare.
Yeah.
Cloudflare made this fucking big post about how this is the first time we've ever done it without a court order, and I flicked the switch, and it was like strangling the life out of an infant, and it's all my power, and it made me question my role in the internet and the importance that I have. And then after that, they had issues with their domain name being seized, so they went to Tor, and then Tor said something like, "We stand against Nazis." And it's like, you are fucking, there is so much child porn and horrible fucking shit on Tor, and you motherfuckers come out and make this moralizing argument about fucking the Daily Stormer. Fuck off, fuckers.
I love that publicity statement. We at Tor won't we at Tor will accept fucking toddlers, but not fucking toddlers if you're a Nazi. Take that business.
Well, they don't have any option in it. That's the thing, and it's like to even come out and say it. It's like you're really missing the forest for the trees if you're hating against Tor, because this is how people in China have to connect to the internet if they want to get outside of their circle. So it's like it's a double-edged sword. It always is with freedom. You have the good and the bad.
Yeah, it's a fuck situation. When it happened with England, it was kind of like it was a sign bad things were coming, and then more and more sites started getting fucked with financially or with hosting. Gab had, what was it? Microsoft Azure started fucking with them. You need to remove this 2 posts by this one guy, and if you don't do it, we're pulling the whole fucking site down.
Well, before I even came on here, my stream I scheduled for Wednesday, I titled it, and I've talked to Coach Red Pill about this, my term, Internet Juche, the idea of self-reliance on the internet. And it doesn't fucking work. It's impossible. There's always a contingent. There's always something you rely on. There's always something you need.
Just build your own internet, Josh. What are you doing? Just build your whole internet.
Don't worry. You're going to get your little internets very soon. But there's so many, like you have the DNS servers. The DNS servers can stop, like even if you go out of your way and you become your own top-level domain, if you make your own, like if I made my thing called .libra or something, and it was going to be my free speech thing, if I paid the $150,000 to get recognized by ICANN, the U.S. company that Obama stole and gave to the United Nations, and I've paid that money, and now I'm on ICANN, the DNS servers like Google, everybody uses 8.8.8.8 and 1.1.1.1, which is the Cloudflare and Google DNS servers. They can start refusing to resolve your domain name, and that cuts you off from most of the internet. So there's an infinite number of things and increasingly exponentially expensive things that you can do to become more and more internet juche, more self-reliant, but you will never be completely free of dependent operations.
You're right. So this is my thinking on this issue, that the smart thing is that, okay, the internet as a playground of private companies should come to an end. And I think that we actually have somebody who could really help us out here, which is Matthew Whitaker, the new acting attorney general, who's going to be in there for at least another year, because the Democrats are going to block any nominee just for the sake of being assholes. And so Whitaker is actually somebody who understands the online world, certainly better than Jeff Sessions did, and he could potentially be the guy to push through the notion of not merely an internet bill of rights, but sort of like make it clear to all the platforms that, hey, if you want to be considered just platforms and free from liability, then you better start acting that way, or we're going to consider you publishers and start suing you.
Well, I agree with you on Whitaker, but he's not. They're not going to nominate him from the long term.
No, but he's going to be de facto the AG for a long time.
Yeah, but they're not. But you can't block nominations anymore with 60 votes. Like, it's just up or down 51 majority on nominations now, because they got rid of the filibuster on cabinet appointments. So they can put in whoever they want if the Republicans have enough votes, which they will.
So who's next up for AG?
I don't know. I just read a couple articles that said he's probably not going to get it long. I wish they would give him. I would like to see him become attorney general permanently.
Yeah.
But he said some stuff about the Mueller investigation and stuff like that. So I don't think that they're going to give it to him permanently. But I would love to see that.
Yeah, but will he remain on staff?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get rid of him completely. What was he? He was chief of staff to Jeff Sessions. Yeah. So I don't know. There's also a lawsuit that says Rod Rosenstein should technically be the new attorney general. Because,
fuck that! You guys have to. It should be Trey Gowdy.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I'm just saying they're suing because Matthew Whitaker wasn't confirmed by the Senate. He was just the chief of staff to Sessions, and Trump just said, "Well, you're the attorney general anyway." But there's some type of attorney general secession act, so they're trying to sue and say that Whitaker's actually illegal attorney general, and it should be Rosenstein, not him. So there's a lot of stuff going on that. But
Whitaker,
yeah, I wouldn't.
Rosenstein has got to be fired. That fucker should be gone. I don't understand Trump why he allows such people in his cabinet. But, I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, Lewandowski and I want to say David Bossie have a new book out about Trump and the embedded enemies within his administration that he basically let in himself, and they've been fighting him every step of the way.
Now, see all these people in chat saying Gowdy is all talk, no walk. He's the dog that doesn't bite. You're giving him some teeth with that position. Now he can bite a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not much he could do in the position he was in.
I mean, I like Whitaker for one. He's an old school gamergator like myself. So I'll have to.
Oh, that sounds fucking awful. Why would you say that?
I couldn't resist. But did you see that where he wrote an article about it? And there's I don't know if he wrote an article about it, but there was some tweet where he's talking about his PC build and stuff like that. It's pretty funny. So.
Now I don't want him in.
I don't know if he was official.
What? Go ahead.
He was on the sidelines. He was one of those famous third-party trolls, probably part of it. Yeah.
Let me knock out some super chats here. Grand Moff Alexander, how long until we hear Chris Chan is dead, lads?
Oh, hopefully soon.
I don't know. You were going to bat. Wait a minute. You were going to bat for him, right? Like, what the fuck? And now he's holding cats.
I systematically dismantled all these people taking advantage of him. I did. I fucking skewered like a dozen little fucking retard kids that were fucking with this guy. I got all these bad influences out of his life. I contacted the police to try and get him help, try to get these people who were swindling him of thousands of dollars money, and built up a nice little circle, filtered out people so he wasn't getting his delusions emboldened by people trying to get him to do shit. And he didn't want that. He faded out of contact with everybody because people didn't want to talk to him about fictional universes.
Wait, I just want to be clear on this. Are you telling me the dude that runs Kiwi Farms, you got conned by one of the biggest lolcows out there?
I didn't get conned. I didn't lose anything for it.
Well,
Well,
no,
me
you
and
got,
you got
you
into
got,
a huge-
you got all the trolls off his back, and then he dumps your ass like a bad babe.
The people who were fucking with him were funnier than Chris has been for years, which was part of the double edge for that. But like I gave him a chance. I said, "Look, I'll help you out," and I had people who were willing to help him out, and he didn't want people who were not playing pretend with him and with the dimensional shit. And eventually, it's just like, Chris, you can do whatever you want, but I'm not going to talk to you about.
I remember
about
me and you getting in a huge argument about this. Like, I don't know, 5 or 6.
No, and I still hold. If he were,
and now you're just like, they said, when we're gonna hear Chris Chan died, and you said hopefully soon. It's like, what the fuck? That was out of nowhere.
I still stand by everything that I said. I don't regret anything that I've done. I gave him a chance, and he didn't want it. He wants to talk to people who will play pretend with Mewtwo and Sonichu, and it's just like, I don't want any part of that. I'm not going to embolden your delusions, buddy. I'm sorry. I'd be willing to help you out if you were trying to help yourself.
Were you under the impression that his behavior was spurred on by those around him rather than? I mean, so you learned the hard way that like he is the source of his own fucking problem.
He is, but in this particular, like, I don't even know where, like, how much these guys broke him to the point where he's willing to continue to use the things they got him to say as like a blanket. I don't know, but I fucking hated this.
What's going on with like the convergent shit and the CPUs and the dead cats? Like,
I don't know.
That,
I haven't been talking to him. He used to be sending me text messages and stuff every day. We'd talk about inane shit, and eventually he got more and more less and less frequent with the messages he was sending, to the point where we don't talk for weeks unless he wants something.
I gotta say, man, like the videos he did with Barb disgust me. Like she's all withered up, and she looks like she's completely. There's dead eyes and
those
shit.
were her idea.
I don't buy that for a second.
She hams it up for the camera.
No, that look, you can't fake that look. That's the look of a woman.
Oh yeah, Barb has been an emotional manipulator her entire life.
I don't disagree, and I think she's been a horrible woman that's done terrible things and has used him quite a bit. But I think he's going to be dead probably by mid next year. Like probably, she is on her way out.
The videos with her are her idea. I tell you. You can disagree.
Now, who told you that? Chris told you that, and Chris played your ass. I don't buy what he's telling you.
No.
Okay, I gotta ask, who the fuck are these people? Sorry for being
they're retards on the internet.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, fine. And what, these two people were a couple at one point, and now she's like,
well, yeah,
that bad. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea who you're referring to.
Chris is the OG lolcow. If you ever hear the word lolcow, Chris was it. Chris was numero uno, and his shit's still going on, but he's in a more and more pathetic state every fucking year, to the point where this vibrant, dumpy kind of sped guy who was making cartoons and laughing about it and trying to do his comics on the internet, and now he's dressed in drag. He's surviving almost entirely off of McDonald's. He looks like Benjamin Franklin with purple hair, and his mother is on the verge of death. And before, like, they were both alive and stuff, but now she's so nasty. She just like stays in her chair and has him go out and get fucking McDonald's for her and shit, and she's gonna die in her own trash.
Yeah, I like, Coach. I don't know if you know the look I'm talking about, but like, there's this look people get. Like when they're on death's door, and she has it. It's like a dead eye look.
Yeah,
where it's just vacant. They're vacant, like it's the light's gone out. Yeah, and like she is toast.
Like the will to live is gone. Yeah,
yeah. It's with her, it's over. So I don't. It's going to be the darkest saga for him, because once she's gone, I don't know what.
I disagree. Once she's dead, he's gonna be better off, because she takes a lot of money from him. She takes like $950 out of the $1,300 a month he makes off of welfare income for disability, and she spends it mostly on shit.
Well, yeah, but he's not going to be living in that house.
No,
right?
The house is gone.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to be able to competently manage his bills? He's going to spend it all. He's going to take his tugboat, and he's going to spend it on the newest PS4 games, and then he's going to go on the internet and say, buy my comics, because I'm going to be homeless if I don't pay my fucking rent by the first or the third.
The thing is, when we had a plan in place for Barb dying, and we were legit going to fucking drive over there and manage his finances. No, I swear to God, I am a fucking bleeding heart. I was going to do this. I had other people who lived very nearby, people who had contacts with assisted living facilities and shit, and we had a fucking battle plan. And it's just like over time, you lose a lot of sympathy for him just because of how intentionally he alienates people who don't want to play exactly to the T with what he wants to do. And what he wanted to do was further submerge himself in this fucking delusional bullshit that I can't stomach.
I want to see this. I'm picturing a reality show with you and some of your fucking mods living with Chris.
No, it's funny. I get it. It's fucking hysterical, and people make jokes about that shit. But it's like I just imagine myself with like one of those green see-through visors over a calculator, like planning the taxes and shit. That's how, like, that's my mental image of this shit, and I'm just not going to do it now because I can't deal with the Mewtwo shit. And whenever you talk to him, you never talk to him, because whenever you talk to him, he sends a message back like, yeah, I had a conversation with Mewtwo, and she assures me that this is going to happen in the next week. Or I'll tell him something like new information that he should be aware of. And he's like, Magichan told me about that, and this just confirms that. And it's just like, I'm not doing this. I'm sorry, but not sorry. I'm not playing this game.
This sounds so depressing. This sounds like, who are these people? Why are they entertaining?
It is depressing to a point, but it's also pretty funny. At least it was at the start with Chris, because Chris, in the beginning, was mostly just Chris. But then you had people kind of coming in and directing what happened. I mean, you had the PVCC stuff. What was it? Blue Spike, the one that got him to shove stuff up his ass. Just shit like that. And now I guess Josh is going to fly out and hug him when his mom gets him. So I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore.
I'm
Josh.
People should know this. I'm a nice guy. Okay.
Trip. Oh man, that's fucking funny. I mean,
I don't mind helping people, but you gotta.
Please tell me you were gonna show up in a pickle suit and fucking dig his mother up or something.
No, dude, I have a lot of fucking sympathy for people. I'm not out to get people. I think that surprises a lot of people, but it's just true. Like if somebody.
I hear this story. It sounds horrifying. It sounds like just horrifying, like something out of some perverse sideshow, freak show, or whatever the hell,
Yeah, as time goes on, you realize more and more that his life after Barb dies, it can go either way. Either he can get help and he can fix himself, which he might. If he's in a dire enough situation, he starts to his bullshit goes away and he's willing to play game with people. But if he sticks to his guns, yeah, he's going to be like I did a stream on Tommy Tutor. He's going to be worse than Tommy Tutor. He's going to be homeless. He's going to be digging through the trash. Probably live streaming himself on his fucking iPhone, digging through trash, in the McDonald's and shit. Like, yeah, it's gonna be fucking dark.
Jesus Christ, this is what Western civilization has arrived at. You wonder whether it's worth saving, for crying out loud. Jesus Christ.
I don't fucking wish that on them. And I even said, it's like, if somebody on my site who has a thread, who is a perpetual fucking embarrassment, can pull himself up by his bootstraps and make a good life for himself, I hope everybody has that. I don't want people to be miserable. I don't. But, with Chris, I don't see it, because not only does he not know how to take care of himself, he doesn't know how to receive help either. And it's in contrast, because Jim, do you remember Allison Rapp by any chance?
Yeah, wasn't that was the one that faked being a girl and their house burned down, right? Or are we talking about the Nintendo person?
The Nintendo person.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah,
the person who had written pro child pornography legalization, and she said that we doxed her and shit. She, on her fucking LinkedIn, she had a link to this thing about her and the legalization of child pornography in Japan, while working at Nintendo and saying that she worked at Nintendo. And she was married.
Wasn't her husband a cuck or something? There's some weird shit with sex stuff with that.
No, yeah, she was moonlighting as a prostitute. Her prostitute name was Maria Mint, and she was married to this guy named Jake. And Jake, he had on Tumblr, he had this service for teaching men how to be okay in open relationships. So he was talking about how hard it was for him to live in an open relationship, and he was willing to coach guys. He was basically Coach Blue Pill. He wanted to teach guys how to be okay with letting their life be a fucking prostitute. And he was openly admitting how fucking miserable he was and how hard this was and what a strain it was on him. And he came to the fucking forum, and we're like, bro, we're making fun of you. We're making fun of your wife, and we think she's a fat piece of shit. But you need to get out. You need to get the fuck out because you're going to be unhappy for the rest of your life if you don't get the fuck out of this marriage. And he was like, okay, if you, like a week after, he never said thank you. He never said, I'll do that. But a week after, he was like, if you're going to be in an open relationship, I am too. And he started dating this other woman, and eventually they divorced, and he's still living with her. So I want that for people. If you can help yourself, please fucking help yourself.
That's the quote, folks. Josh wants to break your marriage up. Put it on a fucking.
If you're married to a fat piece of shit who's literally a whore, I want to break your marriage up. You can do better.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who you are. You can do better. I promise.
Yeah, you can always do better. And that's the thing that most guys don't seem to understand, that there's always somebody better, hotter, tighter, just around the corner. And they just wrap themselves up to some fat pig and they just go down the tubes. I don't quite get it myself, but oh well. Super chats. Well, Lord Rap of Rap Mountain. We should call the Purge YouTube Ragnarok. Good title. Kill Moose Kill says Stream.me is funded by Coachcoin. Contraire, Kill Moose Kill. Jared Taylor says, who is this group, Echo? I don't know. The beginning of the white ethno state or what? I don't know if I'm considered white, being Hispanic and all. Because you all are white. I'm like the Latino cabron, man.
I feel bad. I'm a potato nigger. We're not white.
Well, it just made me laugh because it's like all the heroes of the alt-right. You got fucking Coach Red Pill. He's from Chile. You've got fucking Jem. He's married to a Chinese woman. You got fucking Ralph. He's married to a Pakistani. All the alt-right heroes are like they're sticking their dick in rice or they're from South America.
Enoch is married to, I'm not even alt-right. Why do people think that I'm alt-right?
You're an influencer, motherfucker. Deal with it.
Yeah, well, Mike Enoch is married. Wasn't he married to a Jewish woman or something?
Yes.
Yeah. And
nobody else wants to answer that one. Yes, he was. I'll tell you, yes, he was.
Yeah, and Richard Spencer, well, he got divorced, but or what happened there? What the fuck happened there?
I don't know. I hear all these rumors about Spencer, and I never, like, nobody ever backs him up. I've heard he's gay. I've heard he's dating a black woman, but nobody ever posts any proof of any of it.
No, the last I heard was that he'd been accused of beating up his wife, which is like, par for the course whenever you get
probably
divorced
true.
nowadays.
I'm just gonna I'll say that I think he beat his fucking wife because he advocates it towards his fan base. That if you want to have a good obedient woman, you got to beat her. Then his wife says he beat me. He's like, I categorically deny it. Like, shut the fuck up, Richard Spencer. You fucking beat the shit out of her.
But does he go like the Sean Connery route that a woman needs to get spanking every once in a while?
Okay, I feel like I missed something here. What are we talking? Spencer beat his wife.
He's being sued by his wife.
You didn't see that?
Yeah. Oh, you missed it.
Well, that was the allegation that he.
Yeah.
Is this another? Yeah, but is this another one of those? Oh, he's gay, or he's dating a black chick, or is this actually?
No. This is
this
allegations
was
in court.
actual-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Divorce court. Yeah.
He was on the kill stream, I don't know, maybe a month or two ago now, and we talked about it. Dick Masterson was on. It was the week before I got banned, actually, from YouTube. So end of October, probably.
I don't know. I can't really picture him as a woman beater, though.
Yeah, she said he.
Well, you never know what's going on behind closed doors, and on the other hand, you know that women lie about that kind of stuff during divorce.
Yeah, well,
to
Well,
up the
he was-
money and up the possibility of getting the kids.
And all the
Do they have
people in
children?
chat are all offended and horrified. Oh, he's spreading secondhand smearing. It's like, well,
No,
you
is it-
realize
is
that
it-
he was dating a Satanist. Like, he was cheating on his wife with a fucking Satanist. What are you defending him for?
What? What's that all about?
He was fooling around with this lib shit girl, and she was posted on Instagram when people found out, like, haha, all the Nazis found out that we're together. I'm gonna start posting my Church of Satan stuff. And it's like, how the fuck do you people like defend him after this shit?
to be clear, he denied all the allegations.
No, he's a
and stuff.
fuckhead. He's a liar. This is a fucking.
I just want to state for the record that he came on and denied those allegations.
Okay, wait. Just so I'm clear, okay, just so I'm clear on this, he's getting divorced,
Right.
and at the time he's getting divorced, the wife comes out and says he beats me,
Right.
and he's fucking a liberal Satanist.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Okay, do
people
you
are
think-
saying.
Wait, but
No.
do you think maybe the wife, to get a better settlement in the divorce, is saying he's a woman beater who fucks liberal Satanists?
No. The liberal Satanist apparently came from the liberal Satanist that he's supposed to be banging, not from the wife. Apparently. Josh, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, the wife was not a liberal Satanist. That was the
no. But the wife was not the one saying that the girlfriend is a liberal Satanist. It was the
no.
girl.
That was her. That was her on her Instagram.
Yeah.
And people are saying, she's lying. She's lying to cause them problems. There are fucking pictures of them together in front of a gay flag painted on a brick wall. Like, I'm sorry, your fucking hero Richard Spencer is a fucking faggot. He beats women. He cheats on them, and he cheats on them with shitty liberal Satanists. Get the fuck over it. Find somebody else who's less of a fucking retard.
Was she decent looking?
I don't remember. I just remember I can't remember her face over the blinding colors of the LGBT flag behind them.
No, if she's good looking, well, you got to make concessions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Josh. How do you know he wasn't red pilling her with his dick?
Yeah, exactly. That angry alt-right dick. Yeah. No, I don't quite understand why we talk about Richard Spencer, because I like him on a personal level. He's a nice guy. He's always been nice to me, but I don't see that he has real political influence other than being the bugaboo of the left insofar as the mainstream media is concerned. Does he have any real political power? Has he actually accomplished anything politically speaking? I don't see that. Maybe I'm blind or I'm not looking in the right direction. But what has he accomplished? And I don't mean this in a way of raising anybody's hackles, but what the fuck is the point of Richard Spencer except being the poster boy for libs saying, yeah, there's the alt-right? What does he do? It's a genuine question.
Nothing. He makes his fucking money off his trust fund. And he goes around and he says, I'm the leader of the alt-right. Nobody knew who the fuck he was until alt-right became a term in the mid-2016s. He ran his shitty little site and nobody gave a fuck about him. Now he walks around with this bullshit close-cut haircut that the Asians all wear. And he's calling himself
you really don't like Spencer, do you? Where's this? I didn't realize that you had this beef.
He's just a faggot. He's just a faggot. He does. If he were to have there are people on the far right who I disagree with on some issues, who are extremely far right, who advocate for a lot of the same things Spencer does, but they do shit to get things done, and they're worth looking up to. They're worth talking to. They're worth supporting. Richard Spencer is just a drain. He's a drain on everything that these people say that they believe in.
Wait, I'm curious. Who do you look up to on the right then?
He looks up to me.
What do you mean you're not saying?
I'm not saying. I plead the fifth, officer.
Okay, all right. Well.
Jim, I'll flip the question at you. Who do you admire on the right?
I don't admire anybody on the internet.
No, not on the internet, like on the right.
Well, tell me a political leader that's not either on the internet or a faggot from Washington that I would admire. I like Gowdy. There you go. I like Gowdy. I find Gowdy entertaining. I like watching people. Who was a little Mexican dude that he would always go? Chavez, was it? What the fuck was his name?
Yeah, Jason Chavez from Utah.
Have you ever watched those two when they're in a session together? I don't even really care if they accomplish anything, but they'll just shit talk people as they're sitting there, like they just don't fucking care about the time. That I find entertaining. I don't have a lot of faith.
And listen to it too because it's Congress. Yeah,
I don't have a lot of faith in political leaders. I have faith in people, I guess, acting as a group for political motivations, but not for the people that necessarily want to head those groups.
If you put your faith in a politician, you're probably retarded anyway.
I put my faith in Sargon. That's my hero on the far right.
Yeah, that's not a deflection. I'm being honest with you. I mean,
no, I'm chewing what you're saying. Yeah.
I have more faith in people than the leaders of those people. Let's put it that way. I like the idea of an anonymous horde, which kind of makes me sad that the internet's going the way it is, because that's going to be a thing of the past. Oh, you know what? Actually, you know what? Let me retract that. I will give you a name. You want somebody on the right that I look up to, that if they were to run for president, I would vote for them?
Well, sure.
Just on the premise of one speech and interaction that I saw them have. If Tucker Carlson ran for president, I would vote for him.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
When I saw him sit down with Ben Shapiro and they were having a discussion, and he was bringing up what's your thoughts on automation? What's your thoughts on autonomous driving cars, on the future factory workers? Like, what do you think on that? He was trying to basically bait him into saying something anti-capitalist.
Yeah.
Right. And I like that Tucker shoved it right down his fucking throat and said, listen, it's not a fucking religion. There's no Nicene Creed that I have to take for this shit. There's some stuff I like, some stuff I don't.
Yep.
And he just hammered him on, the concept of, I want to try to protect America's working class and the middle class. Like, it amazes me that somebody like Tucker Carlson, who was the ass end of a joke for Jon Stewart.
Yes.
Right.
Like when he came back and all I could think of was Crossfire and how Jon Stewart fucking mauled him like a grizzly bear on television. And now he's like actually put together. It's unbelievable. He needed it. That's why bullying works.
Yeah,
bullying does work. Tucker is a great example of that.
Yeah, my thinking actually with Benway, we talked about it on an episode recently on the podcast, is that Tucker Carlson. It seems that for years he was like the approved conservative for the liberal media, but the motherfucker seems to have gotten really red-pilled. And Benway was of the opinion that it's when he went from bow ties to straight ties. That was sort of like more or less when it happened. When Tucker Carlson all of a sudden started thinking to himself, this is real and this matters. And started taking it really seriously. I agree.
Well, Carlson's he's one of the only people I've really heard address my concerns. And my concerns are, what are you going to do with 9 to 10 million people who don't have a fucking job in 10 years?
Yeah.
What are you going to do with all the truckers and all the fast food workers and all the assholes at gas stations and grocery stores? Because they're not going to go into another fucking job. All the illegal immigrants have the fucking manual labor shit. You've given machines all the working class shit. They're not going to go into the tech sector. They don't have a fucking degree for that.
Yeah.
So when you've got 10 million people, and he put it well, he said that's not just 10 million single people, that's 10 million families.
Yeah.
The drain on society that's going to have, because now they're not paying taxes, they're taking tax money to survive. So it's a twofer. You're getting hit twice for 10 million fucking families, and nobody's paying attention to that.
Well, you know what happens when that happens, right?
What's that?
That's when civil war is going to happen.
Well, yeah, you fuck with the economy and the money and jobs. Yes, you always.
Especially, it's not just that, because you look at Ukraine, and Ukraine's always in a tenuous situation because you have a country split right down the middle. You got the Ukrainian top half, you got the Russian southern half, and it's always tenuous. You look at, like I mentioned, with Botswana and Syria and the mandates, where you have mixed cultures, mixed languages, mixed religions working together. You now have a situation where a once almost entirely white, almost entirely English-speaking country is now split right down the fucking middle, where you have the Spanish-speaking southern half and you have the English-speaking white top half. And the moment economic situations become dangerous and nobody has a job, all these fucking guns we have in this country are going to be pointed at each other. And we're going to see a massive, unending, Syria-style, knockdown, drag-out, decapitating, fucking lighting people on fire civil war that might not end for decades.
I agree, but I don't think it's going to be like. I used to think that it could be like the Spanish Civil War, like something like house to house, street to street kind of situation where everybody's just like fighting each other, but very intensely. But I actually don't think it's going to be like that. I think it's going to be like a prolonged, drawn out kind of thing with the elites trying to maintain some semblance of order, but like sporadic militia groups and Antifa groups sort of like clashing. It's so like a protracted kind of Lebanon type situation. You see what I'm saying? That's my honest to God thinking. I do believe that the United States is going towards a civil war, and I think that it's just inevitable, and I think it's going to be triggered by an economic downturn, and an economic downturn is in the cards because of the way the American economy is structured. Because basically, of all these people who are going to be redundant with nothing to do. And poor and broke and with no opportunities and nothing.
Well, think of the overhead too. I mean, not only if you put aside even the job argument with the 10 million families, right?
Right.
You're looking at baby boomers who are going to be going into their 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
Who are going to need increased medical care, and they're going to be more of a burden on their families. They add back in. So I mean, like, it's fucking crazy to consider. You put 10 million people out of work. And then on top of that, they don't just have a normal family to support. Now they've got grandpa and grandma who are sick and need fucking care.
Yep.
And you try to go to a hospice or, that kind of thing. That's going to bankrupt anybody. Like, it's just a really bad situation coming up. That's why I like Carlson, because he kind of seems to tune into that, and he kind of seems to get that that's a big fucking issue that's 10 to 20 years down the road.
Yes,
it is. As far as what's going to happen when the economy goes up and something bad like that happens, people will side with whoever the fuck can promise them a job. That's going to be your winner of your future civil war. The guy that says, I will put you to fucking work and you can feed your family.
That's why Trump won, and that's why he'll win again in the election, because you have so many people working right now, and they're thankful for it.
The Jim, the only thing I disagree with is your time window. You say 10 to 20 years. I think it's going to be more like 5 to 10 years. I think that we're a lot closer to a brink than we sort of like realize.
Well, I think it'll be phased. I mean, I think we're seeing service industry stuff. We're seeing it with supermarkets. We're seeing it with fast food. Mm-hmm. I think once it gets to truck drivers, that's going to be a critical tipping point, and I think that they're going to keep pushing it. And it's just going to be, replace more and more and more people. And that's, maybe 10 to 20 years is a bit of an overstatement, but I think everybody can kind of sense that it's not looking good. And, Carlson raised another good point, too, when he talked about, because Shapiro's counter to that was, well, we survived the Industrial Revolution, where we went from agrarian to, industry. And he said, well, no, I mean, look at the amount of families that got fucked up by that. And on top of that, you're talking about something that took place over a longer span of time. With this, it's just going to hit like a fucking hammer.
Yeah, it's too fast.
It's going to the breaking point is going to, it looks like people are saying probably after 20 years, it's going to look closer and closer the closer you get to it. Like it's going to be exponential how bad things get, because the more shit's eliminated, the more that censorship happens, the more people are put out of work for political reasons, the more the mob mentality grows. Like we haven't even mentioned that people are fucking hysterical. They are in a zombie mob mentality right now, going after their fellow Americans. I mean, it looks far away right now, but it's going to look closer every year.
Well, what has increased the polarization is social media and the siloing of differing opinions. Like, you don't have to hear the other side unless it's you want to rail against them. You're not really exposed to different opinions, because that's just how everybody's become socialized online now, where the only time you hear out the other side is when you're railing against them. And there's just, I don't know, just the level of hatred for people of different political persuasions now is kind of off the charts. So.
Yeah, or if you disagree,
as long as I've been alive, anyway.
Well, it's
not just a disagreement; you're a political enemy if you disagree.
And Josh, we were talking before about the furries and the fact that before, in the olden days, some guy who wanted to fuck cows or whatever the fuck, his town thought that he was nuts, and he sort of like tamped that shit down. But now with the online world, he can reach out and find other furries or other crazies like himself, right? Same with politics, because before you had to interact with other people who had potentially radically different political beliefs. And since you had to interact with them, your own radicalization was tamped down because of the necessity of having to interact. But now, since we're all like atomized and we're reaching over one another to find our colleagues, compatriots, our friends, our ideological counterparts online, then we can afford to be as extreme as we want to be. I mean, nobody serious would have been a socialist 20 years ago. Now there are a bunch of socialists because they can reach out to one another and feed into their insanity. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what happened with trannies. It's like you're not. My thing with the trannies are, you have autistics, right? They're the ones most susceptible to becoming transgender, and they're socially inept. They go online, they find each other. And they're like, oh, you don't feel like a man because you're not alpha, you're not out there, you don't have the confidence, you don't feel like you can support a family. Well, you might be trans. Have you considered, wearing a dress? And then they'll comfort each other, like, wow, you look great in that dress. You're really past. You're doing a great job. When are you going to start taking hormones? And then after that, you hit a certain threshold where you can't renege on it. You can't say, oh, this has been a horrible mistake. I hate myself even more now. You just got to continue to find more and more delusional people to make you feel good. And it's not just trannies. It's a lot of shit. A lot of shit's like that. The Zeus Zeta shit is just like that. And there's a lot of these, I'm going to call them cysts. There's social cysts that are just waiting to fucking pop. And it's going to be gross.
Well, my thinking is that we're headed towards a civil war for all these reasons. This atomization on the one hand of the people, and on the other hand, this coalescing, the siloing, as you were calling it, this coalescing of homogenous beliefs that are radical. They're too radical, really, for any kind of society to be able to hold them all in. And so, yeah, I think that it's gonna explode, and it's gonna be like the American Civil War. That the American Civil War was between centralization and decentralization, but it was post hoc said to be about slavery, to give it some sort of moral justification. I think that the same thing is going to be happening, and I think the moral justification is going to be, on the one hand, immigration, and hear me out, this is going to sound a little bit nuts, but I think on our side, the moral justification will be abortion. I know it sounds a little bit
I've
weird.
heard you say that before, Coach.
Yeah, but I think that a lot of people are going to raise that up as a banner because the pro-choice or pro-abortion side, whatever you want to call it, it'll be easy. They tend to be all of one stripe politically, and it'll be easy for those opposed to that stripe to pick up the abortion banner and run with it, and cudgel and unify behind that banner.
The only way I see that working, because I think people my age are too nihilistic to put too much value into a fetus. The only way I see that working is if it becomes a race issue and people are like, we need to get rid of abortion because the white race is dying. I can see people.
I think you guys are putting too high an ideal on what the dispute's going to be. Again, I think if it reaches the point of a civil war and it's a bad economic downturn and people are out of jobs, it's going to be short-term necessity that drives people to this feud.
I'm not doubting that.
And it will be whatever side has the most attractive offer of fixing that is going to be the side that has the best chance of winning.
Yes,
the one is going to be an authoritarian who has those opinions.
And the one interesting, side note to that, when you're talking about how the internet helps to kind of facilitate these extreme views, and we see them kind of sanitizing it of one political viewpoint to, bolster up the other one.
Yeah.
It's an Achilles heel that they're presenting. What do you think is going to happen if in 20 years a civil war breaks out and it's nothing but an internet that's basically used by and promoting leftist values? And this is where they're getting their fuel for their beliefs. Well, you hit the infrastructure. You take out the fucking internet. You take down the power grid. Now what are these faggots going to do to fucking constantly get that dopamine hit that they're in the right? It's going to be taken from them.
Well, with the first Civil War, you had issues where entire cultures relied on the slaves and the agriculture therein. So it was pretty much a regional thing. But the current Civil War that's coming up is you have sprinklings of people of both ideologies everywhere in the country. There is some regionalization, but especially with the cities. But the cities are the most vulnerable. All it takes is one crazy fucking screw your optics guy in LA to detonate something that brings down serious infrastructure for everybody in a city of millions of people.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be a lot of domestic terrorism, a lot of sharing things over like a makeshift jury-rigged kind of internet that is completely separate, little I internet just between radicals. But you're gonna see a lot of that shit. And
I do think it's gonna take some catastrophic event like a financial collapse or some type of.
Well, yeah, it has to have a huge catalyst.
A lot of people are apathetic. They might read politics, they might talk shit online, but as far as like actually going out and picking up a gun or participating in the Civil War, I think it's gonna take some like catalyzing event.
Economic downturn is the obvious answer. It could be something else, but the main, like the only other thing I can think of.
Though. I think like a shock collapse, honestly.
Yeah, but sure. Ralph, I mean, look at the average amount that the American household owes in credit card debt. It's like $15,000.
Yeah.
So you're living paycheck to paycheck. You've already got $15,000 to $20,000 in debt. You lose your fucking job. Nobody gives a shit. You try to go online, you're fucking censored there from bitching about it. And this is happening to everybody in your fucking neighborhood. Now they come to take your fucking house away. Now they throw your ass into the street from your fucking apartment. Your kids are hungry. Grandma and grandpa are fucking sick. You can't afford the medicine. You're going to have millions of fucking pissed off people that have no outlet to vent that frustration, who feel like they have no voice to be heard by any representative. The media doesn't give a shit about them. Society doesn't give a shit about them. When you get a lot of fucking angry, unemployed people who have no money and who are getting shit on by society, you're dealing with 1930s Germany.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. It sounds like the
automation, and you already hit on this already, but I know some people see that and they laugh and they're like, "Oh, yeah, great," put the McDonald's workers, out of a job and stuff like that. But the more that takes hold, the more people are put out of work, and you have all these low-skilled people with nothing else to do besides go out and
Well,
kill
also what's really interesting is that this is kind of obscure, but the U.S. military actually did a study on a potential civil war in the United States. And because most civil wars, it's because the military either gets split or some competing military faction arises. And the issue, because the U.S. military concluded that the U.S. military concluded that it would be split internally if there is a civil war, and that it could never capture any part of America if that part decided that it wanted to break away from if that a large enough part wanted to break away from the from the rest of the republic, or wanted to.
I know people in the military, and they say they're mostly leaning towards Trump, but there, there's people who side the other way. So exactly. The military, the idea that the military is going to come in and just crush people by dropping bombs on them, it's not going to fucking happen, because you're going to have higher ups who disagree. You're going to have divisions saying, we'll fucking kill you if you do that.
Yeah,
that's not going to happen. And the comparison to Weimar Germany is apt, because you're describing, you have all these people with no outlet. Well, God, wouldn't it be great if the politicians came to some place where people can convene, like a beer hall, and everybody can kick around some ideas on how to fix this fucking problem? Like, yeah, you're gonna get some nasty shit. And in terms of a shock issue that brings people to the brink of a civil war, even if it is, like, let's say Trump's current financial bubble pops, but then on top of that, the 2020 election comes around and Trump wins some huge margin of votes, but then something happens and they take it from him. That would cause instant fucking chaos. Yeah, I don't. If they're ballsy enough to do it, it would be politicians would be getting fucking gutted the next day.
Yeah. By the way, let me do some quick live super chats. Richard Dempsey says, epic stream lineup. Thanks, Coach, for putting this together. I wish I could say I put it together, but I didn't. It just sort of like happened. So thank you very much, though, for the compliment. Jan DeWitt, just look at the protests in France now. It looks like the collapse of the welfare state. Yes, it does. You guys been following that shit?
I have been, actually,
yeah.
It's basically, it's all sectors of the political environment over there too. They're trying to blame it on Le Pen, but it's not just nationalists; it's leftists and avowed socialists all uniting together to pretty much try to get Macron out of there.
Yeah, it's because Macron is the ultimate centrist if you think about it, and so it's sort of like looking at that, because I think that's the thing that concerns me the most, the polarization, that the center is getting squashed out, and it's just a barbell, the left and right, and everybody in between. It's like a no man's land. Let me just finish up these super chats real quick. Penty says, water molecules move apart as they boil. A society atomizes as it collapses. Well said. Very well said. Old Angry Normie. 6-hour stream has little of everything. Take my $2. Thank you, Old Angry Normie. Trump Nation. We had a civil war because of the last major rift that developed between agrarian and industrial states. Slavery was the old way that had to be purged. Thank you very much, Trump Nation. What do you, Ethan? What's up with the? Why don't you talk about the French situation? Because there have been protests. I haven't been following it that closely, but I know that it's sort of like falling apart over there.
Are you talking about the yellow vest thing? That's what you guys are referring to, right?
The what? I'm sorry.
The yellow vest protests in France, right? What are we talking about? I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the riots.
Yeah, there's been riots going on in France for like the past, 3 or 4 days. Yellow vest. Yeah, that's what they call it, yellow vest protests. They're trying to blame it on Le Pen.
How?
But they've been. That's just what they're doing. Like, the official government line is blaming it on Le Pen, even though it's clearly not just nationalists out there. There are National Front or whatever they call themselves now. I forgot. They might have changed their name, but there clearly are those types out there. But it's mostly it's like a general feeling of being fed up with the Macron government and just French society in general. So,
man, that was fucking fast.
Gas prices is a big part of it too, because gas over there, it's not like it is here. It's what, I don't even know, $10-12 a gallon, probably more than that. And he kind of pissed off the left too when he came in, forced in some changes to the law as far as unions go and worker protections go there.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty much a corporatist stooge, basically. The ultimate, like you said, centrist that kind of got in there.
It's always a good idea to piss off the French as a leader. Historically,
well, the nationalists already hated him, so he did that, forced that through, and then he's just had a really bad run this whole entire year, basically. Like when he first came in, his approval ratings were sky high, and they've steadily gone down. And he's focused a lot on international affairs and big ticket stuff as far as foreign policy goes, while kind of neglecting the French national scene, besides forcing through those worker reforms like I talked about. But it's just, pretty much everybody's fed up with him over there. I think his approvals are like in the 20s or high teens, something like that.
Bad.
So yeah, it's definitely definitely dangerous.
Did you all see those gay pictures of him with those two black guys?
I don't think I saw
that. Oh, that was pretty funny. Yeah, you missed
it. Coach. Phrasing.
Yeah, there were this picture of Macron that he's like hanging out with these two black guys, shirtless black guys, and one of the black guys is like flipping the bird at the cameraman. I'm telling you.
I kid you not. I entered the search term Macron gay pic black guys, and it popped it up.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know if Daily Mail fucking tagged it as that or what, but I see what you're talking about.
I mean, just so fucking gay, man. I mean, I'd be embarrassed if that were the leader of my country, to tell you the truth. It'd be like, Jesus
What
Christ,
about
how far
fucking
we've fallen from De Gaulle to
the
this?
guy from Canada?
What? Oh, Trudeau? Yeah, Trudeau's a fucking joke.
That guy's a fucking clown.
Oh, I love watching the train wreck that is Trudeau. Did you see when he was in the wheel? He gets in a wheelchair, right? I don't know what the fuck he was doing, but he buys the most expensive fucking wheelchair. It's like 20 grand or some shit. And he's trying to relate to people that are in wheelchairs while they're driving around in like $10 shitters. He's such a cunt.
Wait, is that he does that every time he meets a marginalized group in some way, and he dresses up like them, like he's doing fucking blackface.
Like if he went to India and he put on all this shit, and started doing the tribal dance or whatever.
Like, look at how Trump does it. He just walks up and fucking shakes their hand like a normal goddamn person. He's not running around on the Iron Buffalo trying to make friends.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's a $23,000 wheelchair. Somebody said in chat, and he's in it for like a day. What a fucking cunt.
I mean, talk about cultural appropriation. If I were like paraplegic, I would be offended by that shit. I would find it just disrespectful. If oh man, it's just pathetic. But well, how on earth? Well, we don't have any Canadians to explain the Trudeau situation because it just seems absurd to me. It's just pathetic. And when he was like shitting on that woman from Quebec, do you guys see that, right? Where this woman, he was giving some speech in French, and some Quebecois woman is saying, how are we going to pay for these migrants? And he just calls her a racist.
Where he called her racist, yeah.
Christ, man.
Basically, shut up, you old racist bitch. Yeah, that's pretty much what he told her.
Well, security chased her off after that, too.
Yeah, and they were pretty fucking nasty about it. And somebody had the wit to, I don't know if they streamed it or just filmed it and uploaded it later. But yeah, the guys were clearly like twisting her arm, literally twisting her arm. And she's some oldly, she looked like everybody's mother, you know, some aunt or some shit. You know, she looked perfectly normal, not any kind of like, politically minded middle-aged woman. No, she looked like just a housewife or just, you know, a normal middle-class woman asking something perfectly legitimate from her elected leader. And, the security services drag her away. And that's, to me, seems so, it was like, not epiphanic per se, but it was sort of like this classic issue of like the leadership classes in the Western democracy just wanting only shiny, happy people and shiny, happy crowds. And whenever anything is out of line, they just whisk them away. And I just find it so despicable that the elites in the Western democracies have become so out of touch. I want to see them be crushed just because of that arrogance, to tell you the truth.
Well, I have to say, at least in Trudeau's case, I am glad he is an elected official for Canada because he is the easiest person to make fake quotes and fake videos for, and you can make them so outrageous, but people will still believe them. What was the big fire that went on up there? You know the one I'm talking about, where it was a huge fucking fire that happened up in Canada. They were going to fly in firefighters from around the world.
Okay, I missed it. So, what happened?
I vaguely remember it, but I don't. This was in September, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, I made a fake video clip of CNN reporting the news with the fires taking place, and it had Trudeau at the UN giving a speech about feminism while people are burning to death in the upper left-hand smaller fucking video thing.
Yeah.
And I put it up on Twitter, and people were like, is that really fucking him? Did he really go talk about feminism while people are dying in these fucking... And like it's that believable. Oh. Like he's that much of a cunt. People believe it. I also put up one where it's him like making like a face and acting like it's really hot. And the quote was, "I don't know what's worse, our AC going out or living in a world without feminism." And people really believe that he actually tweeted that out because he's that much of a cunt that would be something he would do.
I thought you were gonna say, if we put out the fire, it wins.
That's another one, yeah.
That quote's entirely fictional, but that's canon. It might as well be true. If there's a history book that touches on it, it'll say it's true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was Fort McMurray. Is that it? Fort McMurray? Was that? I can't remember. It was a really fucking big fire, though.
Yeah. No. Those apocryphal sayings, they stick with you forever. I'm sorry, you were saying?
No, I was going to say that was in 2016. I thought it was something more recent, but
no. This was a while ago. But yeah, I mean. I used to post that video clip all the time, and people are like, "Wow, he is such a fucking asshole."
Think of the fact that that somebody would get to a point reputationally that people would believe such absurdity as that. I mean, you must have fucking just fallen far. But here's the thing I want to ask, and this is a genuine question. Do you think that the left actually believes that Trump is some sort of fascist, or they're just saying that because he's never done anything remotely racist or anti-Semitic or fascist?
Oh, no, absolutely. They're indoctrinated enough to the point that, yeah, they really believe the programming. Yeah.
A lot of them definitely believe it. Now, the ones up top maybe just doing it, to rile up the base, but I feel like a lot of them even believe it too. So.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was like a rhetorical question. Because, yeah, absolutely. They totally they believe he's the second coming of Hitler. Literally.
I just find that so bizarre. I mean, that they don't even recognize who he is. I mean, because basically, as a conservative, I look at him askance because I recognize what he is. He's a New York Democrat. That's what he is. At best, a Rockefeller Republican. At best, right? He doesn't. He's pro-abortion. He's pro all kinds of subsidies and shit like that. I mean, he's a New York real estate guy. Of course, he's going to be in favor of subsidies and shit. And I don't understand why they actually believe that he's the Hitler or shit. I just don't quite get it.
Hey, can you play a video for me? I would like everybody to watch this video together.
Sure.
I'm going to post it in the messages. Just say when. It's one of my favorite things of all time. It came from the 2016 election.
Okay, well, let me just... loading up. Hang on, let me just figure this...
The title already. All right.
This is going to be hard. This is going to be hard. Okay. Wait. Where is it?
Thoughts and prayers, Chad.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know what version of OBS you're using, but you should be able to or desktop capture and then show the.
I'm trying to. Oh.
Oh, play it from the start.
I can't. I don't know how to do it.
Just right-click, interact, and then set it back to the start.
Okay, shit. I think I'm like at the limit of the memory of my computer. I'm on a shitty laptop. Hang on. No, I can't do it.
Rest in peace. I'll just post it in chat, and everybody can look at it at their leisure. This is one of the best things that came out of the election. It unironically stirs the fucking spirit watching it. I don't know what they were going for when they put this shit together, but it is unironically just amazing.
I can't run it.
You know what? Be a better series of videos to show if you really want to capture the liberal side of things.
Sure.
Have you ever heard of Fuck Hate?
No.
Yes.
It's a campaign that's run by a guy, and I'm not making this up, whose legal name is Sissy Fag. You can look it up. He changed his name legally to Sissy Faggot. And it has the most obnoxious fucking videos about immigration and gay rights, and especially about Trump. It's FCKH8. If you want to look up the channel.
You actually typed in "sissy fag" into Google, and Luke Montgomery came up.
Yes, it's a guy.
Yeah.
Can you put it on the side chat? I'll try to put it up.
Yeah, I'll bring this guy's picture up. He's standing next to what's her name from Glee? I forgot the old bitch's name, but there's his Wikipedia right there.
And this should be their YouTube channel.
I'm trying to remember where. I think I'm on like the Democrat mailing list for some reason. I think I was on Bernie Sanders' mailing list just to see what the mailing list was. And then after he resigned, he sold his mailing list to Hillary Clinton. and then somehow I ended up on a bunch of other like Democratic mailing lists, and I still get shit from fuck hate, and I get shit from Hillary Clinton and from Bernie Sanders and shit, and it's just like I didn't consent to this.
Oh, hey, actually, somebody in chat had a good idea. If you want to show videos and stuff, Ralph, you can use screen share through Google Hangouts because you could play the video on your end.
I should be able to. I have about 500 tabs of them, but let me see if I could screen. So which one are we trying to play?
If you want to go to check the fuck hate link, if you just want to pick one,
Okay.
it gives any of these fucking horrible videos would give you a fucking good idea.
Okay, let me see.
Sissy fag.
I know it's the name he went with.
The naked truth about sexism.
Try kids versus racism. 5 fucked up facts about the fucked up. There you go. That captures the election.
Jesus Christ! I know that That's where I fucking know it from. That video.
All right, let me see if I can do this.
He also has one about immigration where he's got this like little brown boy that just constantly has got the world's worst braces, and he constantly just screams "fuck" about Trump over and over and over again. It's the same formula. It's the same. Every one of his videos, every account is the same fucking thing, and then they sell merchandise.
Hey, Ethan, can you share? I'm putting you like.
He is. He's got it. He's got it.
Oh, there we go.
Click his icon to make sure that it stays up.
Okay, let me find it. There we go.
All right, so it should play the sound and everything through here too, right? I usually use OBS, so.
I think so. Yeah.
All right, let's just try it then.
No sound.
Can you hear it?
No, I'm not hearing it.
Well, I don't know if you even need to hear it. I think you get a good idea of the fucking visuals of what these assholes are going for.
It's literally.
God.
I don't even know if that's a boy or a girl. I think that's intentional.
Yes, it is intentional. It's just the little brown people.
They're literally saying things like Trump wants to deport the Mexican, and that's so fucked up. And they got the guy with the Confederate flag hat, and he's just being a racist cunt to these children, and the children are epic poning him in real time with facts about love.
The great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man. Oh.
Yep, they're preaching the gospel of sissy fag right at him.
Oh man.
It's a good thing that that sissy fag has unmonitored contact with all these children for his fuck hate campaign. I'm really glad that's a thing that's happening. I'm sure that won't go horribly fucking wrong.
Yeah, these videos got. I don't know. Let me see. Let me double check. I remember that they stopped doing them after a while because they got so many downvotes. Like maybe it was just too much, and he just gave up.
Yeah, is what 21,000 downvotes to 2,500 upvotes. So basically 10-1. Jesus.
I'm not OKKK with that shit.
They're so clever, aren't they?
Yeah, no, top tier stuff.
Can we? This is the thing that's been said, and it was kind of cringy when it first became a thing, but now it's just fucking true. Why can't the left meme? Why can't they do it? Why did they put out shit like this?
Oh, I can tell you. I can tell you that exactly why.
Go for it.
This is like the double-edged sword of PC, right? Political correctness took their sense of humor. This is a thing that's fucked them up now for like the last 5 or 6 years. They can't be mean anymore, and like if you want to be funny, you got to be mean, and they can't be mean like they used to be able to be mean. Like you're not going to see like a older version of like a Colbert or a Stewart because everybody's got to be nice and PC about it. That's why they can't mean. They don't have the access to the same shit that we do, which is just being a fucking.
But they're mean about like they call Trump like an orange pumpkin and shit. I mean, like they're mean to him in that way.
Yeah, well, they call him an orange pumpkin, but they don't call him a fucking faggot, do they? Like, I mean, if you can't go
no, I disagree. I disagree. I see your point, but I disagree. I think it's different. I think it comes from the fact that the left is fundamentally is contradictory in its ideology, and the right recognizes that and can poke at it.
By the way, Zidane just messaged me and said the link got out somehow because you accidentally shared it. So
the link to what?
To your chat. Oh, it's fun
that's
time.
That's what I'm being told. Anyway, I don't know.
We're getting some callers, boys. Get ready.
Where? How did the link get?
Oh, and here's our first caller, Big Black Cox. Hello, Big Black Cox.
He said CRP boomered it. That's all. That's all.
I boomered it.
I don't
Oh,
know.
how the hell?
Oh, I see. I see how he boomered it. You showing the fucking hangout like on your screen.
Oh. Oh, shit. Yeah, because I edited something. Oh well.
Yeah, that's pretty out there.
Well, so what? It happens. And let me just figure this out. Oh fuck. I don't know. What
I
do you
can't
want
wait for the first goatsy to pop up, or
Thank you to that, by the way. I wouldn't have seen it because I was looking off screen.
There we go.
Well, I mean, it's too late now, Coach.
Yeah, well, so what? If anybody shows up, we'll just give him a warm welcome and kick him.
Well, here's this crazy suggestion. Maybe take the Hangouts window down, so when they do jump in and show giant black cocks or something, it's not displayed to everybody.
No, I'll just like leave Ralph as the face of the chat. Look, we've been going on for quite a while, and so I think that maybe we should just call it quits on the stream.
I thought you were doing call-ins.
Oh yeah, well I'm supposed to. Shit. Okay, hang on. Let me just first do super chats.
I thought we were about to get out of here. All right, fuck it, keep going.
No, but dude, if you gotta go, you gotta go.
No, come on, let's do it. I'm gonna ride it out. I already decided.
Okay.
It's like 90 degrees in my room, but I've been going. So
okay,
go ahead.
Okay, super chat. The Bastard says it's nice to see higher IQ talk and not Sargon's BS. Thank you, the Bastard. Schwanz Gruberman, I have no idea what that means, but I think it's pornographic, says, hey, CRP, nice stream, you boomer. By the way, ask Jim, when the hell is the next stream or video? Oh, and tell Josh to do a stream on Canada Gin 3. Canada Gin 3. I don't know what that is.
Probably username.
Okay. Thanks, Schwanz Gruberman. Trump Nation. Breaking news. A Chinese research group claims to have used CRISPR to genetically edit human embryos, leading to the birth of healthy twin girls. Yeah, that CRISPR stuff is going to be nasty. You know, the manufactured people soon enough. Lurik L says, question for everyone. How can Hitler did nothing wrong if the Holocaust was a fake news? Either way. 148, bang, bang. Jay Taylor says, I hope all those fuck hate kids get babysat by furries. Oof, that's harmful, Jay Taylor. A thought.
I remember those guys now too, because they would have all these videos with like kids cursing up a storm and shit and saying "fuck this" and "fuck that." Yeah,
that was so disturbing. I find it just deeply disturbing when small children use kind of like that kind of adult language. I don't know. Maybe it's the boomer in me or just whatever. But yeah, nasty shit. Let's go to Discord because I have promised to bring people in on the Discord, and so I will. Let me see. I'll go just alphabetical. Cyber Vegan, I'm pulling you in. And Cyber Vegan, you're on. Give us your hot take.
Oh, shit. Hey, so, Josh mentioned that you guys were gonna, do a fucking, collab at some YouTube studio. I wondered what you were gonna do for that. I can't imagine what you would do for that.
Porn. Definitely do porn. Yeah, because the possibility of going to Berlin, Josh has been shooting the breeze about it, and possibly going to Berlin because they have like a YouTube studio and you can use it. Porn. Definitely.
To clarify, we're not doing porn together. It would be independent videos.
Yeah, okay. It would be like filmed onanism, I guess. Then, oh god, yeah.
Oh, Coach, they're saying that the volume on the caller is too low.
Oh, my volume on the call is too low.
So right click it and then just raise his volume. Yeah.
Right click who? Me or the on air?
The person. So when you pull the person in, just right click them and then just pull their volume up, and it should compensate for that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Sorry about that, chat. El Fideo Rubio, I'm pulling you in, and Fideo Rubio, I'm going to up your volume.
Okay.
El Fideo, what's up?
Hey, hola, Coach.
Hello.
How's it going, fella? I want to make a question about one of your latest videos. It's the one about insults and hiding from your life. Okay, so I want to ask you if you think it's better to come up with a plan before leaving to avoid possible, having to get back to your parents' house and be more defeated afterwards and not have the energy to keep on trying.
Good question, El Fideo Rubio. Thank you very much. See, I did a video about hiding from your life and like how it seems like a lot of guys just sort of like they stay at home because they're hiding, because they're scared. And sometimes desperation is the only way to go. Just like walk out the door and just go. Now, the idea of just walking out the door with any kind of plan seems a little bit foolhardy. And so you should have like a plan as to where you want to go or what you want to accomplish, at least a vague idea of your goal, okay? But sitting around and drawing up plans forever, like getting all autistic about your plans instead of actually doing something, is just another trap that you're falling into. I mean, just go out into the world with like an objective of where you want to go, but not that thinking to yourself that you have to have this mapped out plan with all the risks torqued down and every variable, game planned or whatever. You just got to go. Staying at home, you're going to die. I think that we talk about shit rat and Kraut and we laugh about them because we all recognize, I think, guys, and correct me if I'm wrong, that those guys are just staying at home, not doing shit, as opposed to going out into the world, interacting with the world, and getting a job and getting a life for themselves. They're staying at home.
I think we laugh at them because they're flailing spastics, not necessarily because of their accomplishments. It's not being measured. It's just the flailing part.
I'd have to agree with Josh on this. The flailing is really what gets my attention when it comes to these fucking retards.
Well, my thinking is that the flailing comes from the fact that they're like hiding out from their lives. But okay, next questioner. Let me see. I'm pulling in Kitty Shekels. Wait, and hang on a second. Let me just raise your volume.
Okay, is my volume good now?
Yeah, it's great. Kitty Shekels, what's up? How's it going?
So, it's good. You know how Kitty Styles says he's a big brain, 160 IQ nigga, right?
Who's Kitty Styles?
He's the schizophrenic weed smoker on Stream.me we talked about.
Absolutely everybody.
By the way, they're saying it's still low, Coach. You might want to.
I don't know how to raise the volume. I have him up to 200%. Okay.
Am I loud enough now?
I don't know. I don't have anything muted or anything like that, so I don't know how to bring it up any further.
We got his question. His question was, what do you think about Kitty Styles? But you don't know who that is.
Just normal Discord?
No, it's up. I don't know.
So right click. You see the little speaker icon down at the bottom of the screen. Right
which
click
screen?
The Windows, like Windows itself, down next to the clock. There should be a little speaker icon. Right click that. Open volume mixer. Look for Discord. Make sure it's turned all the way up. Other than that, I don't really know what you should do.
Okay, forget about it. Just tell me your question, and I'll relay it to the chat.
So, Kitty Styles, right? That guy who was spurging out at everybody on Stream Me earlier today and a couple days ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
He says he's a big brain, 160 IQ nigga.
Right. Kitty Styles says that he's.
Everybody else cancerous, and you have no reason to. He lives in his little fucking trailer. You think he's a little bit autistic? Maybe quote unquote high functioning?
I'll ask. People are asking. I mean, Kitty Shekels is saying whether Kitty Styles, who claims to be 160 IQ points and stuff, is actually autistic. I don't even know who the fuck
he could be 160 IQ, but his main issue is that he's schizophrenic, and the shit he says is bizarre. He obviously doesn't have it handled correctly, and he doesn't have any ambition in life. He wants to smoke weed on Stream.me and get paid for it. So, like, I don't know if he's autistic or stupid or schizophrenic. Like, the result is the same, and it's what you see on his streams, which is kind of sad. It's more sad than funny.
I have no idea. I've only seen an hour of the guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look, we've been going on for like fucking 6 fucking hours, okay? So I'm going to call it a stream because it's like too fucking long, and I actually have to go to the bathroom, and I have to go to a doctor's appointment. So this has been the Coach Red Pill Sunday stream that has gone on very, very long. Thank you to my guests for having joined me, and I'll catch you next time. Take it easy.
Thank you, Coach.
Good talk.